Oh no, Craig, you're not on the camera. What happened? Oh,
You
you're at
lost
the.
me?
Yeah, I did
I'm
lose you.
here.
I'm wondering what happened here. What happened to my Discord window? Did it disappear? There it is. Okay. We got you here. We got you here.
Got me crap wrong though.
Yeah, we got you. You're a little too swole. Too swole for the box. Sorry to put you
Oh,
in the
there's
box, Craig Words, but we got you in it. What's up? Hello and welcome, everybody. I'm your host, Nola Gold, aka Jody MF Keith, here with Craig Words, long time mad competitive Magic player, one of the best. I'll let you introduce yourself. Craig Words, you might be new to some of the goons. I've been running with Craig Words for a long time. We're here for the Legends of Runeterra IQ series. We're going to jump into a game very shortly. Give yourself a quick introduction, Craig, for the people.
Hey, I'm Craig Edwards. So Craig Edwards. I play all the games and try to play competitively at times. Played a decent amount of Runeterra. Haven't made it back to Masters yet, but I'm on my way. Plug along. Ready
Craig.
for
Nice. We have a tournament today. This is going to be a new series, so we're going to have more events in the future. Each of these events are going to earn points for a big invitational at the end of the 4 tournament series. So today is the first one. There was a tournament last week, the BR tournament, and that was won by IQ Black Boss with Zinc in second place. Both of those players earned invites to our invitational at the end of the series. You can play if you want to join our Discord. It's IQ Discord for information about the tournament series, and a lot of new things coming in the future. But we're going to get into that. Let's get into some games. We're already started underway in round one. We're going to go ahead and tune into Zinc, who got second place last week and is already qualified for the Invitational. Still grinding it out. Zinc Elemental. So it looks like, Craig, we got
Zinc's on Pirate Aggro right now.
versus some kind of Mishwraith. Let's see if we get a list on
Yeah, I'm going up
Caleb.
this list.
Caleb's also
It is. It looks like Callista Darius.
listed Darius, huh? Haven't seen that much. Mishwraiths. Let me pull this list up. And if you want to follow along at home, exclamation point decks will be able to link you to all the players' decks. Yeah, Callista Darius. This list looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's pretty far behind this game, given that the misfortune's gone unanswered and those make it rains, and then Rex is going to hit on 8 easily. So I think Zinc's looking like a commanding position here.
Yeah, well, let's see what Caleb has to climb back into this game. Definitely has Wraithcaller that can fill this board up, maybe to tank some of these Riptide Rex hits. Might also be looking to maybe drain with more Doom Beast. You might see we see Darius deployed now.
Yeah, this Darius is interesting. I don't even know if he makes an attack with it. I mean, I guess he might have multiples, but it's going to die to those make it rains.
Well, maybe
I think
if these make it rains, well, I think one of them has to be saved to try and trigger this
yeah,
Rex.
I think
If
he
he's
just
not going to have the
left two.
attack token on an even turn,
2 is
seems.
really good this turn. He gets to open attack and then like
And we
I
see the
mean, just
Jinx emote. Caleb definitely agrees. These two make it rains are huge here, wiping out, leaving a very hefty open attack on the next turn. We're going to see 6 here. Draws an Imperialist, which can push another
it's basically
2.
lethal. Yeah, with the make it rain into the Rex next turn, this game looks to be over.
Does look to be over. It's
The web has a lot going on. Let's see.
I'm thinking but be looking for? Here we go. Rekindler, getting a wide board to maybe mitigate against this make it rain. Like if they could open with a Mish Wraith or something like that, or a Wraith Caller, and then go wide,
I
it
think
could be possible.
If he opens with anything, he's in trouble, and that should do it there.
Yeah,
He can just kill him.
Yeah, the fervor definitely locks it up.
Since he knows the deck lists, he knows he doesn't have to play around anything, really.
Oh, and do notice that this is a Misfortunes Make It Rain right here. I was like, wow, drew all 3 Make It Rains, but that being the signature spell of Misfortune can definitely come up with more
He could get countered by an Atrocity, but I think he's fine with that. That's maybe why he's like tanking.
Yeah.
Because if he just takes the damage, it's kind of fine. Although, I mean, he could just Fervor to get the Atrocity out, and then next turn he gets to open attack and play Rex anyway, so... Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I'm not sure why he's going for the play on Darius. What do you think he's doing here?
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't make much sense. Probably trying to set up an open attack with the Misfortune into the Rex next turn and try and push lethal with that. Maybe being at 11 health here. I don't know. I probably would have just let the damage roll through. But,
yeah, I don't know. Getting the Darius off the board doesn't really do anything if your opponent's going to die. He may not be cognizant of the lack of life gain in the opposing list.
Well, I mean, these tournaments are open deck lists, so we're looking at Unspeakable Horror as a possible life gain. It could be scary. Unspeakable Horror can also target the Nexus, so maybe playing around an Unspeakable Horror plus Atrocity post-combat.
That's true.
Because that's 11. Not to mention you don't even need 11. Just single Atrocity actually is lethal. So going to take 4. Oh, this is, look, actually just dead right here.
Yep.
So, wow.
Didn't play around that.
Wow. Well, you were calling it a little early there, Craig Words. But it looked like Celeb found a way to turn it around. That Darius Duncan for 10. Atrocity definitely takes people by surprise.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a better block he could have made. I think all his guys had 3. So it's possible that he had no way out.
Yeah, well, there's probably no way out there.
Oh, no. Actually, if he just passes, he would have been fine. Because he can
takes the damage. And takes the damage, yeah.
Yeah, if he just took the damage, which...
He can counter the Atrocity with the... I was really thinking that it was going to be to wait. Just wait. And just open attack with the Misfortune and then go for the Rex. And keep all the spells.
Put Make It Rain on the stack, as it were. Whatever you call it in this game. Play the Make It Rain in combat. And then just pass.
Yeah.
Because then, like, an Atrocity... Like, he can counter an Atrocity with the Fervor.
Yeah. Tough lines, the late game. The priority game is really important. And I've seen Zinc play very well with priority. That one's just tough to play around. I think the Atrocity. I think the only way to really play around it is just be more patient. But
yeah. All right. So for this next match, looks like we have
Demacia Targan.
This is Zinc playing.
Looks like Celeb actually got their Fizz Draven deck banned.
I don't have the third list on the spreadsheet for Zinc.
For Zinc? Okay, let's see.
Let me see if it's on the main list.
It's on there. It's on the main one where you find Celebs.
Okay. No, I got double Lux Asol listed.
Oh, is it deckless error?
Yeah.
It is a deckless error. Okay, well, we'll have to figure it out. Let's just talk about the game here. We'll pass that information along to the tournament organizers. It's looking like Sejuani Trundle. been seeing a bit of the Trundle on the ladder lately. We haven't seen it really make much of a tournament appearance. The mid-range Shadow Isle Trundle deck. What do you think about this deck, Greg?
I like it. I mean, especially in this matchup, it seems good. He's got Ladros for the late game, which is going to be hard to beat, I think.
Yeah, Roar into Ladros, setting up Atrocity is like the big 13 mana finish that this deck is looking to finish. Halving the Nexus. One notable inclusion is Unspeakable Horror. Being able to target Nexus, as we mentioned in the last game, makes it very nice, especially in this combination, because if you put your opponent to 19, Zinc will cut it in half with the Nexus after roaring up life gain, playing the free Ladros with 6 up, and that makes Ladros Atrocity directly lethal, where you can do it without doing any combat damage the whole game, which is huge with the Unspeakable Horror. You can set that.
Yeah, I think that's
chain up.
The goal of the deck. You also gain 9.
Yeah, you do gain 9. But right now, Zinc does have all 3 Ladros in hand, so those are
yeah, the second, third one
redundant.
Bit of dead draw.
Harsh Winds here. This is a good defensive card to try and bridge the way. We also see Sejuani. Might be able to have Sejuani play. We see the Riposte from Celeb.
You can pop the. He's not popping the shield with the horror.
Yeah,
so
the quick attack on the Lucian would still be able to.
Oh, right. And he's got the Avalanche for next turn anyway.
Yeah, Avalanche, and then also the Sejuani to follow. Yeah, probably looking at. You see Zinc eyeballing the Avalanche. Probably going to look to Avalanche.
He's going to open with the Avalanche or try to make a different play.
We're looking at this Demacia Targan deck. It is playing 3 Bannermen, though, so Bannerman would be a big play here. The Avalanche would probably want to happen before Genevieve could pump. Also, interesting, 1 Screeching Dragon. I've been seeing that pop up in a lot of these Demacia decks in that 5-drop concerted strike position.
Yeah, Demacia has the most options for 5 of any faction, for sure. You got Radiant Guardian, you have 2 different good 5-drop challengers, and then Garen, who Celeb is playing.
Garen Lucian.
Which is another reason Quinn is probably a little sad.
Yeah, Light Splash, we've seen this since the beginning of tournaments.
What do you think about this pass on 10 mana? What do you think's going on there?
I can only imagine there's like multiple Zenith Blades in hand, maybe Pale Cascades. I'm thinking like at least 3 combat tricks, maybe a single combat. Could see 4 spells in the hand over here at Demacia.
Yeah, when your opponent passes on 10, you got to be really thinking, what could they have that would make this the right play? Or they could be trying to bait you to play something else. Which, if he is, did not work out very well for him.
And then here comes the Ladros with the attack token. Slice and dice that Nexus. Nexus will take 8 down to 7. Atrocity in the cannon for the next turn.
It can be hard to imagine Celeb finds a way out of this.
Yeah,
but he did last game.
And he did last game. I'm not counting him out. Options could be single combat to counter the Atrocity. I think the biggest trouble that Celeb's going to have is actually being able to munch through this. Just Celeb has been losing on board since the Avalanche turn. And we saw that big pass with 10 mana, not being able to keep up. There's 1 combat trick, Pale Cascade.
Sure, he's got more.
Striking the Ladros. This is going to shut down the possibility of the Atrocity turn. And we will see this Garen strike twice to level up.
This is a mistake on Zinc's part. He could have Unspeakable Horror to Garen before it flipped.
That's true.
which would have killed it because it would have finished it off.
Well,
Letting the Garen strike an additional time was a problem. The concerted strike probably caught him off guard.
and now this rally is just going to end the game.
No, he's going to gain the one.
No, yeah, you're right. We got the one game. I think Zinc has this play in mind to roar Ladros Atrocity like his deck does in the end game.
He wasn't concerned about killing the.
I think. Well, when you play the game, probably really focus on having 13 mana, but often the Garen seemed pretty important there. Although,
Harsh Winds is here.
Yeah, Harsh Winds looks good here.
I mean, he has the catalyst to stop a pump spill too. So this might be good.
Yeah, especially if you get bank some
He's
mana
probably
here.
feeling bad that he didn't go ahead and finish off that Garen when he had the chance.
Yeah, so we're revitalizing Roar is not
He
going
is
to be
setting up
enough
the field.
life gain for this attack. This Garen is going to produce a rally at the beginning of Zinc's combat turn. So having to take an action with the Roar is just not going to be enough healing. Could be a combination of Roar into Catalyst.
Catalyst, right? Although with the Zenith Blade, might put him over the top.
Multiple Zenith Blades, potentially.
Right, multiple Zenith Blades.
Yeah, we do see the second one played. Given that Garen Overwhelm as well could be relevant in a blocking situation.
Yeah, I think Zinc might just be dead on board. Assuming the rally attack from Garen happens as an open attack.
Wow, Celeb found another way.
Yeah, letting that Garen survive was a real surprise. I think he would take that one back if he could. So he's going to 13 here. And Celeb has 13, right?
Yeah, with a Zenith Blade on both. The Garen normally on 6. 6.
This should be more than enough.
This is definitely more than enough.
Now, if he has Ruination in his deck,
11 without the
so
3/2.
He's dead now. He can Revitalizing Roar back up to 3rd. Oh no, he's got. Oh no, he can't block. Yeah, he is dead. Yeah, I think that game all turned on that one Garen turn. He had the rally too, which was even more punishing.
Yeah, I mean that's what really put it over the top.
Now, one thing, I feel like Zinc was playing very quickly. It didn't seem like he thought hard enough about some of those plays.
Yeah.
That's just something to keep in mind for anyone that wants to improve their game.
Well, starting off with the loss, this event is going to be 8 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 16. Let me confirm this. Just to make sure if there's no last minute people added to the tournament to increase the amount of Swiss rounds. Yeah, let's see if we can jump in on another match while we're waiting. Discord, stream. About Morty. Is Morty still playing his match? Yeah, they should be having spectator mode sometime soon.
That'd be a big improvement.
A lot of good things on the horizon here. Maybe we'll be able to fix the Lulu bug. Did you know that this tournament, Lulu is banned? Do you know about the Lulu
Lulu's
bug,
in the
Craig
tournament?
Woods?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I don't know about the Lulu bug.
Okay, so if Lulu is attacking level Lulu, I don't know if it works like this for unlevel Lulu, but Lulu's not that hard to level when Lulu's doing Lulu things. And if you make a unit of 5/5 with a Lulu and it gets blocked or damaged, it heals. It reverts back to a 5/5 after the damage.
Really?
Yeah, if it survives damage.
I didn't notice that.
That,
But generally, if you're attacking with a level Lulu, the game is over. So
yeah,
it's possible
very
opponents are just
possible.
conceding.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like we have Mortimer. Let's tune in on Mortimer's match. We'll do that. Mortimer's still playing a tournament.
I got an ad.
Yeah, it was a good ad. It was a good ad. Not my favorite ad, but an ad nonetheless. All right, let's tune in. Morty is playing some TF Swain. This is one of the decks that carried over from last format that's actually been holding its weight. I'd say it's been top of the tier. Coming out from Reckoning, we saw it in almost half of the competitors in the first event of the tournament, and it has decreased a bit in popularity, but still one of the more powerful decks, mid-range, great against aggro.
Swain is more likely to survive in this metagame than the last one.
Yeah, there isn't many culling strikes also.
Right.
Is that what you mean? Or what else were you thinking?
Mystic Shot is the card I'm thinking. Because
Oh, yeah.
PNZ is so bad right now due to getting nerfed out of existence, and then the power level of the new cards. I think Mystic Shot is in a really poor spot right now. I mean, most of the games we saw came down to giant monsters, and Mystic Shot just is an embarrassment there. I mean, look at this game. Swain into Leviathan.
Yeah, it's going to require a lot of thermo beams if you're the Piltover player with all these big threats.
Well, there's a risk to get burned out here.
Oh yeah, if this Swain can connect for 6.
I meant on the other side.
Oh, just
Jack is
burned out, yeah,
Jack
from the Jack, yeah. I can see that.
I mean, he looks in a commanding position now, but given that his opponent is Noxus,
let me get rid of this overlay. Overlay that. There we go. All right, nice. Yeah, up against Cephalopod. Cephalopod, very consistent tournament finisher. Has won BR Fest. Let's see here.
so he's on Misfortune Gangplank. It looks very burn heavy. He's running all 3 Decimates, 3 Fervors, 3 Make It Rains, 1 Monkey Business from the new set, and 3 Jack the Winners. Those are the only 4 cards from Targon.
Call the Mountain. Yeah, the Jack is... That card has been very good.
Jack the Winner is good on stats. A 5/6 for 5
Great on stats, yeah.
is over the curve. I mean, it's +1/+1 on a lot of the other 5 drops, and then the ability to consistently burn for 2, which will help level your Gangplank. Because you see Mortar here debating whether he has to kill this
barrel.
And look
and
at this.
we'll see a shot going off towards the barrel. See if Cephalopod could get any use out of it before it's destroyed by the Death Hand.
Now think of the value here. He played Jack and Gangplank, and that got a removal spell.
Yeah.
Jack made the Sleep with the Fishes. Gangplank made the...
Well, I'm trying to see this the level up on this Swain. Because if this levels Swain and also does 1, it'll level and then stun.
Then he can kill the Oh, I see what you mean.
Well,
I got it.
they're both already stunned,
Right.
so don't have to worry about that. This is all about saving life and reducing ticks on the Gangplank level up. I'm not
I
sure what
think
the Gangplank's at right now.
I think the Swain is at 3. Like 3/12.
Whoa. Okay.
What happened?
Looks like he's working on one screen here. Consulting the deck list. This is definitely something you can do.
Oh, a Fervor. Now this is interesting.
Fervor on the 3-2.
He is also just trying to gain life.
Okay, well, it appears both players are.
Gain life and reduce the amount that Swain levels by killing
Right. The
the
death
tag.
2. Yeah, the 2 off the death's hand. Well, this Leviathan could close this game pretty quickly. Cephalopod is Cephalopod. Sometimes you see Noxian Guillotine. Oh, wow. Speaking of closing the game quickly, Captain Farron shows up.
I think it's a little bit too late. The
Yeah.
Leviathan Swain combo should finish this game from 6.
Well, what's the block on the Captain Farron looking like, or really
I
any
think
of
you
these
have to
units?
click the Baron. Leviathan's got a pretty good block, and then you can block the
No, it looks like he's gonna go for the clean Leviathan, playing around Nosh and Guillotine. If 7's kind of hard to actually die when you have priority.
I think he's throwing the Swain away.
Yeah, just to
It's an interesting
save
play.
the health. Just to save the health. I don't know if I throw it away with the game play. Is the game plank 4 or 5? Because it will not trade with
If
the
he's
game
about the
plank.
level, yeah.
It will
I
not
don't
trade with
think
the
he's
game
about the
plank.
level.
It doesn't look like he's about the level when he used the eye. Always check the eye. Yeah, okay, so going to 7, keeping the Swain. Swain combo here. The Fervor is going to be lethal on the Leviathan. Because
That is looking really close.
there's no way for the... although, not really...
Now he should have the kill with the Make It Rain and the... Which Noxon removal is that? That's a Fervor, right?
Yes.
This Fervor just needs to resolve?
Fervor needs to resolve, yes.
Yeah, so open attack, and then probably play both his spells in combat. Is my assumption.
Okay.
Because he's got to play around these Decimates. Because like 2 Decimates just kills him, so he has to actually present lethal right now.
Well, could you just pass with the Leviathan being lethal and then let them put a Decimate on the stack? This attack doesn't really get anywhere.
Yeah, I mean his opponent is going to block, but he
100%. Well, then why attack? You know.
Yeah, I don't think it matters one way or the other.
No, it probably doesn't. With open deck list, this attack is inconsequential, I'm sure. All right.
I don't know if surprise leveling Swain makes any sense.
No, I think the game was just all about the Fervor. And it rolls back, well played by Morty, on the turn before whenever Morty didn't block with a Leviathan, because there's no way for the Gangplank deck to actually remove that Leviathan in response to a Fervor, which would be lethal with the shots coming off the boat at the beginning of the turn. Normally, whenever I play, though, if I have Leviathan and they're at 3, I'm passing. Unless I have a really good attack, I'm just like, you're going to die to this.
Yeah, and at the start of the turn, they're going to die. So there's almost no reason to play cards.
Well, congrats to Morty. Looked like they were in a close match. Cephalopod. It's 2 big names, Cephalopod and Zinc, going down in the first round. We'll be following them to see how they recover. Yeah, Swain Leviathan still doing the thing in the current meta. How do you feel about that deck and its progression through from the time of Call of the Mountain coming out? It was at the peak. I won the DOR the weekend before, and it was very popular the first weekend at Reckoning. But ladder is different from tournaments. It could be that the deck. I feel like the deck is just more popular in tournaments. What do you think, Craig?
I think it's a skill-intensive deck. It has ways to win almost every game because Noxus is really the faction that can do everything in the game. Like, most of the other factions can't win a game where they're very far behind. The burn you get from the Noxus cards is just a huge deal, which is, why you see, I mean, both of these lists were heavy Noxus burn lists. And it did come down to burn in the end. I mean, the Farron was ultimately going to win the game if, he didn't die on that exact turn. So, yeah, I mean, I think these Noxus decks are all very close. I don't know which you give the edge to, because in the tournaments, you can only legitimately play the Noxus package in one deck, even if it's a card-locked tournament like this one. There aren't that... I mean, you could have two Noxus decks, but it's less likely.
Right. Yeah, well, the Fervor and the burn cards, they only go so far, the actual cards that do damage. That's one thing about the card-like lock format. The first time that I saw this format, I actually wanted to field 3 Noxious decks. And I could have at the time. I think it was like Kickaxe doesn't use much because it only plays Draven and Might and Kato. And so like that Overwhelm package, while you can still play other Noxious decks. I'm trying to remember what the other ones were exactly. But some Swain deck for sure. Because, Swain doesn't need Might. Sometimes you see it as a one-of. But I like this style of format as opposed to the region lock. Even though the region lock is a little better. Not a little better, but basically it got better when we get more regions. But card lock gets even better. Because
as the card pool increases, the card lock is going to be a lot better because the regions themselves have a lot of variety in them, and if you can make 2 decks that both feature the same region but they're on completely different axes, like, I mean, look at Targon. Targon's probably the best example because there's the Celestial batch of Targon and then the Daybreak batch of cards and then the Nightfall and then also the support. So you have 4 different elements, and you can pick any of those off. So that's really an advantage for card lock, unless you want to see variety in factions. If you're looking for faction variety, region variety in this case, then you rather the region lock, because you don't want 3 Targon decks.
Yeah.
Because you can easily make an ASOL deck with Trundle, for example. Trundle ASOL, and then you have Fiora, Taric, and those decks share 0 cards. Because the cards you want to play with ASOL are the slower cards, the invoke cards, and the cards you want to play with Taric are the pump spells and the 2-drop support guy, that type of card.
Yeah, another thing that I really like, I think this format really bolsters allegiance decks, I've come to find. Because you see these allegiance decks, whether it be Bannerman splashing for a Zed or a Callista, or, you see that deck splash for all kinds of different things. Even Draven, I've seen. So, same thing with any of the allegiance. Like Yordle Grifter, you maybe do a light splash, generally 6 to 8 cards, or even less to, up to 9. You see Wraithcaller, things like that. Maybe only splashing for They Who Endure as a possibility. Those little light splashes are very possible. It makes it to where you can field a good allegiance deck and then still also maybe keep in that pet deck. Like if you're a crazy zombie Asher, you can, still put Callista in your Bannerman deck if you want, or something like that. So being able to add that. We also see different allegiance decks from Targon. So I think allegiance decks get a lot better in this format. Like the variety that you can do is interesting to me. What's your favorite allegiance deck, Craig Woods?
Favorite allegiance deck? Whew. I mean, I hate Bannerman.
Put him on the spot,
so
man.
Bannerman's definitely my least favorite. because I
Come on,
can't win with
man.
that deck. I can't win with the Bannerman deck.
Come on, man. You just play a
I
bunch of
mean,
stuff and play a Bannerman. See, look, stick with me. I'm gonna learn you how to do it. Just play a bunch of stuff, let it all survive, and then play a Bannerman.
it's about feeling good about your wins. Like when you
Oh
win the
man.
game, you felt like you did something. You didn't just play like a curve of dudes that capped out a Bannerman.
Hey, now hold on. You kept them alive too. Okay, you did something there. You gotta
You
keep
don't
them
have to
alive
play.
for the Bannerman.
You literally don't have to play any actual spells. You just curve out 1 through 5, 1 through 6. Play Genevieve or Cythria, the Bold.
Yeah. So what's your splash then? What's your splash for your Bannerman?
In
Or
the
are you
Bannerman
just
deck,
are you a mono Demacia kind of guy?
it used to be Zed. I mean, I think you splash one of the good champions, or maybe some piece of interaction like Deny. Maybe Deny is good in some metas where you think you're going to get ruinated out of the game.
Okay. What about the juicy harrowing ruination?
Harrowing ruination decks.
No, throw it. No, I'm talking about in the Bannerman deck.
Oh, in Bannerman, harrowing in Bannerman.
Yeah, put the harrowing
Maybe.
in the Bannerman.
I feel like you'd rather just have a more consistent curve
Yeah,
than
but
have
I thought you said you didn't like just not casting spells and curving out the whole time. That might be the Bannerman deck for you.
yeah, but
Hit him
then
with
Bannerman works. Why are you doing Bannerman? You could do something else.
you hit him with the heroin up top.
Bannerman is also much worse, having -1/-1 off his previous form.
Yeah, well, we still see it. Still see it everywhere. The
Is
one of the
Bannerman
most
popular
popular
now?
decks. Yeah, we just saw it right there. Zinc in the Zinc matchup. We saw Celeb playing it. You see it in not almost every lineup, but you see it every other lineup. I feel like it's been like that for a long time, and had its lull in the last format. I think mostly because Ash Sejuani with Reckoning was just wrecking. As we saw last week, Black Boss qualifying for the Invitational for this series, for the Runeterra IQ series, playing the Ash Sejuani, still 5 mana Trifarian Assessor, no problem. I'll pay the extra one. We're drawing cards, right? And so these Demacia decks, these Bannerman decks, were getting munched. That was probably the lowest low I've seen of Bannerman was last format, and I think that it's kind of opened up a little bit more. People trying to go way up top, or like even against Bajwater, where you had this single damage removal, it really their bodies along with Ranger's Resolve do make it difficult for that removal. Sometimes it has to rely on having a keg and some of the boards. So I think it's a fair choice now. Also, just rally against like super greedy big ramp decks that aren't removing your stuff can really punish. I think these mid range target decks potentially.
I think Relentless Pursuit has actually been low key one of the better cards in the game since the beginning, but it
Yeah.
actually hasn't seen nearly as much play as I expected. I'm not sure why.
Well, it did see the nerf to where it's not fast anymore. That's
Yeah, I don't think that's the reason why it would be less played. I mean, I think mechanically that was a good nerf. But I mean, we did see it win the game. Was it 2 or 3 games ago?
yeah, the Garen
And,
game.
right, and I think that happens a lot. I mean,
It
I think
I
three is a
think
small price
when
to
you
pay.
have more sturdy units, I think it is definitely the case. Things that stick around. Garen obviously was one of the better ones there. The War Chef's supporting, but if you're playing against heavy removal, then it is just one of the worst cards. Especially if most of your units, like, I think it's not as good in scouts, even though you want to attack multiple times. I think it's overkill in some of the matches. But I think, like, mid range Bannerman, that's the card that kind of, like, turns it, though, to be honest with you. If you're scouts and you're heavy on the 1 drops, like talking 6 to 9 1 drops, and you're going like that, if you get wiped out by an avalanche, the last thing you want to see is a rally, and I think that's the reason why rally has become less popular of recent times. But it looked great in the mid range deck. I think if you're it's as good as your units are, I think, and if you're getting removed heavily, then it's not that great of a card. So depends on the meta. I think it's really good most of the time. But there are spots where it's like the worst draw you can have. So I think people just don't like the feel bads of multiples.
Yeah, I mean, in the support decks, I think it's huge. Like, I mean, I think it's one of the better cards when you're running a like a Lulu Demacia deck, either the Shen or the Fiora. I like Fiora, but apparently a lot of people like Shen. Getting an extra attack in a deck that keys off of attacking, I mean, it's just a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the card. I think fundamentally, Rally as a mechanic is just already broken. Being able to get the attack token, I've I've tried it in every which way. I'm the Shunpo guy. Put the one Shunpo in the Noxus deck. Why? Because Rally is real good and can really, surprise an opponent. Especially, in tournaments it's a little different because open deck list. It's still something that if they're considering is kind of difficult to play around sometimes, or like not something that you normally play around rallies as much. So you don't see it in like every region. It's not like super evergreen. I mean, you get the Orange Man and Ballage Water, but rallying is one of the best things you can do, I think. And so I always try all the rallies, pretty much. The Darius, we got a new rally in Call of the Mountain. What do you think about the Darius? Apprehend.
I I think I've only seen it played in an expedition one time, so I don't know that much about it. I think if you have a Darius, you're probably already ahead, just on general principle. So it's probably just like a win more card.
Big
Like
Duncan.
yeah. I mean, we saw that other game where he was really far behind, and the atrocity Darius put him over the top. So just having the Darius was good enough with other spells. He didn't need a rally. And in fact, if he had a rally there instead of atrocity, he probably would have lost because he was going to die on that turn. So yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's a cute card, but until Darius costs 5 or less, I don't think it's going to be an important card.
Yeah, I gave it a try, as I always do with all the new cards. Always try out all the new stuff as much as I can. And that Apprehend, just try to put it in a deck. And I played it with, it was an Allegiance deck with the Basilisk Rider, recently nerfed down to 5 power if you hit the Allegiance. And just played the Swole Squirrel and a couple denies. And it was pretty sweet with Whirling Death. Was like the removal in the middle. It was like Draven Darius, right? And I actually did find that Apprehend as a 2 of really helped me get to leveling the Darius, stunning like their best blocker. Because if you're playing those 4-3 overwhelms, 5-4 overwhelm, generally there's only one good block if they even have one. And just getting a 2-mana Apprehend to push him below 10 to open the way for the Darius. So good in front of the Darius and behind it. There was also like a challenger situation that it came up where I challenged against Bannerman right after Bannerman, so I can keep my 5-4 overwhelm, so I can actually attack with it on the next turn to actually get a couple extra damage to clear the way for Darius. So it did have some play. It is a slow spell. It's not that great in that way, and like it is one more if you've already got Darius. I think the only time it really lines up with Darius to where it doesn't feel one more is whenever you don't have the attack token on the turn that the Darius comes down. Like the turn 6, like when you would naturally be attacking with the Darius on 7. And again, in some matchups, it's like, what's the difference there at that point? Like, they're probably just going to die to the Darius. But, against more aggressive decks where you just got to put them out, that's possible. You play Darius, and then they go more wide around them, maybe Nightfall aggro or something. You can like stun the Diana while they're committing. But again, those are a little bit more narrow circumstances, I think, for that card.
Yep.
Where we at on this Tournament. Let's see. It's
I don't know. Have they started round 2 yet?
Let's check it out. Let's go to the bracket. We got a link for this bracket. Let me pull it up here.
It doesn't look like the next round is posted. We're still in round 1.
Okay.
I mean, maybe Yasuo comes back and a Yasuo Darius pairing makes sense.
Oh, because the 2-mana stun on the slow. It's the 2-mana guile.
Yeah, I mean, 2-mana Guile that has upside when you have a Darius in play.
I can dig it.
The problem is, Yasuo deck's probably not doing that much damage in the early game to justify running Darius in your deck.
What is this bracket? I'm gonna add the bracket command. There we go. It's a long link. Probably should have shortened that link. Link shortening. Can you believe that's a thing? Link shortening. It's like this is too long.
Maybe he's still playing.
Huh?
Tatsu may be still playing. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, let's check it out. Maybe we catch
He
the
is
tail end of
streaming.
that. Could be playing on the in between. Let's see. Hot suit.
No, it looks like he's offline right now.
Offline. All right. Okay. We saw Cephalopod earlier. Zinc.
Have you
Chat.
found any really interesting list yet?
No, we can start looking through the list. Most interesting list. If anybody's talking about it in Discord. Chat, if y'all are looking for a link to the decks, it's just !decks. If you want to see all the deck lists, see the spice, and then see what you want to see on stream. There's some interesting decks out there. We'd like to check it out. I'm going to see what Goblin's playing. Goblin always is one of my favorite brewers in this game. I like Goblin. Goblin's also streaming today. So
Lucian Leona Daybreak.
Yeah.
With 2 Morning Lights, which I think a lot of people were sleeping on when it got previewed as being like somehow not good. They were comparing it to For Demacia, which is a stupid comparison for 1,000 different reasons. Like 1 mana in a game like this is huge. Like one cost difference is massive, and then the value you get from triggering your Daybreaks is hard to hard to overstate. Also, 2 Relentless Pursuits in this list, so I'm really liking this deck. It's got Fleetwood Tracker, Lucian, and then all the Daybreak cards, War Chefs.
Yeah, let's pull it up on the screen here. Here we go. Let's take a look. I like the Goblin decks. Yeah, Lucian Leona. We got it on screen here. Pale Cascade has been one of the best tricks, and probably even better with a lower Demacia base. You don't see that too often. You know, the trackers and the war chefs and Senna. Also, these quick attackers are going to be tough with that extra combat trick, Pale Cascade. And like you said, Morning Light. The pickups you get off of this card, it's like a cheaper For Demacia, like you were saying. And but the fact that it also gets even bigger on some of this stuff, but the card advantage that you get if you have like a Raven in play, the extra stun on Leona is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean that card, like it forces bad blocks because Leona stuns the guy
best
who would
blocker.
normally block.
Yeah,
Right.
the best blocker.
your
The biggest
best
thing.
blockers are probably stunned, so you're chump blocking. And then with something like Zenith Blade on a flipped Lucian, like I mean I really don't know. Even a flipped Senna, right? Like because they both have double attack when they flip.
Yeah.
Like what do you do against a double attack overwhelm? Like I mean you're taking a lot. Like it doesn't matter what you block with, unless it kills it on the first strike.
Or even if you got the Zenith Blade to put on the Genevieve turn, getting that Genevieve with extra health, and then overwhelming twice with it, picking off the chump blockers. I mean,
you can find lethal
some potential.
Almost nowhere.
That Zenith Blade, and then like with the even though these are slow tricks, the Zenith Blade and the Morning Light, they provide extra value too, which is giving staying power to an aggressive Demacia deck to be able to, have good late mid game pushes after things might have been teetered out a little bit.
Oh, Goblin's in the chat.
Checking it. I always check out your deck, Goblin, every tournament. So, you know it, buddy. I'm definitely checking your deck out every time. I always love Goblin decks. I never play them, but I look at them and I'm like, man, if I could, I just want to be a little more like Goblin, you know? You're an inspiration, bro. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's see what we got over here. The Goblin second deck. We'll take a look at this one.
Nocturne Hecarim.
Ooh boy,
This
ooh
deck,
boy.
this deck looks also interesting. It's got the ability to win games quickly, but then it has like a really solid late game with Harrowing, Ruination, Rekindler. So yeah, I like this. It's got all the miss rates you could possibly play. It's got the two nerf Ionia cards that were printed.
Yeah, it has the will instead of something like Concussive Palm. That seems intentional. The Stalking Shadows is something I really like coming out of the Call of the Mountain. I haven't really delved into. I actually missed with it one time, but I had stolen it with the Yordle Grifter, so maybe my deck wasn't designed for it. But that made me feel bad. But I think Stalking Shadows overall is, if you're looking at this deck too with Hecarim, you have it produces an ephemeral, which is relevant to Hecarim because the deck doesn't seem to have many ephemerals. Also, getting double Mishwraith to just pump them up. You could just play a Mishwraith as a big blocker on an attack as an ephemeral copy, while also buffing all your other Mishwraiths for everywhere, as it says on the card.
Yeah, I don't know how hard it is to actually level a Nocturne in this deck, but it seems like just playing Nocturne as a value play might be how it goes.
Yeah. Well, you do have the Unspeakable Horror that could find more, right?
Yeah, he's actually only playing 2 though, so he's even lighter on Nightfall than he
Yeah,
could
it
be.
is pretty light, but one of the worst ones probably is the Knight, the Fearsome, the 5-drop. So being locked in on just Shadow Isles for your Nightfall is kind of going to leave you dry on one. It's not like you have access to, what might be the worst one on the Targon side. The 2/1 Invoker maybe is, not a very well statted body. But, the Invoke is good. But Nightfall Invoke.
Yeah,
Whereas the Fearsome is just another body. And a deck that is already playing like Hecarim and Wraithcaller and things like that is not like that 5-mana play that you're really looking for.
right. Yeah, I mean, you definitely wouldn't
So you'd have to leave
wouldn't call
something out of
it.
there. And so you
Yeah,
still have the Onlooker, and Doom Beast is one of the best too.
right. Which
So
finding either of those off of Stalking Shadows is like a
makes
good
for
play.
some very pushy turns for sure,
Right.
to soften the opponent up. Yeah, I like this deck. I was trying to build a Mishwraith deck for a hypothetical comp that I knew I wasn't going to play because I am here casting with you guys today. Me and you, Craig, we didn't have to figure out our deck list, but if I was going to play, I was looking at some kind of Mishwraith. So no surprise that Goblin's on it. Let's see what the Goblin's third deck is. That's me trying to be more like Goblin, we would have ended up at the same place. Yeah, Misfortune Gangplank. We've seen this very popular pirate aggro. You see it. Sometimes you see Misfortune. Sometimes you see a bit more mid range with Twisted Fate. But Misfortune 6/1 drops, just curving in damage. Riptide Rex up top.
Yeah, this
This
is about
is
the most aggressive deck you can possibly play in this environment. So that's saying something. I mean, you got the 6/1 drops, and then all your 2 drops burn, and then you have value 3-drop with Petty Officer, value 4-drop with Spraydon that probably gets that elusive damage in. Jack the Winner is a burn card. You draw
right.
2 damage spell every turn, and then you have Gangplank and Misfortune, like being the champions you need. Yeah, that's okay, Goblin.
Sorry, Goblin. Sometimes you just gotta throw one in there. I've been known to just throw in a TF Swain just to round it out. so to some success. But nothing wrong with just doing that.
Yeah, this deck is actually a lot more complicated than some people might think. I mean, there's a lot of play goes in these burn decks. This is not burn like in Magic, where sometimes you can autopilot it. Although that gets a bad rap too. But I think burn in this game is even more complicated because of like how the stack works and the timing on everything is really interesting. I mean, a card like Noxian Fervor. I mean, we
saw how it played out with the Atrocity earlier.
Right, exactly. I mean, that turn could have went like 10 different ways, and
yeah,
Noxian Fervor was a big part of that.
Yeah, having to rely on your unit to actually resolve your burn spell is something. It gives a nice counterplay to the actual burn, which I like. And it also makes the card more difficult to play for sure. So, and we also saw in the later match with Morty not putting any damage on the Leviathan to make sure that he got off the lethal Noxian Fervor. So, I do like the playability of the burn decks and the counter ability to them as well. Outside of just having jam life gain in your deck, does allow for some play. I mean, it does help though if you get some life gain.
I'm not sure how Riot intends to design the game overall. I don't know if every faction will have access to life gain at some point.
Well, they overcompensated on Targon, I believe. So.
Well, it's star shaping, right? Is that and then
yeah, and also the touch, the cantripping, the little renewed faith cycle.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
And then you can invoke
reference.
You can invoke into the Soul Sisters, which you generally want to do against aggro, or I generally do against aggro.
Seems like a good idea. Get the life gain, 2 blockers, a little elusive threat for the counter push. Yeah, I mean, what more could you want?
Yeah, Soul Sisters, if it were a regular card, would be people would be crying for bans.
So it's good that you try to get that random on the Soul Sisters. I try and get a Soul Sisters in the mix too. I try real hard.
There's only 6 options here, so you're 50-50 to get it.
Oh yeah, on the 3-drop.
Yeah, on the 3-drop.
What do they call those two? There's the Nightfall and then the light one, Lunari and Priestess. Yeah, Lunari Priestess is the Nightfall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Solari.
Lunar is night and solar is day.
Soul like meaning
like
sun.
The sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's
where it came
Aurelian from. Soul is the sun. I mean he's the sun dragon god thing.
If he's the son, who's the father? Homophones, dog. Come on. All right.
I really like the invoke cards, but it's hard to tell whether the actual things you invoke into are balanced. It feels like some of them are a little underpowered and some might be overpowered. I think Soul Sisters having 4/3s might be a little too strong. They should have been 3/3s, but time will tell.
Well, it still is also random, so
yeah.
Being able to find it is I'm okay with the celestial cards being a little bit up there.
I mean, they have to be pretty good. They have to be pretty good because all the cards that invoke are bad.
Yeah, are behind. Stats. Yeah, behind on stats for sure.
You're basically paying an extra 1 to 2 for the ability to get an extra card, which it's a good value. Because I mean, if you think about a 2/1 that costs 3, a 2/1 should cost 1. So you're paying 2 to invoke a card. So you're getting a 2-mana card draw that finds you what you're looking for. So fundamentally, they're all okay cards, as long as the cards you're finding are worth it.
Yeah.
So what do you think the best invoke deck is right now?
Ooh, ooh, I already know, but nobody's gonna believe me if I say it out loud. I'm liking the Braum Goat Herder. Okay, like that's my favorite Mountain Seer deck
Do you
right
think
now.
anyone in this tournament is playing that?
Not a single person.
Think not?
If they do, I will feature them until they lose with the Goat deck, or until they win with the Goat deck. I don't know which would come first. The deck's hard to play. Deck's hard to play, and it might not be that good. I liked it. I ran it up through Masters with a I think 41-11 push in the Masters, including an 8-0 at the very end to cross the finish line. It did well. I think if there's a timeline of this format since Call of the Mountain came out, I think the timeline started with everybody trying to play A Soul, and then everybody playing aggro to just trounce the A Soul, and then to just try and gun down the aggro the ramp decks before they figured out how to tune their decks better, and then after that more mid range. You're seeing like the rise of Trundle right now, and in popularity. These Shadow Isle Trundle decks, Trundle, a lot of places. These mid-range Avalanche decks to really punish these go wide aggro strategies with Avalanche and Icequake. And so I think that's kind of like the phase we're in now. But when everybody was playing that aggro, before people started playing the counter aggro, the Braum deck was like the counter aggro mid-range deck that I really liked. But now people have figured out their mid-range decks now, I think. And so they're in stride with their own strategies, which, is kind of tough because your invokes have to be right, I think. You really got to hit obliterates in certain matches. And so, I don't know. Right now, I think the best objectively is probably Splash and Demacia. Because single combat's great, Radiant Guardian's great. Giving you a Radiant Guardian is hard to climb over, is the problem. And it's going to ensure that you're going to get to your late game for A Soul if that's what you're doing, or to have time to play all your celestial cards, basically, because they're all overpowered. So
I'm actually looking at a Demacia ASO list right now. If you want to pull it up, it's Lux ASO by Green. Yeah, Green Sears. You want to pull that up? Talk about that deck.
yeah, this series actually tell you a little bit more about the Runeterra IQ series. It's going to be a series of tournaments. There's going to be qualifiers every 2 weeks. There's 4 qualifiers leading up to an invitational. And each tournament is going to have a prize pool. Let's see if we can get all the actual official prize pools. I think the invitational is. I'm gonna pull it up on Twitter. You can follow IQ if you're not in the Discord. You want to just type that in there. Do you guys have a Discord? Yeah, right here. And then and we're also on Twitter. If you go on Twitter and type in GGIQ, maybe I should make a command for that too. You could also follow me on Twitter. So follow me on Twitter. I retweet a lot of their stuff, so you can check it out from there. I'll get a new link to that Discord. I need to fix that command. We'll get it. We'll get it going. We'll get it going here. People copy. Thank you. John. Yep, you probably hear all them clickings. Click, click-ins. All right, try that link right there. That one should work. And in that Discord, you'll find the tournament, the general chat, as well as we're going to start doing some coaching soon. You want to stay tuned for that. I do a lot of coaching. I was professional Magic coach in Magic the Gathering, and now full-time in LOR. I do one-on-one coaching, but I'm very interested in doing group coaching, which is going to be sweet. So there's going to be an announcement for that this week. You want to be looking out for that, and we could do some weekly coaching calls, and really excited about that because I always want to be a teacher, but the pay wasn't that good, so I decided to be a streamer, and pays less than a teacher, but we can still get our teaching fix, which is great. So nice. How we doing on this bracket, Craig? Craig, you looking at these deck lists? What are we looking to see today, Craig Words?
I'm looking to see this Lux Asol deck.
Lux Asol, huh? Max Greed, baby. Max Greed, give it to me. I need the dragon and the beams. Beams and dragons.
Any other deck I've ever seen. Playing the max amount. 3 Guiding Touches, 3 Star Shapings, to go with 3 Radiant Guardians, 3 Single Combats, and 3 Concerted.
What's the player name so we can follow along on the deck list? You're a little low on the mic. Talk to me.
Green Sears?
Oh, Green Seer. Yeah, Green Seers. Okay. Green Seers. Nice. Yeah, Lux Asol. Let's pull up the deck list. Take a look at the deck list together. Green Seers. With the Lux Aurelian Soul. Spacey Sketcher. Solari Shieldbreaker, Priestess. Not capping out with the... capping out with the Aurelian Soul. Got the Radiant Guardian in the mix. Single combat. I love single combat Targan. One of the better cards for sure. Guiding Touch. Extra life gain. Star Shaping on the max. So between Radiant Guardian, Guiding Touch, and Star Shaping, this deck can go from not much life to a lot of life. We got Leo Zera versus Sudricon next round up. Oh, we're going to have to feature that one. Remembrance. Yeah, Lux deck. Hush. I like the Hush cast in multiple Hushes with the Lux out at burst. You get multiple burst beams. Pretty cool. 1 Bastion. Yeah. Hopefully we'll see this deck. Yeah, that's a good pick, Craig Words. That one looks like it would be fun to play. We'll have to tune in on that one. I think we're
gearing got a lot of aggro cards, so it should be able to survive until the late game. It just depends on if his late game is better than the other late games. He has to put in some work to actually kill a Leviathan. So, I mean, he can do it, but he has to put in some work.
Double beam, easy game. What are you talking about?
Sunburst plus beam will do it. Concerted Strike will probably be the main answer. But that's a matchup I like to watch. Lux Asol versus TF Swain. Yeah. Which I'm sure we'll see at some point.
See, Sudricon is not live. What about Leo Zera? Yeah, he's going to be on Discord. Leon Zera. Which one of y'all is streaming? Nobody? Sudricon? What's up? That's a match I want to see. I want to see the IQ fight. I want to see my teammates fight to the bitter end. Alright. Leo, yeah, why don't you stream it on Discord? That would be great. That would be great. There's a channel for that, actually. I'm pretty sure. We want to do it in a channel there. Really, any channel you want to do it in, actually. Casting room. What about casting room? Can you get in that one? Can you get in here? Casting room number 1. We're going to try and look at that Leon Zera match. So let's go ahead and pull up the deck list. See what Leon Zera is. We'll get a little prequel into this. Leon Zera is going to be playing Sudricon, both team IQ players. Deck is private. Okay, that's not good. Leon Zera, your deck is private. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm getting that error too.
That is not good. Okay, well, let's pull up the Sudricon decks first. And let's let... course, Sujicon loves the Gangplank Sejuani. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and switch over. So I'm gonna do all this on this other screen here. So we take a look at the deck list before we get into the matches. Talk about possible bans. Once we get the Runeterra decks. Gangplank Sejuani. This is a deck that Sujicon has been playing for quite some time. Pairing up the level ups from both sides.
Yeah, Warning Shot, not a card you always see, and definitely not a card people were playing 3 of in the very beginning. But it slowly graduated to a card you play off Yordle Grifter and a card you just run in your deck. Getting that trigger on their turn for just doing damage for the Gangplanks and the Sejuani, as well as enabling Rexes on their turn, is a big deal. And Black Market Merchant. And Jagged Butcher.
We do see the Yoink in here with the Black Market Merchant and the Yordle Grifter. So a small steel package. But
yeah, this is actually heavy on guys. There's only 8 spells in the whole deck, which is interesting, and 3 of them are free. So
yeah,
actually
a lot
not
of board
a lot
presence.
of spell mana. If you don't hit your curve, you're going to be wasting a lot of mana in this deck.
Yeah, not many spells for sure. You could get some spells off the Yordle Grifter potentially in the Black Market Merchant. So
That's true.
Those would be bigger
Find their
hits.
spells.
The Prowling Cutthroat, I think, you haven't seen this card play too much in previous patches, but I think with a lot less cheap removal, like we were talking at the beginning of the tournament, the decline of P and Z, you don't see as many Mystic Shots and Static Shocks rolling around. Cutthroat is kind of running free, elusive, fearsome, getting in that damage to bump up both champions here, the Gangplank and the Sejuani. I think its stock is definitely going up, I would say, in this meta.
Yeah, as long as your opponent isn't playing Village Water themselves, your Cutthroat's probably going to get into damage when you need it to trigger the Plunder for Black Market Merchant, Butcher, Rex, if necessary.
Yeah, even if it goes down to a Make It Rain, being able to play it on turn 1 with the attack token and getting that hit in to level up the Gangplank and Sejuani, the turn 1 play is really big. One of the best openings is Warning Shot Jagged Butcher, just to have that board presence.
Yeah.
But also being able to damage on turn 1, because both champions need to have seen something hit. So this deck could potentially, I've seen Gangplank leveled up on 5.
Yeah, with the right draw, you can level both on the turn you play them.
It looks like the match is on Discord. Runeterra, we need to add... oh, you're in my Discord. Okay. Hey, are you in my Discord, Craig? Can you join it?
I thought that's not the one I was in.
The Goon Squad one.
Oh, okay.
You're in that one. It's got the Fleur de Lis logo.
Let me switch over.
And then Runeterra, I don't know if you can hear me. Let me send Runeterra a message here. Decks are private in MOBA. Figure that one out. Yeah, if you just go into my Discord, if you want to join my Discord as well for fun nights, playing Among Us and keeping up with the stream and posting memes, that's my own personal Discord. You also want to join the IQ Discord, because that's where the tournaments are hosted. That's where the coaching is going to be, and future content announcements. Building the community there. Okay. So, Runeterra, if you want to... just going to broadcast from there. Nice. Okay, so we see the Sujicon with this deck. Let's see what the next deck... oh, whoops. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this. Sujicon... Let me see what this. Probably not supposed to show this on stream, so let me. I don't know if I'm not supposed to or not. Whatever. Here we go. Sujicon, next deck. Craig, where'd you go? Oh, I see what happened. Craig Words. Craig Words. You can't. If we join the voice chat, it messes everything up, huh? Yep, that's not going to work. How are we going to do that? All right, I'm gonna have to do it in Discord. Let me switch back to this and Discord. Sorry, I'm having some tech issues, mostly user errors. So let me fix it. All right, Craig Words, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna tune into the stream. Up here.
There's plenty of killing there.
There we go. Sorry, looks like we missed the beginning. Can you catch us up? Because I did not see the game.
Oh, he just started streaming. So looks like we're on turn 6.
I think
Already
I
been
want to
ramped.
Mute this if we can.
My selection speaks for itself.
Nope. There we go. We can mute it now. All right, sweet. Let me go full screen here. How do I delete this over here on the side? Ah! I don't know how you get rid of this panel on the right.
You can't just actually full screen it?
No, I'm trying to. I'll tell you what, I could do it on the stream like this. I could just make it bigger. Maybe this will help. Nope, doesn't help. Okay.
I did it.
Yeah, but now you can't see how many cards are in Suchicon's hand.
Alright, you guys leave us on the side if you want.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's just leave us all on the side here.
I can't see Leo's list still.
I messaged him, so hopefully we can figure that out.
There's a lot going on in this combat.
It looks like yeah,
We have
avalanche.
5 things? About to have 5 things on
These
the deck here.
avalanches were both stolen. This is Sujicon's
Yeah, those
list.
are unfortunate steals, but they might find some use eventually.
Well, a double avalanche here would actually wipe Sujicon's board.
Yeah, sure.
Picking up that atrocity could be lethal if we could find a good Rex. Make it rain, not hitting face. We're not enabled for Pilfer Goods or the Riptide Rex.
That is about the most unfortunate Make It Rain you could possibly see there, because it didn't hit the Hearthguard either. It looks like Sujicon's pretty far ahead.
Yeah, this Ezreal's just about ready to level up, 7 of 8. So that could be something that Leo Zero is trying to do to get back in this game.
Yeah, if he pulls a Ezreal here. Now this might force a Avalanche. If he does an Avalanche here, he's taking an extra 5. Yeah, I don't know. It's close. Spending the
yeah, can use the pillar or the stones to hook the spider there. Was the spider vulnerable there? Did I miss that? Ooh, the submersible. It's a nice inclusion in this deck. We saw Black Ball. Was it Black Boss that played this last week? A lot of Brazilian players like that submersible. IQ.
It is a nice 5/5 here.
Very elusive. I think it's possible to see an Atrocity Rex. Yellow Rex. Or this might just be a Thermo Beam on this.
This is probably a beam on Trundle.
Yeah.
I think he's perfectly fine with that vengeance happening. It's a medium-sized Dust Rider.
Hey, all the mess we were talking about it earlier.
This would be a really good spot to draw a Ezreal. Another Rex is not what he wants to see there.
No. I actually played this Ezreal TF deck quite a bit in this last week. And I did find that this particular matchup is pretty rough. The steals aren't that great for you. And that's generally in the mid-game matches where the TF Ezreal shines is getting some good steals and reduced cost to stay above tempo.
Yeah, I mean he's very possibly dead depending on what he hits here.
Picks up the warning shot so that Pilfer Goods could see 2 steals here.
That was a good draw.
It also enables the Rex. So
Enables the Rex. He gets to play the Pilfered Goods. Yeah, I mean he didn't have a whole lot better draws than Warning Shot here.
yeah, and again these steals are just not looking great.
That life gain could be relevant. Yeah, he's going to go for the Hearthguard Catalyst, I guess, instead of the Rex.
Yeah, and with open deck list, Leo probably is not going to, even if he could, would probably not try and play around Atrocity by any means. Since one is stolen, knowing Suchikon only plays 2. It's a -3. The Atrocity's going Rex to...
Breaking Catalyst to survive, right? Oh, no, he's going to -3.
He's going
he's
Atrocity face. Go out in style. There's there. It looks like Suchikon's going to pick up this first game in the IQ battle. These two teammates, both Brazilian IQ, very, very, very strong LOR players. Happy to have them on my team for sure. Gonna queue up the Ezreal TF. We did not see the ban phase, so depending, Sutricon got a win with the Trundle Trinamir, has left Misfortune Quinn. We might see Scouts or Sejuani Gangplank. Okay. This is the deck we were talking about before the match.
So we're on Warning Shot versus Warning Shot.
Yeah. Some key differences in the match. There's more steals with the Pilfered Goods coming from Leo Zera. I would say that the Sejuani deck is going to be more aggressive. And how big of a play like having a handle on Gangplank is going to be pretty important for the Ezreal deck. Both Gangplank and Sejuani being the sturdy units that they are, as well as Jack the Winner. It's going to really be taxing for these Thermo Beams, I think.
Yeah, this is the ideal start for Sutricon. There's not a lot that Leo Zera can do against that opener. Makes the block. Just prevent the triggers. And then the Make It Rain is going to eventually finish off that Butcher anyway.
Yeah, strong, and picks up the extra Thermo Beam. So having both Thermo Beams, if managing the mana right, will be big at dealing with both of Sutracon's champions as well as Jack the Winner. Probably going to be looking to just play this game a little slow.
Yeah, the Petty Officer buff really doing some work here, being a 3/2, not dying to an inevitable Make It Rain.
Yeah, there it is there. We might see double Make It Rain here, or maybe Make It Rain into a Misfortune.
Either way.
Set up a good open attack. And Sutracon's list, light on spells. You don't see Fury of the North like you used to see in some of these Bajwater, Sejuani decks. Not much protection for your own units.
A parlay is perfect for keeping the
damage
triggers
happening,
yeah. Yep.
It's a good play. And then follows with the 3/3 Jagged Butcher.
Man, can't stop that one.
Yeah, this open attack's going to be clean. With oh, you're going to go for the double spell? Lizera really prioritizing slowing of the leveling of Sutracon's champions.
Even with 2 removal spells in hand.
Yeah.
Those beams can kill whatever it needs to.
A lot of respect there. Well, this is going to be hard to stop here. That's one thing about this barrel, the monkey barrel. It constantly provides blockers as well as being able to level up those champions pretty easily by itself, almost entirely on its own. It's like 3 triggers. No attack.
Yeah, and you felt it was worth getting rid of a beam there.
Because of the monkey.
Now this would be where Sejuani would be.
What are we looking at? 2 of 5? Is that what you saw on that? Did you catch it on that quick glimpse?
It should be 3 now. It's got to be 3.
3, yeah.
Turn 1.
Turn 1.
Turn 1, and then the Make It Rain turn.
And the parlay.
And then the parlay. No, the parlay was on the same. It should be 4 then, because that last turn the monkey died. The monkey death should be either 3 or 4.
3, yeah.
So
it's at 3.
We're really close. Okay.
Looks like Lizera's got good blocks across the board here.
Yeah, he's D'ing up to try to get this Rex going. This is an easy double trade. He doesn't want to trade the Petty Officer for the hired gun. Yeah, I'd be shocked if he didn't block that.
Yeah, and a standoff. We do see Sutracon does have 4 cards, one of which is the Warning Shot. So pretty close on actual cards. Lizera picks up the 3rd Thermo Beam. So these mid-range units are just going to die as soon as they come in. Maybe Sutracon's going to look at trying to put some...
Sutracon looks to be setting up a Rex next turn. Otherwise, he probably would have Warning Shot it. Well, he's Warning Shotting here. So he must have something.
Yeah, must have some kind of spell.
Now, he played it pre-keg because he didn't want to lose the keg.
Lose the keg to the Warning Shot.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then it could also tell another Warning Shot in hand.
That's true. He might just have another one.
So
that was a good draw. Now he's probably just going to beam the Sejuani here. Much safer than trying to Rex.
Ooh, but has the second Sejuani in hand for the burst spell.
Oh no. That is crippling.
That is very, very swingy here.
That is a huge game.
Yeah, well...
And that's the only pump he could have had, right? The only pump in his deck at this point is a second Sejuani.
So this Rex is, after this level up, this Rex is going to need 2 hits on the Sejuani to clear it out. And notice that keg Could detract some shots from the Shark Pirate himself. RNG,
Yeah,
let's see it.
might take us from 2-0. Let's see what happens with Rex.
Well, the Sedge is going to get cleared. The little baby Yeti's still going to be there to block. It also doesn't really tick up the Ezreal level up much. Not hitting that Yeti.
Yeah, he only gets 3 ticks. That's what happens when you sign up for Rex.
Uh-oh. Well, this could be a Rex back. Or just using that CAG to get the extra damage in. Here's the freeze. Doesn't have to worry about blocking. That warning.
Yeah, that's a good warning shot. Takes a tick off Ezreal, too.
And has the Rex. Yeah, that's just going to close the game there. Oh boy. Well, Leon Zera falling 0-2 to Sutricon. The IQ battle.
Yeah, that second Sejuani really won that game by itself. Not a lot he could do about that.
Let's see if I can fix your camera here now. Let's go back to our call. If we can.
Yeah.
Just the me and you call. So you can leave the other voice.
I just turned the video on.
Nice. All right. Cool.
It's working now, right?
Yep. We got you here, buddy. We got you live. We got Craig Words back. Craig Words, the IQ fight. Yeah. That. What do you think about TF Ezreal as a deck?
I think it's weak in this metagame. I think you'd rather have a bigger play than Ezreal. Ezreal's a lot of steps to go through to win the game. I don't think it's actually that good right now. I mean, we saw that match. Like, the Ezreal, if he played it, wouldn't even been leveled. Like, it's a lot of moving parts to get Ezreal going. So, and I think PNZ in general, like, I mean, Mystic Shot in that game was pretty awkward. It traded for like half of a Butcher, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think Mystic Shot is fairly hard to justify, which is why certain cards are better. Like Lucian looks really good right now, I think. Twisted Fate looks better now. Cards that would have otherwise been just Mystic Shot fodder get substantially better.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better. Yeah, and like we said, even that Cutthroat, we didn't see it come out down in the game there, but the logic is the same. Tell you what, why don't we tune into Emotional? Emotional. We get that one up on the screen here. Emotional. Yeah. It looks like a Jinx Draven fight. This aggro deck has risen again in popularity since the burn nerfs. We see it up against what is this? Looks like an Endure.
Rocket looks pretty good. He's got 2 challengers. So, yeah, I think this game is over in about 2 turns. No, it might be over this turn, actually.
With the Rocket?
I think he has lethal with the Brothers Bond, I believe.
Can't
he
see.
He can just hook the 2 guys in Brothers Bond. Yeah, this game... No, he doesn't have the attack token this turn. Okay.
Right.
But next turn he can just open attack, I think, and win the game. Like, he doesn't even have to block this if he doesn't want to. I don't think that's a good block.
Yeah, drawing 2 cards here. I guess you have to wonder about whether a They Who Endure comes down. You can challenge that with the 1/1. But the Rocket's not going to clear any blockers.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he made that block with the Challenger because he had an open attack here that was going to be lethal, and then he had Brothers Bond on top. So I'm really
Yeah.
not sure what he was thinking. The Callista player needed basically 2 pieces of interaction to survive that open attack.
Yeah. Well,
So
it still looks like it's
let's see
going to
if
be difficult here. Because picking up a rocket here, going to 6, still glimpsing away the augmenter was a good draw to remove a blocker as well.
yeah.
Can't no one toughness blockers are gonna make it. Even this jury rig, this game's over with. This is a lot of burn.
Yeah, I mean that was what I mean that sealed the game, but there were draws that would have made it harder to win. Just going through the motions here.
Yeah, the pull all the way to the right.
Yeah, to stop the Neverglade trigger.
Yeah, well played. Let's see if that
I
was
wouldn't think there's
the
a lot of
match.
Draven here.
Yeah, Leah Zera actually lost 0-2 to Sujikon. Leah Zera playing Ezreal TF in both games. And the Rex just not doing enough. Just not doing enough.
Well, he missed on a. Is that the game he missed on a Make It Rain?
Yeah, on the Avarosian Century, the Trundle game.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Switching over to scouts. The tracker.
How do you think this matchup goes?
Scouts versus Endure. I think that the scouts deck is I don't know. I think it's a close match. Depends on the list. I'd say it's pretty close. If this War Chefs is a good start with the tracker, because being able to pick off those 1/1s early, maybe early Bark Beast or something.
Yeah, I agree with his play of playing the Cytheria here. Little Cytheria.
Yeah, because there's so many 1/1s for one that
Yeah, you don't
get
trade
to
with your
attack
tracker
until.
on turn 1.
Okay, we see Elise here. This is going to turn up the pressure.
Yeah, he's got no blockers for that. He can play a War Chefs to eat the Spider, which, is going to level the Bark Beast, but it's not a lot he can do about that.
Yeah.
He's just going to block with Cytheria instead.
Yeah.
Or maybe not block with anything. Try to get that Bark Beast off the board.
Yeah, the free kill on the Bark Beast with the War Chefs. That actually isn't a free kill
Not gonna take it,
because
though.
the War Chefs would actually get blocked by a spider before the
Right.
tracker.
Right. He's just going to go try to kill the Elise instead.
Yeah.
He's going to lose his War Chefs in the process. Or he could just pull the other pull the Bark Beast too. Yeah, he's really far behind on resources, but
all right, goes for the Bark Beast to protect the War Chefs.
really, that is interesting.
Interesting, especially the War Chefs. I think is at its best whenever it has a challenger. So going in and offering the trade, committing the trade with the tracker and the Sentry could be tough, but it does clear it out to where there's not a great Neverglade. Not Neverglade. What's the one that makes the 2 saplings?
Oh,
I forget.
I'm blanking on his name. Yeah, the 2-1.
Yeah, Curse Keeper. No, not Curse Keeper. It is Curse Keeper.
Oh, not Curse Keeper.
Not Curse Keeper though. You know the thing.
What is that card's name?
You know the thing.
I guess pull up the
I could probably tell you their voice sound better than I can do this. All right, we're gonna see a single combat here. Possible plays glimpse. A glimpse will be huge here. Oh, and we see a glimpse on the Curse Keeper.
Blighted Caretaker is his name.
That's the one. Every rose a garden. How's it go? Right?
Yep.
I told you.
Okay.
All right, can this Quentin pull him back in?
It can pick off the Elise if he doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
He is pretty far behind on resources, though.
Oh, this Wild Feast even bigger. It's pretty tough. Has a good block with the minion off the Curse Keeper for the Quinn. No good attacks really here. Trading also isn't the best because we're coming up on Endure turn as well. So
Right.
if you can keep that Endure in riposte range, that might be a good way of protracting this game anyway. Maybe to find a Genevieve or something to try and clean this board up a little bit and push some damage. But with their opponent at 19, it looks like the scout deck is really dragging behind here.
Yeah, I don't know what he needs to draw to get out of the situation, but he is very far behind on cards, on board. This Callista is going to level up, and he doesn't have a lot of interaction for that either. Any blocks he makes basically is going to level this Callista or take a sizable amount of damage.
Yeah, you see the way that this Endure deck has done, pressuring and then finally forcing you to start trading. And I can't help but think that there's probably an Endure waiting to come down as at least a 10-10 on this next turn.
Yeah, and then this Demacia deck really has no answers to that.
No. We even see an aggressive atrocity here to clear out the Quinn.
It probably means he either has another one or he just doesn't need it.
Yeah, probably doesn't need it.
I don't think the Scouts deck can beat like an Endure ever, so probably doesn't need it.
Yeah, would have to go wide around it and can't possibly go wide enough around it to do 19 damage.
If they're on 19 on turn 7, you're dead. So I mean, he can feel free to prove me wrong, but I think being down this many cards against the flipped Elise. He needs to draw Cithra here? No, that's not good enough.
Leveled up Callista there. Oh, and here's a full board just completely wash this attack and further grow the Endure to untouchable range.
Think he takes the block here? Yeah, it takes the block. Might as well.
Well, can also still play something. Might see a glimpse here. Yeah, this is the second glimpse in this game. Being able to draw and dig to make sure you hit those Endures. And then we saw it line up really well, saving the Bark Beast from the War Chef single combat.
Yeah, Glimpse has a lot of play. It's one of the best cards that has ever been printed in the game. So
yeah, and the Scout deck just has to keep attacking and try and level this Quinn. Kind of the only road to take, and it's playing right into the Endures play.
yeah, just trades boards effectively.
Still at 19.
I mean, in this spot, if you're emotional, you just got to hope your opponent doesn't have Endure. All 3 Endures are on the bottom of their deck.
Yeah, I don't know how hopeful emotional is here. There it is. We see it. Was it 13? Close guess on the damage. 13. This is not going to be straight lethal, but this is going to put the hurting on emotional for sure, and is a sizable blocker that don't really get attacked too much into. We will see.
There's no actual reason to block the.
Is there another scout here? This Quinn is what? This Quinn is what, 204?
There's no other scout right now. But if he draws a scout, he could level Quinn theoretically. That's not going to do it.
Found the line and the surrender button. Looks like we're going to see a... was that game 3 or are we going to see game 3?
That was game 3. That was game 3.
Oh, tough break.
I believe.
Yeah, the scout deck really does teeter out. Like you said, by turn 7, if they're above 15, unless you have like like Cythria the Bold. Is it Cythria the Bold? No, Cythria. What's the big Cythria's title? 6 drop. Big
It's evolved.
Cythria. Big Mama Cythria. You get a couple Big Mama Cythrias out there that can push some damage. Maybe a Genevieve in the mix. That the top end, if they're heavy on the 6s, could climb back, but Emotional did not have any of that in hand. The That's tough, and the Endure is really effective at blocking. So I don't know. What was your call on the matchup before the game started? We were talking about it.
Oh, I didn't make a prediction, but I think that's how most of the games go. I don't think Endure can actually lose to Scouts unless your draw is just horrendous. Like
Yeah.
Scouts, I mean, it's the perfect counter, really. You have answers to everything. The glimpses are huge to counter any kind of interaction. And I mean, his draw was very good as well. He started with the Bark Beast and Elise, which is the 1-2 punch you want. So, yeah, I mean, beating that draw was not going to be easy anyway. But winning that matchup seems very difficult. I mean, the Endure player was on 19 at the end of the game. So that's not what you want to do if you're playing Scouts. You don't want to have your opponent on 19 on turn 7 or turn 8, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Endure does, though. It controls the board. It trades, and hopes it has the best end game in the game, which it doesn't. It gets trumped by a lot of stuff because Hush can stop the Endure as well as like all the silence effects, the other silence effects, and obliterates. Like you kind of have to try to set up an atrocity kill against the decks that go long. Like that Lux Asol deck probably just smokes that Endure deck. I can't imagine losing, like, because you're not going to win on aggro because of all the life gain, the star shapings, the Radiant Guardian you can't really kill ever, and even the healing touch probably stops you from losing. And then it has more answers to atrocity than almost anything. Like Hush is a huge answer. Like you try to atrocity and you get hushed, and they take 1.
Yeah.
Like that's game over.
Yeah.
So
Gosh, big.
I mean, that's not a matchup I would ever want to play. And I think if the Endure guy, yeah, it is a game of you have Hush. There's even other stuff though. I mean, if they Endure and you open a turn with a silent 6 damage, what is it, Nova? The 6 damage.
Yeah,
Daybreak Sunburst. Yeah. I mean, if they open on an Endure and you open on a Sunburst on it,
Yeah.
like that's a great trade for the Lux deck.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Yeah, just being able to silence and take it out. The same thing for like a card like Endure would be really good against like a non-Leona board even, or a Lux board in general. Radiant Guardian, that mid-range Demacia style, it just really does jam it, as we saw how big it was in that last game. But pairing it with something like Sunburst or Hush really does take the wind out of its sails. That card, the Endure card, has gotten just a little. I think has gotten a little worse since the Targan's come out. And
Yeah, I
but
think you might.
it has
Go ahead.
picked up some tools though, like Stalking Shadows makes the deck more consistent for sure. Picking up 2 Endures, even if you use 1 just to be that big blocker when you don't have the attack token on 7, if you're on evens, and then have the ephemeral 1 to just finish them off, because some decks can deal with 1, but the second one might kill them. So Stalking Shadow is big, aside from just getting an extra Blighted Caretaker, so you can run that Blighted Caretaker on them again, or just picking up a Curse Keeper and having an ephemeral copy, getting the 2 mana 4/3 effectively. It's a big pickup to churn through that deck. You know, more bodies to fuel the whole synergy is also great for a card like that. Seen a lot of people cutting the Fury of the North for it since the nerf ban.
Yeah, I think that you might actually just ban Lux Asol if you were playing Endure on your roster because that matchup is that bad.
Yeah.
Cephalopod still playing? It looked like he was going to a game 3.
I'm looking now. It looks like let's see, is Madness playing? I think Madness was playing triple aggro. So
Cephalopod's match is over.
okay.
It looks like
Most of the
Madness got
matches.
2-0'd by Destino 98.
Oh, Morty, we were watching Morty earlier. Let me open there. I'm just gonna open up all the streams and all the tabs so we can just pull them up. Find them easy.
I'm gonna bog down your system.
Pull my video card.
Your rig can take it.
I got it. Man, you gotta see this rig, man. This rig has been doing curls for 4 years, baby. It's swole and out of control. So looks like Morty's looking at a deck list. I don't know if that's between games or what. Oh, what about Guardia? Oh, he's does it on Discord. Who else we got here? Looking for some Twitch streamers.
It's like Anzini and Myling are going to a game 3. I don't know if either of those are streaming.
Which one?
Anzini and Myling.
Myling. I don't see Myling.
Yeah. If you look at the standings, they're like in 4th.
Oh,
and you
yeah.
can look at their
Bracket! Exclamation point! Bracket chat. You can follow along in the bracket. You can call out matches you want to see on the stream. Help the cast. Show you what you want to see. Was that the last one? It looks like they still have Deech and Crazed Killer still fighting it out. Tippy Tips. Let's see if Tippy Tips is rolling.
I think they might be all done now.
It's not reported. It's not reported on the bracket. We'll see. Tippy Tips.
Oh, yeah. They didn't put any results in yet.
Looks like they're still fighting. Let's tune in on that one. Switch it up. Let's go. Let's see. Tippy Tips versus GA22. GA22, we see that in their deck. This time, Captain Farron, we have Twisted Fate Gangplank. It's like a bigger version of Pirate Aggro. You still have the Fervors and the Reach with the Decimate, but opting for the Twisted Fate, maybe for extra card advantage and flexibility, and an additional top end with the Captain Farron. The deck could probably go a little longer against life gain.
Yeah, this is another match where if he doesn't establish a lot of damage early, that Endure is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Because there's no clean answer to a 14-14.
Yeah.
Which is this stage of the game.
Sometimes they play the one of Nosh and Guillotine, but that's not very reliable. We see a Stolen Glimpse here. If this, we're 2 turns away from Endure. The Endure also does not have the attack token, notably. So, if this Gangplank,
if he can clear enough of the board away.
Yeah, definitely in their best interest. Take all these trades is going to be great. It's going to clean the way for Gangplank. Not going to push any damage this turn.
Yeah, he might want to just Warning Shot to get the 1 damage in this turn.
Yeah. Well, maybe not this turn, but definitely next turn. Well, it's possible that, yeah, you can Noxian Fervor the Gangplank on their turn. We'll have enough mana to do it exact enough. So, yeah, the Warning Shot looks pretty good here. Are we lining up better blocks here? Oh, yeah, to keep a blocker.
So now he gets to play the Glimpse on the black market, probably. Still, yeah, probably Glimpse your black market away.
Yeah, prevent the spell pickup.
He went back to his original play, which looks superior here, because he's probably going to have to Glimpse anyway. I think you have to play the Glimpse here, because all your guys are dying, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you will get a barrel off the Gangplank that could potentially catch
That's
that
true.
Glimpse
You
next turn.
could Glimpse the barrel.
Depends on what they're trying to establish here, because it seems like I don't know what we need to level up this Gangplank, but that's probably the priority in this turn and next turn. Okay, we do see the Glimpse here.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like you can't really win the game if.
What if this Gangplank is on 3 of 5 though? Like, don't we want a Warning Shot and then Gangplank and the Fervor and then have this big open attack with the Gangplank? and try and burn them out.
I think so, but it's on 2 of 5, I think.
Okay. See,
When he hovered over it.
I didn't see that. All right.
I think it's too far away to be a legitimate plan. Decimate's a interesting pickup.
Well, Decimate could level the Gangplank if he comes with a warning shot here.
I think next turn we're just going to see Warning Shot, Gangplank. Warning Shot, Gangplank, and Butcher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See everything. He has a chance. He has a lot of burn.
We see 12 points of damage in hand right now. The Gangplank will not level in time.
Yeah, you want a Warning Shot first, I think.
For sure.
Now that's interesting. I think you play Butcher first.
Yeah,
because
I think
that stops the Callista attack. Yeah, okay. He's doing it. Because now he can't attack a Callista. And then you play the Gangplank. Yeah, this is right.
Yeah, it also, now you see the mana committed, so you don't have to worry about something like a Bloody Caretaker.
Right, I mean, he gets to eat the keg, but it's a small loss. Now, he's really trying to come in for the damage. I guess just get that extra tick on Callista. Now, what do you think his blocks are this turn?
It's probably just block with the Gangplank, yeah. Keep the 2 bodies on the board. You push more damage that way, which I think this is going to be a burnout game, because now you do risk your Gangplank dying to a Wild Feast if you make that block. And then
Pretty much anything. Yeah, I think you just have to take the 4 here. Which he looks like he's deciding to do. You kind of want Gangplank as healthy as possible, too, because of the Fervor you have in your hand. Another Gangplank. Parlay doesn't do a whole lot here.
Reorders the attackers.
That makes sense.
In case the
Because
Callista
he's got the
levels up.
Fervor in hand. Well, he's got the. If the Butcher does damage, no, that's not going to help.
No,
Actually,
that's
it's
one
not time.
turn, yeah.
Yeah, I think Endure is. They need to play an Endure this turn. No, I think they're just dead.
Yeah, this Decimate into this Fervor.
Yeah, Decimate.
Decimate Fervor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine they wouldn't have just slammed the Endure in
The
this
Endure
spot.
if they had it.
They don't know about the Decimates, right? These are natural Decimates, not Captain Farron
Yeah,
ones.
These are natural 5 mana, 4 damage spells.
Good clean living. Oh, the second Callista, the rare removal coming out of Endure. It's one of the few times outside of Challengers and Volfeast that you see anything die. You do
This is
see
an
the
easy
Noxious
Fervor, though.
here. We
Yeah,
see-
that was actually really bad for the Endure player. Because now they need another removal spell to stop from dying to the second Decimate. And we know he's got the other Gangplank coming after this one.
We do. We also know about the second Decimate, which...
Exactly. It's lethal if he doesn't counter this Fervor. If he counters the Fervor, he might be thinking, do I have to Atrocity to gain 3 life?
Which
To counter this Fervor.
honestly is not a bad play if there's an
He
Endure.
kind of has to. It's likely the only way he's got out. If he puts his opponent on another copy of Decimate. Yeah, Atrocity is really the only interaction in this whole deck.
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up about the...
Yeah, the second Callista.
Yeah. That's one
Yeah,
thing
we
about
do
the
see
Endure
the
deck.
Atrocity,
Yeah, that's...
just like we called it.
Let's see if GA22 has the follow-up. Looking for a big Endure. try and close his
And
game quickly. If not, a second Gangplank could come down and close this game out alongside this Decimate.
Oh, that Zap Sprayden is probably lethal. Sprayden, whatever Sprayden draws, plus that Decimate. And you get the spell mana, so we're likely to see a Sprayden into Decimate here, I think.
Yeah, the Zap on the attack. We do have to be careful playing Zap. I guess
into
Blighted Caretaker.
Into the Blighted Caretaker, yeah.
But
I think you want to Sprayden Decimate here.
yeah.
It's got to be better than just playing Gangplank and not getting a trigger. Then your Gangplank plays leveled up next turn.
Well, there is
like,
some.
So worst case scenario.
There is some consideration to the Gangplank will level off the Decimate on the next turn. Ooh, this is a good pickup.
No, this turn because of the you get the mana back.
Right.
And that probably just seals the deal.
Yeah. Well, the Decimate put him to 2, and then if the barrel survives the Gangplank attack, I was thinking if you have to develop a Gangplank into a Vehu Endure, that's just going to be tough getting through with the Gangplank outside of its trigger. But I guess you get the barrel for the trigger.
So, you get the barrel for the trigger.
So that's the other 2, yeah.
You get 2 kegs, right? Do you get another keg when he levels?
And we're saying all this while GA, yeah, you do, at the beginning of the turn and whenever it comes into play. The GA-22 only has 2 cards in hand, so...
Yeah, he's really far behind here. He needed to play Endure.
Yeah, I just didn't find it. We didn't see, mini glimpses or the Stalking Shadows.
Doing a quick check of the list to see what worst thing that could happen.
Big
now this
does
give him the option of having a Blighted Caretaker to finish off the Sprayden. But then
but there's a 2-way kill with the Gangplank, because even if there's a Vile Feast for the barrel, the Death's Hand can respond.
The Death's Hand will do it, yeah.
Oh, look at this. A cute little Dawn and Dusk. Where did this Dawn and Dusk come from? Oh, off the 1-drop. That came off of the Warded Spray.
Very cute.
The cutest of of Dawn and Dusks.
So we should have known that he was actually down to 1 card in hand and 1 6 cost spell.
Should have known better.
Oh, and then Rex for the rub ends. And yeah, I don't think there's any outs from this situation.
Well, there aren't any outs other than Atrocity for the open attack with that specifically. So
right, the Atrocity, but then the Gangplank kills you. And if you killed the Gangplank and if you wiped his board, then he'd still have the.
Yeah, this one looks wrapped up. It's just formality here,
yeah.
Figuring out what emote to use. We see the Sad Puro used. This does feel a little Sad Puro, wouldn't you say?
I agree.
No Endure invokes the Sad Puro emote. Checks out.
Letting combat resolve.
All right, Tippy Tips takes it down. Takes it down. I think that's the match. Let's just make sure before we tune out. And they are excited about that win. Nice. Big smile. Yep, 2. And back. All right, I don't think we have any more matches going. Let's check out the bracket. Endure, we saw Endure twice, and we saw Endure go down twice.
No, we saw Endure win the other game.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm tripping.
Remember the 13-13 Endure?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the Scouts one. Yeah, okay. So yeah, good against the Scouts. My bad. I don't know. It's just Endure. I just don't feel like, not just because of the nerf, because sometimes you don't even want to play the Endure. Yeah, sometimes you have the turn 6 like 7-7 Endure, 8-8 Endure. They just come down and run them down, get that good attack in and tough block. Yeah, but like generally, it's turn 7, turn 8 Endures that you want them to be nice plump endures to just finish them off with one atrocity. So I don't think that's the big hinge on it. I think it was like you were talking about earlier with the silences and Targan. Of course, we didn't see it up against Targan there, so it looks like it's still good against the decks that were around last format. As long as I think you bring it to the lineup, do you think that maybe they are specifically targeting the Targan deck for a ban with their lineup? If you're going to include Endure, that might be a plausible lineup
Yeah, I agree.
plan. I think if you're going to bring Endure to a tournament, that's probably a good way to play it.
I think also it might struggle with the Noxus a little bit, depending on how things get established in the game. Like, as long as they're not in atrocity range, you have to deal with the inevitable late game of Leviathan Swain. Just burn, like we saw in that game. Like, he played Decimate, Fervor, Death's Hand. So, I mean, he went from, he had basically, like, what is that, 12 points of burn?
Yeah.
And that's outside of combat.
Well, not even counting the barrel off the Gangplank either.
Right, so. Right. I mean, with the Gangplank and the Zap spray in,
we're not even talking about the damage. Yeah, or the 2 draw steps that were going to happen before all those spells got cast as well, So, yeah. with no... Outside of Neverglade Collector, no real good way to gain life. You can definitely take him down. I'll tell you a little story about my experience with Endure. I always like building decks that beat Endure, and last format, Ash Sejuani, those 2 decks were very popular. And I was doing it with the Zombie Ash and the Casino. They were both great against those decks. But I've been playing a little Swain TF in some recent events, and I just ran. I don't play much Swain TF, and I was asking my chat and some other respected players, I'm like, what is the worst matchup for Swain TF? Because this deck seems great. They're like, oh, the Endure match. And I played against it in both tournaments combined like 5 to 6 times, and I won all the games. And they were close, but it's like you said, coming down to Endure, if you can keep yourself, be very aggressive early to keep yourself above atrocity range, like 15, and you can really lock them out with the stuns with the Leviathan, like you said. So that's how I found the match playing out, for sure.
Yeah, if they get the ideal Endure start where they've killed enough guys to make like a 12-12 on turn 7, then they have a shot. Yeah. But if that's all they have on like turn 7, if it depends on who's got the initiative too, because if like they can't attack you on that turn 7, they get maybe 1 attack, and if you can absorb enough damage to not die to atrocity, then you get to play Leviathan and probably take over the game. So you may not have a lot of direct answers to the card that you Endure itself, but you're
got some soft interaction. Right. Depending on how it's played out and how it develops, because you do have Arachnoid Sentry. If you have a leveled Swain, you can get the stun off like that if they have to develop it on the turn that they're attacking. So there's more play to it than what the deck list should suggest. Straight up, like
and you can Twisted Fate stun it. Like if you have if they play an Endure on 7 and you play a Twisted Fate to stun it, they can't attack you till 9. So then you get to play Leviathan next turn.
Yeah, and as we see with these Endure decks, outside of a Callista doing 3 damage, second Callista, if the Callista's still in play.
Yeah, they're not.
They don't have any good ways to remove a Swain. So Swain, like a turn 5 Swain's just in play. Like the entirety of the game. Also threatening because of the Fearsome. So a lot of those units, some of them do block well, but a lot of them are little 1/1s and 2/1s and spiders and stuff. So if you can get a decent stun in, Swain can connect. Which is also scary.
Fate can just do all kinds of work. Like if you draw 2 Twisted Fates, you can use the first one to clear a Blighted Caretaker turn. Yeah. And then you can use the second one to stun and Endure.
Yeah, if the Endure player is on the evens, that TF red card is very juicy on turn 4. Because a Caretaker on 6 isn't that exciting. You really want to have a good Caretaker on your 3 or 4. So getting jammed up by that. The cards can line up to make the game very competitive. So I like the matchup. It was fun to play for sure. Especially maybe because I went into it with this, oh my gosh, endure, and then
There's
like,
also the new to this.
what are we playing for today? We are playing for cold hard cash, crispy greenbacks, big bucks, baby. More importantly, players are earning points. There's a point structure. This is one of 4 events that feed the invitational. Also, these events are going to be every 2 weeks. So if you enjoy the cast today and you want to play an event today, not today. If you want to play an event like this in the future, there's going to be another one in 2 weeks, and you can earn points. And then the top players with the most points will be invited to the invitational. Information about the invitational will be disclosed soon, but players are going to be earning points so they can get into the big invitational. You can only earn invites. There's no special invites. It's for you to win, basically. The invitational, I think we're working out the details here, but I think it's going to be 30-32. Don't quote me on this. Sled Fang versus IQ Ambrosius. Okay, round 3 is up. Do one of y'all want to, I was just plugging this event. Need to get all the event information. I don't want to give out fake news. So let's find out what we got here. IQ. I know we've been talking about it, but I don't know if we have it out. Try to run here. You can follow in the Discord some information there. Yeah, so it's going to be 24 invites to top point earners. There's going to be 4 events open to all with a cash prize. 32-person invitational for 1K in prizes with 24 invites to the top point earners, and 8 invites are via qualifiers. Last week there was the BR tournament, which gave out spots to the grand finalist. Black Boss from Team IQ won an invite, as well as Zinc Elemental. Both are qualified for the invitation already. So you could play in these events to earn points, or you can win qualifiers so that you can qualify to play against those 2 great players and many more. Put your name among the best 32 person. So should be a good event, and these events feed into it. So there will be another event this next week and the week after, but this is a 4 tournament series, but there's going to be opportunities to pick up the 8 invites in the qualifiers in the off weeks.
You want to hit up Hot Soup and see if he can stream?
Yeah.
He's got his points listed, but he's not streaming right now. He's playing Green Seers. I think they're both on Lux ASOL.
We definitely want to see that. Hot Soup.
Hot Soup versus Green Seers.
Oh, you know what? I think Hot Soup's actually out of town. I don't think he's by his computer. I don't know if he'll be able to stream.
Green Seers has Discord in his the caster info.
All right.
So
you want to send him a message? Where are we at here? Green Seers?
Yeah.
There he is. Okay. We're gonna find out. I'd love to see that Lux ASOL chicken match. That one would be good.
They're playing pretty similar lists too.
You know, we're asking Greg Words and watch us get in there, and they both banned it.
Buffalo right there. But the other deck is interesting too. We got Trundle War Mothers with Trendemere, and Swain TF for Green Seers lineup. And then for Hot Soup, he
Said yeah.
has Hot Soup's got PNZ. He's got Ezreal Karma, and
He's gonna stream it in the IQ channel. Go to
Nail
Team
Fight.
IQ. Join Casting Room 1.
Yeah.
Or wherever you see Green Seers.
No. I don't see a casting room 1.
You don't see Casting Room 1 underneath Runeterra tournaments?
No.
In the IQ? Oh.
I probably don't have permissions or something.
Let's see. I'm going to send Green Seers an invite, and I'm going to send... I guess I'll send you one too, Craig.
That'd be useful.
We will find out how useful in this next episode of DOR. Did you get in there? Test, test, test. No bueno? Messing this up here. Team technique. Team IQ. It's not working for me. Okay. I'm failing, y'all. Give me 1 sec. We failing out here. Craig Words, you still here?
I'm here, but I don't have permission for that channel.
Okay, well let's just add Green Seers to this call. How about that?
Yeah, fine with me.
How do we do that?
I assume you just like click on him and add him.
Oh,
Is
it's
that
right
an
here.
option?
He's got a friend me. I got a friend him. 1 sec. Are you still here, Craig?
Yeah, my video is like loading for some reason. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. My Discord is acting wild here.
Camera's back. Yeah, it'd probably be easier if we just had them join this chat each time. Or we could go to a central place and have everybody join that wants to stream.
Yeah, that way we don't have to move back and forth.
Right.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Okay, well, we can just do it here for now. Let me get in your call. Let me add Green Seers now that we're friends. Okay, group BM, there we go. Green Seers, if you want to share your screen. You there?
Hello, guys.
Hello. We're gonna you probably want, what's the best way to do this? Probably mute. You probably want.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear us, but just share your screen. Great.
Yes. There is no problem. I will
Thanks for streaming
mute here.
for us. Yeah. Thanks for streaming for us. All right, we got it. Let's go this way. Having a little mouse trouble here. Craig, can you hear me?
I'm here.
You the man. All right. I really want to find out a way to get rid of this.
Can't you just make a new overlay and set the screen to it? Set the, like the same thing you did with mine, just the whole screen.
Yeah, I could do that. Actually, I could just do it right here, actually. Oh, you know what I should do? I should just make it a Discord channel. I should just make it a whole new scene. Is like the idea.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I assume that's what you did with my pop out.
Yeah. Let's make a new one. Screen.
I like what Green Sears did here already.
With
Putting
ban?
putting the decimals in front of his deck list to make it easy to access.
Yeah, that is good when I generally go for the exclamation mark.
Yeah.
But yeah. Up against the IQ hot soup. Two of Brazil's best.
He is playing against Lux Asol in this first game.
All right.
He was not scared. He did not ban that. I don't know what got banned.
You see
Maybe
the full
deep?
mulligan, not holding on to the. Yeah, deep seems like it would be pretty scary in these mid-range matches.
We're going to see a lot of passing here. Maybe see a Remembrance on turn 3.
Here it
Yep,
is.
he has a Remembrance.
No ramp, no real play from Green Sears. Just going to have to eat this 5 or more, potentially. Picks up a Vengeance. That's a good draw.
Vengeance is a great draw here. Otherwise, he had basically nothing to do.
Yeah. To do
You know, I
nothing
guess
to the
Vengeance-
turn 5 Trundle or Hearthguard.
Vengeance and Trundle. I mean, is he just going to take the 5? I think you got to spin this Vengeance here.
Yeah. Yeah, you really run the risk of taking the 5. There's not going to be a bigger play from Hot Soup with only 4 mana than what you see here. So.
Yeah. Now, do you lead with the Trundle or the Hearthguard here?
Personally, I always play Hearthguard first. Because I want them juices. I want them juicy top decks. Because what happens if I draw another Trundle and it's got a +1/+1?
Well, that is good.
Now, if you draw some kind of ramp, I can see playing the Trundle, so you can play the ramp on the in-between turn after the Trundle. The 6th turn to go right from Trundle, ramp, and then here comes the Pillar. Get it marching. I think it does depend on the draw here. I think normally I would probably just play the Hearthguard, but especially with no spell mana like Troll Chant, I would just do the top deck pump for sure. Unless I drew ramp with his atrocity here, yeah, I'm just gonna get it growing.
And he agrees.
I'll lean towards that, but with the Trundle, I think it's only different. I think if you have ramp to move into it, because when you don't have the attack token, you could ramp and then you catch the attack token back on the Pillar turn.
Yeah, that's important. So who do you think is favoring this matchup?
Honestly, I think the Atrocity Ladros endgame is stronger than the Asol, just being able to just kill. It depends on if there's Star Shaping. I need to look at Hot Soup's list. What do you think?
I believe he has Star Shaping. Like, you can't play Asol Lux without playing Star Shaping in your deck.
Right.
That
that's
would be
what
a
I
problem.
assumed, but yeah, here it is right here.
Yeah, he's got the max Star Shaping.
Yeah, Max Remembrance as well. It has Concerted Strike ×3. That's going to be a big deal in breaking up this Atrocity lineup that Green Sears is trying to set up for the end game. Let me pull up Green Sears list. I don't know. How do you think the end game of this match probably plays out? Because that's the most important part, I'd say. Once you get beyond the beginning, nobody's really going to get run over in the beginning. It's like turn 8 and up where the real play happens.
It probably depends on how these Star Shaping hits go for Hot Soup, I think. Like we mentioned before, the Celestial bodies can be just unbeatable. I mean, look at this hand. How did this hand possibly beat a 17 power evasive elusive with spell shield, for example. I mean, I guess he has the troll chant to break the spell shield, but then what?
Well, we have
Atrocious.
already seen him run through a single vengeance.
Right.
So
So he doesn't. He's limited on his answers to that sort of play. But we'll see what Hatsu develops. That's not great. That really plays into this whale that would have otherwise been pretty bad. And the Biofeast. I think you just make an attack here, though. Trundle regenerates. He's probably thinking, does he attack with the Rekindler or not? No attack. It's really strange. What do you think he's playing around with the Trundle? Not attacking. A Hush, maybe? To stop the regen?
that's possible.
But that's going to happen on this turn anyway.
Yeah, and
I mean,
having Troll Chant already, like they're not gonna like. It would take 2 turns to kill the Trundle with
Yeah,
the Hush.
I'm really surprised by that no attack. You either get 4 damage in or you kill a guy, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, that's what it appears to be.
I think this game really favors Green Seers, but Asol can do some crazy stuff.
Maybe I was looking at the deck list on that last turn. Was their mana up? Because it could be
3
consideration.
mana.
Just 3 mana. Yeah, I don't know.
3 mana is not going to do a whole lot. Now this is a great Troll Chant. This just takes all the wind out of his sails.
Yeah. Big trick. Trade in 2 mana trick for 2 mana trick, but then
Get some damage on that Radiant Guardian because it's eventually got to die.
all right, we see the Pale Cascade.
Okay. Does he have another one? Does he have the third? Oh, he has the third Pale Cascade of the game.
Wow.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Now does he go for the atrocity here? What else is he going to do with that mana?
That's rough. This is also going to get a clean 7 attack on one of these pillars, potentially.
He could just atrocity away the Rekindler to finish it off.
Yeah. Wow. No, gonna let it roll.
You think he's saving both atrocities?
Yeah, could be trying to set up a Ruination turn. And it's like, well, you're at 20. I'm not worried about the life gain. I'm not going to take any damage this turn. Nope, going to curve it right into
Or right into Ledros?
Ledros, yeah. It's going to be tough because, picks up right when I was saying it. Unspeakable Horror to be able to...
Perfect.
That should probably be cast. If there's any response here... Oh, no, it doesn't need to be cast now. Because going to 10, you could put them down to 9 and then the Atrocity. Double Atrocity on the next turn. Perfect 12 mana,
Yeah,
too.
that's perfect.
It's a great draw by Green Seers. Can't ask for more. This is that line we were talking about earlier. Now enabled by the Unspeakable Horror being able to hit Nexus.
Now, Hot Soup has a lot of life gain, as we mentioned.
Yeah, just
He got
on board.
Chasing.
Yeah, plus just
Yeah.
the just on board Radiant Guardian's probably good for 5 between a strike or... Also, that play is going to be tough to pull off. At least with the strike, you do have the second Atrocity, but... Looks like we're just going to try and make some value Ledros plays here.
Yeah, he's
Not
not
trying to
even,
commit.
not even trying to combo him out here. Letting him go to 15. Yes, I think still could be anyone's game.
Yeah, it's up there. It really depends on what Hot Soup has for the end game. We could see an A-Soul come next turn, especially being above Atrocity range. after this heal.
Yeah, we might see some Vile Feast Ruination to pick off an Asol.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 15, the Celestial Dragon could win this game. I mean, is it virtual like 6 with the atrocity? So.
The Celestial Dragon. What do you mean?
Like I'm saying, Celestial has a stronger end game if he's not on total.
Yeah, it's a virtual 6. Yeah. I mean, there's some counterplay, especially now that the Latros is damaged. Even a single combat can counter one atrocity to trade up for mana.
Yeah, and we know he has Hush in his deck, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot that can go wrong here. I think these matchups are always pretty close. It's hard to say who's like really favored because there's a lot of jockeying for position. At this stage, even though double atrocity answers to Asol, I feel like Hot Soup is favored just because he's playing Celestial cards, like the aforementioned Star Shaping.
Yeah, back up to 10, and this could be...
Now back up to 20.
Oh, back up to 20, I meant. And the... We could see some big haymakers come down. We're on 10.
He could force a Ruination this turn. Now, War Mother's Call, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
That might be the stabilizing power he needed.
It's an interesting card here because if there is a big elusive, there could be a game with chicken with the pass here. We see a soft pass with a 3/6. Don't have to worry about Asol here. Maybe the big elusive, the 8-drop that undies the Phoenix looking thing.
The Phoenix would be good here.
Ooh,
for sure.
That's the stones.
Bad 12 mana hit.
Oh, 12 mana 1/5, y'all. Great value. But
apparently Hatsu just has a bunch of interaction because he is just swinging with little dudes.
Yeah, could have like the 9 mana
Hush.
double obliterate. That one might be good. Hush. This could be.
Hush.
Wouldn't be surprised if Green Sears is trying to block with this Ladros to maybe replay it and cut that life total back down a little bit.
He has to be aware that he's going to get hushed if that happens.
Yep. But I mean, at this point, these atrocities we see, I guess we do have War Mothers rolling. So making room for War Mothers is not the worst.
Yeah, I
probably block with the stones just to clear out the room for the War Mothers.
Yep, that's what he does.
Keep the Ladros in play.
Yeah, this is a game that's going to go pretty long.
Yeah, with the War Mothers constantly filling the board. There could be, Hot Soup with 5 cards. It does have less cards. Green Series has a reset. This is pretty notable. No Asol to just turn out that advantage with the Celestial cards. We do have a big Celestial card off of 1 Star Shaping yet to be revealed. This board is not that powerful. Cantrip and digging. Got to try and find an Asol to be able to keep up with this end game here. Now that the War Mothers is cast.
Yeah, War Mothers really changed that game.
But another stones.
Third stones? Wow.
Well, Green Sears is a rock with this deck, so
if he makes this Ruination play, he's in a world of hurt if Asol's the follow-up. Imagine if he just Hush. He's going to play the Hush here. Hush into Asol. Practically unbeatable.
Yeah, trying to make room for this War Mothers. Seeing these attacks with these stones. Not really getting any damage. Yeah, that's what this attack's all about.
You gotta think there's a Hush coming for this Ladros.
Yeah. Hot Soup does play 2 Hushes. We haven't seen one once this game yet.
I think this would be a spot you'd want to play yours.
Yeah, being able to clear up the Ladros.
Yeah.
Has full mana. Could even have the 10 follow-up if Hot Soup found the Asol. There's the Hush.
Yep. I mean,
Do you
you
see
knew
a
he had
hush on
offense.
anything else? No, you let it roll with these
No,
stones.
no, no. Now, whether you play an ASOL if you have it is a question, because you got to be wary of the Ruination combos.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about the War Mothers. Once it's cast, you can leave these high mana removal spells up to be able to win that pass game. It's all a consideration of having enough board space to be able to make use of that. And I think these pillars are both strong because they want to be attacked, and then also being able to just throw your stones under the bus and just repeatedly batter and try and trade them off to be able to. I don't think that Green Series is going to have too much trouble keeping board space for this War Mothers. Yeah, here comes the ASOL.
There's the ASOL, and it's going to get the Ruination Vile Feast.
Yeah, and then we don't have to worry about board space at all. We'll have a free open range for all the War Mother treats popping out of the deck. We haven't seen Trinamir yet. We haven't seen. There's more Trundle. There's at least one more Trundle in the deck. Just one. There's one more Trundle left.
Now, this is the spot where you're really hoping on the Living Legends. Hitting a Living Legends on this amount of cards in hand is pretty fantastic. Because you're talking about a draw 5, draw 6.
Yes. Could also have the Living Legends already.
That's not the right order. You have to do it the other way, don't you?
No, this is correct. The Vile Feast is going to resolve first and clear the
okay,
shield.
okay. Yeah.
I mean, it depends on if you want to keep the spider or kill the ASOL, you know? So, I guess it's open to interpretation. Trinamir off the hit. The heat's turning up.
Right.
We still see these 2 atrocities been hanging around in Greenseer's hand. Could see, doesn't have to commit with the War Mother. That's the beautiful part. Yeah. Doesn't even need to play the Trundle here. Just no reason not to take this open attack. Makes both of these atrocities lethal.
I'm really surprised about the pass there from Hot Soup. I don't know what he could have in his hand. What could that pass have been about? He got 2 Celestial cards that cost 7 or more.
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily, because one of them came. Yeah. You're right. One from the Star Shaper.
He discovered one off the Star Shaper, one off the. Yeah. Like now, I think he's just dead to the. Yeah.
Double atrocity here.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. So. Yep. Eventually, that Trinamir did his job.
Yeah, the War Mothers, that's the biggest thing in the match, because these late game mid range decks, they are like 1 spell, very rarely 2 spell a turn when you're playing 10 drops, 8 drops, 9 drops for your threats. Think Ladros and ASOL, as we saw there. It's like 1 spell a turn type commitment. And if you can pop off that War Mother's landed on a safe turn, which was there because the biggest punish to that War Mothers would have been the Phoenix, because the Phoenix would have been Celestial halved the life total or more, and then really put the heat on them. And then hitting 2 stones off of that would have been terrible, but there was no follow-up to capitalize on the 2 stone hits. And even if there was, that Vile Feast / horror into Ruination could have covered. So Hot Soup, I don't think drew too well at the end of that game.
Yeah, I really would like to see his side of it, to see what Celestial cards he got, because he didn't play either of them. So, did he take the 9 mana, obliterate 2 guys, and didn't want to spend it on the Tryndamere by itself? That seems wrong. Seems like he would have just done that. So, I don't know.
It's possible. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, there was 3 choices, and I think any one of them would have been castable. Even a Living Legends at that point, you know?
Yeah, I would have slammed Living Legends on the turn he had 10, and he passed into the Tryndamere. But all 3 ASOLs, this is going to be a hard game to win, I think.
Yeah.
But
it is a mirror. It is a mirror. The notable difference in list, Hot Soup is playing Pale Cascade, which could make for great trades in the mid game. Whereas Green Sears
His
is
curve is actually pretty good,
not.
considering the 3 dead ASOLs for quite a while.
Yeah,
His
look at
curve's
this.
okay.
This scout curve is gonna really
Yeah,
put Hot Soup to task.
I mean, he got the best hit off of the Remembrance, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
We got some emote interaction going.
Oh yeah. Well, Hot Soup with that pass with 7
Passing
mana,
on 7.
passing on 7, and Green Sears is thinking about taking it. I mean, I almost general principle every time, but it's hard to take it with 2 scout attacks here, potentially pushing 16 damage. Wow, what a pass!
That's a respect for Radiant Guardian, I think.
Very, very big. Well, yeah, or not so much that, but maybe the remembrance into it. Sitting on 4 natural mana, like if it was 5, that's an easier pass. I think.
Oh yeah.
But sitting on
Remembrance
4 and 3 spell mana, it's a different one.
That is a crazy pass, then.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, it's a big one.
I mean, he gets 5 of it back theoretically, but that would have been an attack for 8. Or even if he blocked, it would have been an attack for.
Well, we probably would have seen an attack for 8, and then maybe a block. And the Star Shaping is another good thing I wasn't thinking. Can heal the 5 back,
Sure,
and then you can push the other 5.
8.
But then you don't burn any mana. But now, I don't know. That's a lot of damage to pass, I think.
It is a lot of damage. And he's not going to make the same play. Well, now he wouldn't get the mana advantage, but.
It also could have been a hush on the to get a clean trade. It is a 2 for 1 last turn, and then
I think you're okay with that, though.
yeah, late game hush is pretty big in an A-Soul mirror. Being able to turn off your opponent's A-Soul.
Yeah.
Break the spell shield.
Yeah, I'm really liking Green Sears board right now.
Yeah, I'm not liking Hot Soup's draws both of these games. Not really mustering much of a board state at all. Even if he made it to A-Soul, not having any power, being this far behind could be difficult.
Yeah, this ASOL, is going to flip unless something very drastic happens. And that's when you see those Grizzled Rangers. Those Grizzled Rangers are really nice at having power on the board for ASOL. Now this is an easy attack because of the hush. Probably. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if he does block the 5/3, then he can hush to get rid of the Radiant Guardian. Although he might just set up a concerted strike next turn. He figures he's not going to actually play a hush anyway, so he might as well just play the Lux and swing out, right?
Yeah. The only thing is if you're playing the Lux and you're not attacking with the Lux, then why did you play the Lux?
Yeah.
Didn't think that through. I don't think Lux is a good attack here because it could be a block into a single combat to finish it off.
Or a hush.
Yeah, or a hush, yeah. So I think you needed to make this attack before. Think about this whole turn. Green Sears might still go with it though.
No, I think he's just going to pass now.
Yep. The most scouts that don't like to attack.
Yep. I think that earlier attack would have been great though.
Right now, Hot Soup is down a game. Green Sears took one off with Trundle Trundamere off of Hot Soup's Lux A-Soul. Now we're getting the mirror match.
Yeah, you gotta think Green Sears is favorite here, with a Lux in play and multiple ways to trigger it.
Yeah, even at burst speed with the Hush. Okay. A little soft pass from Hot Soup.
Yeah, play a little irrelevant body.
Yeah, it's mostly about passing priority. Even has could be a heal on this Moose. Could be a play too to soft pass back with a burst spell.
Yeah. And then he's got the Conservative Strike to flip Lux and get his beam on. Yeah, Grizzled Ranger is a nice card in this deck for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, its inclusion is good. Yeah, we've seen it in previous formats, just being a great enabler to turn on the Radiant Guardian. But like you said, having straggling bodies of 3 power can really help to make sure you have the bodies around to level the ASOL and slow the game down. Just being 2 blockers in the mid game while you're setting up your Lux is big.
Imagine if that card had 4 power.
I can't imagine a world where that would ever happen, actually.
I mean, that seems like weird game design.
What timeline would that be? Jeez.
Yeah, Grizzled Ranger at one point was probably the most overpowered card in the game.
Gonna go for the double hush here. I think
That
double
is
hush.
totally fair.
No, just gonna go for the single and see what Hot Soup has in response to that. Fine with the trade on the left. Doesn't mind giving up the front end of the
Grizzled Ranger, yeah.
Grizzled Ranger, yeah. So now
Yep.
a commitment here with the Pale Cascade. The game of chicken continues. Will it be a second hush on the Radiant Guardian, or are we going to see a possible Concerted Strike for a big play?
I think you just hush again.
Yeah.
Because then you get the beam. You get the beam anyway. Who cares?
Yeah, you get the beam anyway. And then
You
you
get
also
the
get the
beam.
level up on the Lux to make sure that a single combat from the Radiant Guardian won't kill it.
Yeah, this is totally fine.
There's a lot of upside to the second hush here. And I'm pretty sure Hot Soup knows that, so I can't wait to see what the response is going to be. Or Green Seer is just going to make that direct play.
I assume Concerted Strike on the because then it's she survives Concerted Strike too. So no, she wouldn't. Okay, so he's gonna Concerted Strike the Lux, I guess, after the hush.
No, unless the damage happen.
That is
now if the turn passes. Okay, we're going to see Radiant Guardian come down. I was going to say, it's tough to pass again because if the Radiant Guardian picks back up the tough.
The tough, yeah.
That could be difficult. And here's a Concerted Strike.
This is exactly what I was expecting, except I think you should have taken that when he had a better play at it.
It's also a tough spot because we've seen one Star Shaper from Hot Soup. We know Hot Soup plays the full set. A heal on this Radiant Guardian could make for a good block here on this 3-1. To just revert back up that life total. Now, the game is still going long, and we did mention the big elephant in the room, triple ASOL and Green Seer's hand. We're starting to get in that territory with the game still being about even.
Yeah, this game might come down to who hits better on Celestial cards.
Yeah, or just like being able to level the ASOL the turn it comes down.
Right.
And
which they're both in position to do.
Yeah, and Green Seer's in a great position to also deny Hot Soup with a single combat at the same time.
Now, do you Sunburst down this 5-1 here?
Well, the problem is, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the Star Shaping. The Star Shaping can heal it up to 5 toughness with tough. No, that just kills it. Okay, yeah. It would maybe. I think we've seen 2 Pale Cascades already, so it would have to be a combination of the heal and Pale Cascade. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Sides against it. Now, Green Sears finally draws a Star Shaping.
Yeah, the turn before the ASOL too. Could possibly pick up the 7 drop to make sure that they have enough power to level this ASOL next turn. Nope, gonna go. Gotta respect this Lux here.
Yeah, and he can still play the Star Shaping too.
And has the strike up.
Yep. And the single combat. Everything's available except the 10 mana cards in his hand.
Which will be available once per turn, starting next turn.
Yeah. Could see a lot of Verlaine souls. The problem is, though, both players are going to have leveled A souls if this develops the same way.
Yeah.
If Hot has a way to clear one of these guys off the board, he should probably take it because he doesn't want 20 power.
Well, this A Soul also does have an attack token next turn. Could pick up potential Fury +1 power.
That's true. Hush into single combat?
Yeah, to get the beam.
Oh no, he's just leveling. He's just
Double
getting
Hush
the beam.
to level and get the beam. Just trading a Hush for a beam to be able to clear out this, to try and clear out this board.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, it's going to come down to leveling this A Soul. Whoever's the first one to level the A Soul, I think, is probably going to be in the best spot.
Well, if he's stargazing, he's not going to be able to level the A-Soul.
Right. Well, with all of Hot Soup's mana hit, with the single combat play is here.
And neither player has a leveled A-Soul now. So
that's right. But this A-Soul coming down might not be able to attack if Hot Soup has their own A-Soul. So we could see A-Soul trades. Potentially, no. Just going to soften up.
This is a... Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter.
No. It doesn't really. The game is about what we have said it's been about. Once past turn 7, when the board kind of evened out, it's coming down to level and A-Soul. And if you can get any bodies off the board on Hot Soup side, that's going to be the play.
Yep, and it's going to be A-Soul into A-Soul. I'd say Green Sears is favored because he has more power. His two guys that aren't A-Soul are better than Hot Soup's two guys that aren't A-Soul.
Yeah. Also, double Nexus health.
Yeah, double the Nexus health with a Stargazing. So I think Green Sears is comfortably ahead. All that scout damage really added up, but it could have added up even more if he had that extra 8 damage in the beginning. You gotta think he takes Supernova here. He can proc it with a few cards.
Well, it's interesting.
You could have gone for the Scourge, I guess, but I don't think that was the play.
Well, the Scourge on the off turn, when you don't have the attack token, I kind of like. Because your opponent has to develop the A-Soul, and it can usually attack and kill A-Soul as well. Or make your A-Soul be able to attack into their A-Soul with the pump. I like it a little better than the... if you have no other plays, I like it a little better than the non-mana spell. The double obliterate. Now, picking up this 0-mana snake is
a huge deal.
Very big pickup off of this A-Soul. Being able to threaten a level up without spending any mana in this game of pass chicken is, see, there's the pass. It's going to be just monstrous. Wouldn't be surprised to see.
It does cut off the obliterate, but I think you still do it.
Well, as long as it's in play, it makes it more risky for sure. You can still cast it if the Serpent is in play.
Right.
So, it also reduced the cost of the Sky's Descent, which is not irrelevant.
Yeah, Sky's Descent might be the play this turn regardless. Killing 2 3/2s and getting the spell shield off the A-Soul.
I mean, regardless, this 2-1 Hot Soup has to act.
Right, he can't let A-Soul flip here. He either has to threaten his own flip or deal with a lot of creatures.
Okay, the A-Soul attack offering a trade or just a 10 chunk. While also passing priority. I think this is a good attack.
Yeah, I think this is an easy no block, though. No block, pass back. You're flipping your A-Soul and they aren't. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Hot Soup's pinched, but making the best with what he has. I think with that
Yeah.
attack,
Yeah, no, I think you have to make that attack.
take the 10 chunk and try and hope for a steal with the Celestial, an elusive Celestial. I think that's like your best course of action at this point. And then give Green Seers a chance to maybe play into something. What do you like here? Just a pass back? I still got the level up. What are you gonna do now?
Yeah, no, I mean that was if you don't block, then that's what your play is. It's just passing back. Otherwise, you would have made a block and just played another ASOL. Which is like a legitimate other play. Like, that might not have been terrible. But I think this is a better play.
Okay, we're gonna break the shield on the ASOL.
Break the shield on the ASOL. Now, yeah, I guess that wouldn't have mattered that much. He could have popped the shield on the ASOL with his Concerted Strike.
Yeah.
It would have been a safer move, but
I think a combination that Hot Soup would like to see here would be a Concerted Strike to kill the ASOL, and then when the next one comes down, have also single combat to maybe take out the Radiant Guardian with the ASOL and grow it.
yeah, but that's not going to work out, as we know. Because we're going to see a follow-up Radiant Guardian here.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, or a follow-up
Or does he
ASOL.
go for another ASOL?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he plays another ASOL and then Hot Soup can follow with a single combat, then this game's going to be back on parity, but Hot Soup got 10 damage in.
Yeah.
And it's going to make the next series even more interesting.
Okay. This is a
interesting play. Probably gonna look to develop the Radiant Guardian and try and push this.
Well, this is not going to save his ASOL.
It will. It's 11-1. Use the eye, Craig Words. Use the eye. It's because the ASOL is going to catch the Fury off of the strike.
Oh, right. Concerted Strike. I was thinking it was a.
And then if it baits out a single combat to force the trade, or then you still gonna have the Radiant Guardian play.
Yeah. No, this is great.
Yeah, and then you just pass back. If there is a single combat, nope, level up as planned. Yeah, Hot Soup is going to be in some hot water here.
Aptly named.
And the sisters can fill the board for free.
Now, what do you think? What's your first action with this?
I'm liking an open attack now that we still have this challenger, to be honest with you. Because you have another ASOL you can play.
Yeah, you have 8. You have 8 damage.
You have 8 damage. Force him to use a stargazing, something like that.
Yeah, I don't hate an open attack.
You even have the heal for the ASOL if they make the block with the 3/2. I like it. You still push the 8 damage. They have to heal themselves. Alright, gonna look for more Celestial cards to play for free. Gonna try and overwhelm.
A Meteor Shower is really good here. Because it opens up the Obliterate.
Yeah, I think Hot Soup has to try and kill ASOL right now. Well, if that's available. Sky's Descend is uncastable right now with only 12 mana.
Mm-hmm.
I
think Hot Soup will be back in this game if he kills that ASOL.
Yes. Now that Green Seer spent some mana. But what could it be? It has to be another Concerted Strike. If it was a single combat, we would have seen that last turn. This card was drawn the turn before.
It could be the Sunburst, but we know he has the counter for that. He has the Stargazing on the ASOL to counter a Sunburst.
Right. It has to be a
Concerted Strike.
Has to be a strike. Oh no. It's just straight Fallen Comet. This is a big this is huge.
Yeah, that's why
huge comment right there. I think you have to come with an open attack. Now
either open attack or you play one of your big plays.
Yeah, and
Sun Sisters would have been good.
has 9 mana though, but they still have a shield on that Ace Soul. I don't know. This could turn into Hot Soup's favor here. I mean,
He's probably not leveling the ASOL this turn, but still.
yeah, we could also see Sisters go really wide here, with no Radiant Guardian.
Right?
Yeah, Sisters could go really wide here, I think.
Yeah, Sisters, like, it's 4 guaranteed. I mean, not guaranteed, but most likely 4. And then you can challenge a guy, and then he gets 1 block, right? So it's hard to imagine. There aren't that many combinations of cards that beats the Sisters here.
Right.
You can't Radiant Guardian. No way. Why would you Lux?
Yeah, if anything, you can fish even more with the Celestial Invoker that Green Sears just picked up. But I think the Sisters is probably the most straightforward play.
Huge here. I mean, he's close to beating a Stargazing too, right?
No, going to develop a Lux.
That's not what I was expecting.
No, this is all the plays that Green Sears can make this turn. So Lux does have a shield. Nothing died on Hot Soup's side, so a Radiant Guardian can't really help on this defense.
I mean, he's still presenting lethal, but I think there are a lot more ways out of this for Hot Soup. If you played Soul Sisters, you'd be the same thing. You just have an extra 4 power body that can't be blocked, right?
That's right.
So I really don't like this.
Okay.
I don't like this line. So now he doesn't have lethal. Wait, does he have lethal? 2.
No, it's not lethal.
Yeah, because he only gets 3 blockers.
Yeah, and again, we might see this Badger Bear be the body. You know, just staying, like you mentioned earlier, just being a stick-around body that can aid in leveling the ASOL. This ASOL, now, one thing to note is that this ASOL that comes down right here, if Green Series plays it, is already leveled. Ready to go.
Yeah, it's leveled already, so we're in business to play Celestial cards.
Okay, we're going to see an attack to pass priority more than anything else. Not going to get much out of this attack, I don't think. Maybe set up deployment of Radiant Guardian. Yeah.
But I think you block with your own Radiant Guardian just to gain the life.
Yeah.
That's why this attack doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Hot Soup takes it back.
I think the best shot that Hot Soup has is to have the 9-drop. Okay, we're going to see a Lux developed here. Like a big elusive Celestial it always seems to be the haymaker you want to try and clear through the slog on this board. Has some Living Legends with the leveled ASOL. This hand's going to empty. It's going to be empty, and with only 6 mana, I don't see how Hot Soup can possibly remove this ASOL.
I don't think there's a combination of cards in his deck that does. He could make 1 beam, and then that's not going to do it.
It could be a double hush. Double hush here will turn off the ASOL. That could be huge.
That would be huge, actually.
And then,
but then next turn, what does he do?
Well, he will get to level up this ASOL here.
That's
potentially.
True. Well, he doesn't know the single combat, but
yeah,
single combat is going to prevent that.
Yeah, we're going to see the double hush play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
And then I assume we're going to see a fight.
But who's the fight with? The 3/2?
Radiant Guardian and the 3/2, I think.
Yeah, it's going to deny the level up on the ASOL.
Denies the ASOL level up, gains you 5 life. You definitely can't pass. There's no way a pass is the right play. I think you just pick off the 3/2.
Yeah. Get you a little buff on the life.
Decrease.
Decrease their board. Start it off next turn with I don't know. I think maybe the Fallen Comet. Take out the Lux. Take out the maybe burst the shield and set up a Skies Descend.
I don't think that was the third Hush. There was a turn where he played 2 Hushes, but it's because it makes a copy of itself.
Yeah. That's actually the
Fairly
first Hush
sure.
we saw on Hot Soup side. We saw Green Sears play a Hush
No,
earlier.
no. Hot Soup hushed to level his Lux in the first place.
Okay. Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
that
you're
was
right.
it.
You're right.
He played 2 in the
So
same turn.
Hot Soup is out of Hushes. That was the
Yeah,
last
he's only
Hush.
got 2 in the
Hush
list. Yeah, he is out.
Let's check out the Snake Art.
Snake art, that's important to look at. Alright, what do you open with?
The Obliterate. I really think it's the Obliterate.
That's
Because
fair.
now the shield is off of this A-Soul. We could see like a concerted strike and really turn down Green Sears' turn.
We know he's just gonna play another ASOL.
Yeah.
The third ASOL may come in clutch here.
Yeah, but even
Yeah,
if that happens, we're still seeing close to lethal with the snake and everything else. Yeah. Okay, going for the big Obliterate.
He's on Obliterate. But then we know he's just gonna play the other ASOL and be fine with it.
Yeah. And then really just A-Soul with the snake should just end it with the open attack.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
why not Living Legends?
Cosmic Inspiration into Living Legends.
Why not cast all this free goody celestial nonsense we got? Start with that one.
Really stick it to him.
Put the show on for the people here. What can you do with this deck? What can you do when everything's free?
This is the final level.
Yeah, this is A-Soul's final form. If you haven't seen this, I know we've been waiting to see it.
I mean, come on, it's got to be the Destroyer. Oh.
No, you get overwrite.
Yeah.
You get overwrite the 5/6.
Yeah, overwrite him. Yeah.
We haven't. No, don't play Destroy first. We need a bigger. We need a bigger Living Legends. This is not enough. This will not do. Green Sears, this is not enough. Oh, 16.
Yeah, that's right. Get him in there.
I get it. He wanted a Living Legends to get a bigger Destroyer. Checks out.
He could have got it so much bigger. the touch to finish the game with.
Yeah, found the way. The A-Soul on top of A-Soul.
He only went to negative 43.
Really? It came down exactly like you said. Great words on turn 7. It's who's going to level this A-Soul first. And Green Sears was in a good position to do so. Nice. Good game. I think we'll go ahead and cut back to the caster screen here.
Kate was saying in the chat that there were 2 spots where they cast Hush. It's just me now, apparently.
No, it's not even you anymore. We'll get
Yeah,
you
it's not
back.
me.
We'll get you back, Craig. We gotta end this stream is the problem. I don't know how to do this exactly. We can remove these people from the group. Stop watching. Oh yeah, we gotta get off the full screen. There we go. We got Craig Words back to normal size. Yeah, it was just like you dialed it up. The first one to level the A-Soul has the biggest advantage. The mana swings. These late game mid range matches where you're playing one threat a turn most of the time. The big impactful stuff. Being able to hit 2. You see the Shadow Wild Trundle deck do the same thing with Revitalizing Roar sometimes. To be able to play the Ladros and Atrocity in the same turn. Those hacks are like the biggest ways to turn it around when you're behind. And there wasn't much Hot Soup could do. I don't think, running that 7 and 8 turn.
No, I mean I think Green Sears gave up a lot of damage and some value on not killing the. He could have killed the Radiant Guardian earlier that he just refused to. So, I mean, I think the way the draw came out, drawing your good, like having the Remembrance on 3, really put him ahead the whole game.
Yeah. Looks like round 4 is up.
Wow, that was the last match going.
Yeah, wow. Did you expect anything else?
It did level a soul.
It was level A soul. That didn't happen until like turn 14. So round 14. And then went on turns after that. And then we had to listen, can't rush these beautiful things. When we got a Living Legends leveled A soul, we want to see it all. We didn't even get it all.
Yeah, we saw a halfway.
I want a refund. I'll take store credit. Come on, man.
All right, so who we got in the standings here?
Looking at it, we have Cephalopod versus Guardia. That's probably going to be the biggest highlight match, I'd say. Guardia always runs big in those Reckoning tournaments. Great tournament player. Cephalopod, already talked about his resume. That'd probably be a good one to tune in for. Let's see if Cephalopod's not streamed until day 2, though. Maybe we get Guardia to stream on Discord. I think that would be a good one to watch. Do you see anything else, maybe?
I mean, Green Sears won that one, right? We could just feature him again, theoretically.
Yeah, do like King of the Hill.
Yeah, until he loses.
Yeah, that is something we can do.
I'll watch Lux A-Soul forever.
Yeah, well, we got the bias. We now at least you admit to it. He just wants to see the level up A-Soul. Who doesn't want to see it?
Well, I mean, all those plays are interesting. I mean, when like leveling up Lux, like what to spend beams on, jockeying for position on like trying to get 20 power. Like it's funny that the game was like ultimately about like who can have 20 power on the board at the end of turn. So, I mean that's fun card gaming.
Let's see. Who won? Do we have standings? Standings for round 3. Who won between Ambrosius and I want to get one of those guys on here. Ambrosius or Sledfang? Sledfang, both of them top 16 last week. Oh, I'm looking on the Discord.
Goblin's trio.
I'm messing this camera up. Fail broadcast here.
Trio. Sutracon's trio. Yeah, if you look on the round 3 at the bottom, they have the standings.
Okay. I'm looking. Oh, why don't I just do a little Control F? Yeah, let's try and get Ambrosius in here. Ambrosius has a sweet Jinx deck. Running it back from last week. Let's get Ambrosius in here. Let's get him on the call. We want to get Ambrosius in here for sure. You want to pull up Ambrosius deck list? I want you to take a look at that Jinx deck. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut to the game. And then what we'll do is we'll open up the Discord and we'll add Ambrosius to the call. Here we go. Let's go.
Mono Jinx.
Yeah, Ambrosius, if you could deafen and share your screen.
Yo.
Yo, if you can deafen and share your screen in this call. That way we can get you on there. It looks like you muscled out the sled fang.
He conceded because he couldn't play tomorrow.
Oh, rip.
He conceded because he couldn't
So
play
it was
tomorrow.
no muscling. Okay. Well, we're gonna see if you can do some muscling here. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I just did. Can you see it?
I don't see it. Where are we at?
Yeah, I just did. Can you see it?
It's up.
Okay, yeah, it's right here. Okay, cool.
Can you see it?
Nice.
It's
Yeah,
up.
we can see it now. All right, great. So just make sure you deafen during your match.
Yep, doing it right now.
What was the ban? You can tell us the ban?
I banned Ender. He banned Standby. I'm still waiting on his ban. Give me a second.
You banned Endure. Okay.
Hopefully he doesn't ban Jinx.
Yeah, that's your baby deck, right? You top 16 last week with that?
Oh
Top.
yes.
Nice.
The only person to ban it was Sledfang in the top 8.
In the top 8. Okay, yeah. Nice. Tippy Tips. We just saw Tippy Tips earlier.
He banned Scouts.
Okay, well, good luck this round.
Thanks.
Make sure you deafen.
I'm doing it right now. How do you deafen and not just mute here?
There's just a button that says deafen. You have to. It should be in the window, I think. Oh,
I see the mute button, but not the deafen.
Uh,
you might just have to mute us, maybe. Oh yeah, if you right click on it, you can click whatever. Right click on yourself, and it should pull up deafen. Good luck.
yep. Tell him good luck after he deafens. Well played.
I'll try to get it in there right before. Squeeze it in there at the last second. Yeah, that Jinx deck is interesting. Six Jinx.
6 Jinx,
Because
yeah,
you-
with the entreat.
The entries. And we got Fury in the Nova times 2. Trapper is interesting because with Rummage, you can actually just draw it that turn. So on like a 4-mana turn, like you're 2 out of 3 to actually just draw into the 5/5 off a Rummage.
Yeah, Turbo
Pretty
Jinx. 3 Jinx. Urchin, Boom Crew Rookie. Flame Chompers times 2. Starlit Seer with 21 spells. Avarosian Trapper. One thing I like about this deck is you Trapper into the Yeti, you could Rummage right into the Yeti. That's pretty cool.
That's what I just said.
And yeah, that is what you just said, isn't it? But
Yeah.
but also like Trapper, yeah, getting the 1-mana Yeti. I mean, it's just solid. It's just solid.
Yeah, it's got some burn, the shots and the get excited, on top of the Fury of the North giving overwhelm.
Yeah,
The Boom Crew Rookie.
the Yeti's big for dealing with bigger threats, showing a big body. You have all the Piltover removal, small damage base removal, no thermos, so the body's gonna be relevant in some mid-range fights. To be able to hold the board down while you're firing Jinx rockets, singing Katy Perry firework, you know.
Yep. So we got TF Swain versus. Is it Swain Gangplank? Is his opponent playing? Tippy Tips. We saw him earlier, right?
Yes. Versus the
Yeah,
TF Gangplank. Yeah.
So this is going to be another burn heavy Fiesta mirror.
Do we see Ambrosius keep the guillotine?
Nothing like the stink of
It's
blood
really
and
respecting
sweat. Let's
the
get to
The
it.
Gangplank. Yeah, open deckless. Picked up the Make It Rain. Could set up
Packed 'em good.
no, probably gonna see Make It Rain with this barrel.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe
Which
a later TF and could set up a good guillotine turn.
This'll send 'em running.
Offers the trade with the barrel out.
Interesting.
Barrel's not super safe though. Make It Rain's a possibility. I think if you can get the trade, it's probably worth the trade.
Say your
The barrel is
farewells.
negligible.
Yeah, I think this is actually a fine attack.
Gets the 2 in. Has the
Not
Arachnoid
leaving anything
Sentry
on the table.
to punish
The
any
opposite.
develop.
Need riches.
The opposite of last match, not leaving anything on the table. Now he's got to think about whether he wants to make it rain or salvage. Does decide on the make it rain. If he gets make it rained in back, it's a pretty even trade.
Yeah, as even as a board can be. Both players down Make It Rains. Both players playing 2-1s. IQ Ambrosius down a mana.
Ye started without me.
Oh, that changes things a little bit.
Yeah, picks up the plunder though. Makes good use of the plunder. Death's Hand pickup. Going for the Century Flock play, it looks like.
Yep, I think that's good here.
Could see maybe not a TF. Wants to try and level this Gangplank, I think it's the biggest plan. Death's Hand, that is going to take out that Gangplank one.
We know he has the guillotine to finish off the Gangplank if he needs to. He's got the 6-mana removal for it.
Didn't know the boss had sent for you.
Plays the barrel into the attack.
Got a surprise
That's a
for you.
strange play.
I think the attack was gonna, or a flock was gonna happen. It's an interesting play right there.
Now, do you think you Death's Hand the 2/2 on this open attack? Or do you just play the swing?
I'd probably the Swain's not leveled yet.
Swing's looking pretty good with that hand, though.
Yeah, both 2 powers.
Neither the flames nor the depths could claim.
All right.
Captain.
Oh, now you get to just clean kill the Gangplank.
If that's how you want to play it, you might want to block with the spiders here. You can get the chip damage in, block the rest of it,
Bones will splinter.
possibly still make sure you have attackers for the barrel on the open. If you want to
It is,
open.
it's an interesting sequence.
Yeah.
Hang 'em by their entrails.
It's possible you just take all the damage. It is a little scary since you have no healing in your deck, but maybe just like blocking, like say the 2/2 comes in, which is not likely.
I'll buy us some time.
You can put the 1/1 on it instead of a big fury, but you might as well do the trade while you can.
I think you block with everything, and then you can guillotine twice next turn if you need to. Well, I guess just one guillotine if he's only going to block. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can be too greedy with the guillotine. I think you just got to guillotine this this Gangplank.
Just right now. Get it off the board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sets you up for a Swain Death's Hand on the next turn, and it's going to command another champion from.
Nope. He's going to do
Nope.
the play I mentioned, which is probably just guillotine.
Yeah.
Or he can just swing guillotine. either way, him having the gangplank on the table probably isn't that relevant.
No. Well, if you want to be super greedy and wait on the guillotine, you really can. Because it allows Tippy not to redevelop a new one.
That's true.
But you have to gauge that with, if it levels. Like, now you just kind of gotta kill it.
Which is fine, you get to clear the board. Or just develop the Swain instead of play the,
Yeah, I like developing the Swain with his 2-1 out here.
Power you do not see.
he
Because,
is at 8. Just scary spot to be in.
yeah, you have to survive, but you're going to bury in card advantage. Nope, here's the gangplank.
Bilgewater is mine and
It's
mine
going to be too much
alone.
pressure.
Yep. Can't deal with the second gangplank here.
Neither the flames nor the depths can claim me. Captain.
Can maybe pick off the barrel. What's the Swain at? 3? That's not a lot.
Keep up, keep up.
Braden and hope you hit another guillotine, maybe?
I don't think there is another one.
Their bones are splintered.
Oh, okay.
It's normally just a 1 of.
Yep, second gangplank, take it down.
Yeah, that's what it came down to.
Tippy Tips just had everything he needed. Every turn of the game. The Butcher into Make It Rain Butcher was a big play.
Yeah, it didn't allow Ambrosius to really get ahead much to push with the Swain on 5.
You dare oppose Noxus?
It's the only block you can, but it's not going to help.
Patience is a tactician's greatest tool.
He does get to block down the gangplank, but it's not going to be enough unless
Yeah.
Tippy's on nothing.
Gonna lose at least the spider. We could see a fervor in response here.
That would be lethal.
Yeah.
But
Probably
it might
just
put him to 1.
double checking list.
Merely pawns
Nope.
in a greater game.
So
Okay.
Swain's going to 3-5. Oh no, Swain levels up that. But you
Yeah.
said Swain was a 3.
I thought it was a 3.
That was slightly better. He's not out yet.
No.
Our vision.
Does lose a Swain, has a salvage to pick it back up. The board is very make it rainable.
Sure.
Still has to close this game before Riptide Rex, and we haven't even seen a Twisted Fate yet.
Yeah,
So-
he's in this. He is not dead yet.
Going for the salvage. Okay.
Interesting. Not terrible pickups. He's got to hope his opponent just has nothing.
Yeah.
You draw here?
Never lost a fair game or played one.
Yeah, I'd probably I would have just
Sure.
I would have soft passed, to be honest with you. I would have just salvaged past.
Fervor? I mean, Fervor Decimate does it. There's a lot of combinations.
Well,
of cards.
Fervor Riptide is probably lethal too.
Yeah. Oh, no. For sure lethal.
Not yet. Good to go. Riptide Rex, good to go.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a better draw than Tippy Tips had.
No.
He played Gangplank on 5, Gangplank on 6. Or it was a Gangplank on
6
6,
leveled
Gangplank
up.
on 7.
Yeah.
6, 7, Riptide Rex. With, like, perfect spells. And Burr just made a game of it, but he was just behind the whole time. It was that early Butcher Make It Rain just letting him get that little bit of extra damage in.
Yep. Yeah, that's tough with the TF Swain having no life gain. Really has to be on top of the game from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively a mirror there, but Gangplank is a bigger body. So, as we saw in that game, it basically turned on Gangplank number 2. The first Gangplank was pretty good, though.
Yep. All right, now we get to see Ambrosius with his baby, Turbo Jinx. Keeps a Trapper, a Jinx, and an Urchin.
Likely to see one of these trappers go unless he finds a better option.
Up against Tippy Tips, Shadow Owl's Demacia.
Oh,
We didn't see that one played earlier.
Good. Spare a coin.
you gotta expect he offers the trade here. That is a strange block if he makes it. He gets a free kill on the choppers if he doesn't do this. He must have 2 more 1-drops next turn. Otherwise that block makes no sense.
Flavor and spice.
All right,
Yep,
War
just work.
Chefs. Not going to be able
That
to...
was-
Sizzle.
I really don't like that block with that tracker.
You like to open with the Boom Crew here, or develop the 3-3?
Light the fuse.
Uh,
A delicious challenge. Better run.
there's too many cards I think he could block with. I think you have to open with it.
Save the Chompers for later.
Demacia.
Oh yeah. Choppers for later for sure.
Yep, we'll probably see these Yetis really come into play in this Demacia match.
Some folks up.
That's a pretty nice Starlets here.
Yeah. That's a really nice jerry rig, too.
Very rigged to go ahead and clear the front part.
Yeah. This 3-4, not going to have a good block on it. Could soften it up for Jinx Rockets. Yeah, it's not good to really put damage on it. With them War Chefs, they can, pseudo heal the...
Effectively.
Patience.
Wonder if we're going to see this entreat here to try and buff this Yeti for the next turn. Because if you entreat now, you'll buff a Yeti, and then I think you could empty with Jinx, Yeti, and Flame Chompers. No, not next turn. That's 7. Pushing.
Yeah, I don't
Open
hate
deck
this
list. You gotta respect Elixir of Iron.
Taste the glory.
There's a few different things here. Possible Mystic Shot. No, this is a good attack. Unless he wants to trade the 3-2 for the Starlit Seer and take more damage.
Can you stomach this?
Gotta keep both War Chefs around. Attempt to keep them both around here. We know Ambrosius has nothing. Loses 1 Chompers, has another Chomper in hand. We didn't see a single combat come out. I thought that might have been a play with the shield on the 3-4. Here comes the Yeti.
Nothing stands in our way.
Batter him. Feel the sizzle.
This right here is a big deal.
Very big deal.
See what happens.
Only 2 blockers for Fearsome. Might see the Seer go under the bus.
Probably just take the 10 here. Block the Seer on the Cythria maybe. Take 4 instead.
Yeah, I think you got some decent blocks here, yeah. I don't know if you want to take the 10.
Hand to the face.
There are rallies, I think, in Tippy's deck. Is that right?
Let me check it out.
If so, you definitely need to
Can't fight on an empty stomach.
make a block here. and try and clear some of this out. Oh, it's gonna be the 5/6 bear. These war chefs are so strong.
Yep.
Over there. Let's not ruffle our feathers.
Kill them both and take 12. Now he's got yeah.
This will be a good winter. A morsel of regret.
That is a buff flame chompers. I don't think that's gonna be super relevant.
He does have a nice play next turn of he gets the Jinx to get excited with the Flame Chompers.
Yeah, it has a discard outlet for it.
Double the Jinx. Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to push some damage through here, though. Although if you haven't leveled up the Cithria, you can't really effectively block without some support.
Yeah, he might be. Tippy might be thinking, should I single combat the Jinx here?
Right.
Or he might have a Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, also, big finisher. This is the Shadow Isle Splash. As we mentioned earlier, some people like to play the Harrowing to close out. It will almost certainly be
Fall by my sword.
a win. Wow, going in. Okay, so we could see single combat. There's Ranger's Resolve. Also Concerted Strike. Starts with the Mystic Shot.
That
Okay,
takes care of it. Barriers.
that's a good clean kill right there.
It's an interesting play by Tippy. I don't know if I like that block.
Yeah. Is honestly, yeah, I don't know. The Cithrio does so much. I guess
Yeah.
just trying to
He's
preserve
really
life total.
trying to preserve life total, yeah.
Gotta.
The teeth means they like.
Yeah, gotta
Yeah,
get phased. Yeah.
Although, with the 1-3, I don't know. Because you're going to get the rocket next turn, hopefully.
Everyone goes boom.
He doesn't have a guy big enough to actually single combat away the Jinx now.
Yeah. What do you think about maybe get excited in combat? Oh, it's not gonna level the Jinx. You don't want to risk losing your Jinx to a Rangers there. So yeah, the Mystic Shot was good. I was thinking about that earlier.
Yeah.
You don't have to commit too much, just a Mystic Shot. Mystic
Yeah,
Shot
he
in the
could've
combat
had to-
step.
He
What's
could have
that?
5 to the face and flipped Jinx if he thought his opponent had nothing. You hear me?
What's that?
He could have 5 to the face
More pew-pewing.
to flip the Jinx if he thought his opponent had nothing.
Right.
So he does have a rally. We're going to see how this plays out.
To get rowdy.
Yeah. This Jinx really doesn't want to die. It's gonna be
I got to think you skip this block.
all of it.
Oh no, on the next attack, you probably just block.
Yeah. And not block with the Jinx.
Lever.
Oh well, now you can probably block with the Jinx, huh?
Yeah, now I think you have to.
Feel the sizzle.
Yeah. Probably make the best blocks
No
around
one goes
Rangers.
hungry.
You're starting to bore me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are like the easiest blocks you could possibly make.
A morsel of
Yeah.
No sinners, clean trades.
Right, but they wouldn't have got any trade if there was a Rangers.
Right. Rangers would have been great.
Okay, Yeti shows up. We see Harrowing. That's probably going to do it right here.
Yeah, that's going to be lethal. I don't think you can beat a herring.
Yeah. It's just the over-the-top card. I think any other regular Demacia card would have gotten cooked by this Yeti plus Elixir, to be honest with you. To keep the Jinx
Yeah.
working.
Follow my lead.
I don't know, another Cithria might have been enough. Or it would have been close.
No, because the Yeti was buffed. The Yeti was buffed.
Force a block.
Right, you can force the block, but the War Chefs... Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, another Cithria, but, like, that's not ending the game.
Or Genevieve. Genevieve might have won the game. I don't know.
Yep. Well,
But yeah, Tough game.
Tough game. Let's see if we can find another one. See if we can find another one here. That was the match. Looks like Morty's still going. Who else do we have in here? Let's just tune into the Morty match right now. This one's looking pretty good.
It's too big.
Oh yeah, it is too big, isn't it?
He's zoomed in
There you go.
maximally. All right, much better.
There you go. Let's get rid of this deck list. Swain TF.
Like we got another Bilgewater matchup here.
It is the most popular region. Some would say the strongest. Are you some, Greg Words?
Bilgewater is the strongest. I think it's just because of the way that you have to make 3 decks. If 3 decks weren't required, then I don't know if Bilgewater even gets played. I mean, it's just a 1-deck tournament. But like once you branch into having to make 3 decks, you're gonna have a Bilgewater deck. It's given.
It was the most popular deck in the field. 99 times it was chosen. Freljord's second most popular. And Shadow Isle's third. Most popular champion is not Swain, though, as is usually the case, but TF. See this in the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Yeah, this Biolog actually posted a nice meta report from all the tournaments I was telling you about. That's on Reddit.
This game is shaping up to be interesting.
Yeah, we see this Gangplank again against the Swain. Has a fervor. I don't
That's
know.
a weird way to order your attackers,
Yes.
and a weird way to order your blockers.
Yes.
Wait,
Also
what is he
yes.
doing? What is he doing? Okay.
Also yes. I'm yes on all these fronts here.
I assume Gangplank's not about to level up.
Yeah.
What is the point of this block? Why wouldn't you just block the 3/2 on the Gangplank?
Probably didn't want
You
to
just
take any
want to keep
damage.
trading?
Wants to keep the elusives to make sure that the Rex hits next turn.
I guess, but like you're just more blown out if your opponent has anything, right?
A stolen Leviathan coming down for 7 mana.
Oh no,
That's pretty huge.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, also blocks the Rex triggers pretty heavy. You need 4 shots to land on that thing.
Yeah, otherwise you go to 7 and probably die.
Well, you can actually
Oh boy.
you could land 2 shots on the Leviathan and finish it off with a flock. But you're also going to want to land 2 shots on that Rex. So we're going to see the RNG happen. The RNG magic.
Yeah, I mean he's got to kill the.
You got to get the emotes right, though.
That's true.
That was
Not
not it.
That was not it.
It does push a little extra damage, but not enough to really make Leviathan lethal.
That's actually like not the worst hit possible.
No, definitely not. You still got the blocker for the Rex for the open.
Yeah, I mean,
You just got to watch out for
5 is really low. You might just die to a decimate here.
both
Decimate.
at 5. Both at 5, yeah. Warning shot into decimate. That's also possible.
Morning shot into another Rex is another lethal play. Yep. So we see Mortimer with the, or not Mortimer, Coronel with the 7-drop that is an 8-drop, and then an 8-drop into an 8-drop for the victory there. Haymakers indeed.
Duncan. All right.
Yeah, Black Market Merchant really won that game by itself by finding that Leviathan, finding that Swain, or Leviathan from the Swain deck.
That was a huge steal. Uh, it was a big problem. They nerfed and changed the mechanic since it's been since its inception in the game, and
Yeah, still good.
a lot of players don't like it. And I definitely would not like a 7-mana Leviathan, especially my own Leviathan, to be the one wrecking me. So
When you get your Rexes stolen, it can be brutal as well. When
yeah,
your opponent plays your Rex on 7 and then their Rex on 8.
oh man, it happens a lot with the Ezreal TF when you're playing the max amount of nabs to for that to happen.
Yeah, it's risky to have good cards in your deck.
It is. That's why I play Goat Braum, because people can't work the Goat like the Braum can. Let me see here. What is going on?
In the Aesol decks, it can be pretty advantageous too. The cards they steal probably aren't nearly as good to them as they are to you.
Oh, the Aesol, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a Mountain Scryer, try and get that allegiance. You You could steal 2 Mountain Scryers. Okay, check this. And then you go pick a card, the Mountain Scryer back in your deck, and then hit that allegiance on the luck box. How about that?
Yeah, it seems impossible.
Aesol is not popular. Aesol ramp has kind of fallen from favor. Only 3 people brought it in this event.
He must be specifically talking about Freljord Aesol because, I mean, unless we saw 2 of the only Aesol decks in the tournament play each other.
Yeah, just ramp. Just the Freljord, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's because the best pairing for Aesol probably isn't Freljord. I don't know what's going on with my camera.
What do you mean?
Oh, it was just you were moving it. It was getting moved in and out. I don't know.
Oh, I was accidentally, distorting your image, but completely accidental. So we're gonna let's see. Let's check out the bracket. See if there's any more matches going that we can
Looks like
tune
Hotsuit's
into.
going.
Who's Hatsuit playing?
Real Key.
Are they on the caster list? Hatsuit is not streaming.
Right. I don't see a Real Key.
Okay. What other matches going? Let's take a look. Bracket. Boom. Swiss. Boom.
Finnick and Bry Guy.
Finnick and who?
Bry Guy?
Well, what about Morpidor? We get that Morpidor match in right now. I got it right here. Let's go in on the Morpidor. We haven't shown Morp yet. Friend of the Goon Squad. Let's go. Back into a new game. It looks like we're tuning in with Sejuani. Sejuani. Is there another champion in here? I see Twist of Fate, yeah. TF Sedge. TF's the most popular champion in this tournament.
Yep. I mean, it's the choice for the build water decks, so it makes sense. This TF is going down. I gotta assume this 1/1's gonna block the Raven here. Unless something fishy's going on.
Well, you could potentially try and put 3 damage on it to maybe push a Riptide Rex to make sure. But I guess their board's going to be small enough that a Rex should be able to clear it out.
You just gonna take the 5 instead? Now, I don't know what this block is about. TF really the worst card on this board?
I think if you put 3 with the block, then your TF is kind of hard to block next turn. Is that a gem in hand? Are we missing something? No, that's a pedal. That's a pedal.
Okay. That wouldn't help anyway for combat. I mean,
no. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. I'm thinking that there's Battle Major what?
Davenbjerg seems like an okay block, or the Warden.
Yeah, I like the babbling block.
I mean, he's trying to guarantee this.
Oh yeah, the 2/3 block's good here too because the I call him Jerry babbling beard. Oh,
What
that's
do you think?
vulnerable. I thought it was ephemeral. I'm looking at it wrong. Okay, a little
What's your
soft. Yeah, the elusive on the left.
You
The
definitely have the Twisted Fate then, so I don't know what that was about. What could he have possibly been contemplating there with that block of Twisted Fate? Because this
possible.
Twisted Fate gets a free kill on this tutu.
Yeah. Well, minus Pale Cascade.
Right, yeah. But he could have just open attacked if he was gonna like try to play around that.
Yeah. What was wrong with the open attack? The 2/2 and the 3/3?
He wants the Sejuani, I guess. Sejuani the Raven.
Oh, and then now has the second Sejuani. I did not see that for the pump spell.
Yeah, so he can beat a Pale Cascade too.
Yeah, the Fury is going to make this combat good.
I still don't know why. I mean, I guess why would you block with the 2/3 then instead of just go ahead and blocking with the Warden?
These are
Like,
questions.
wouldn't you rather have a 2/3? Wouldn't you have a 2/3? Rather have a 2/3 right here? If this is the way it was going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, you would rather have the 2/3, I think. Also, if the Warden dies, it gives you more options.
Yeah, I mean, you could have played something else
But
instead.
actually, you don't have to commit the Sejuani into the attack. On the, you can push more damage that way. You make sure you connect to the level of the Sejuani. Oh no! I guess you would connect anyway if it had 4 toughness. So, and the Sejuani is hooking it anyway. So, yeah.
Getting his opponent to play a little faster. Makes sense.
Whoa! Throwing a little salt at the rope, backtracking it, not going to send it. Keeps the class at the last minute. Nice, more. Wait, what?
Oh, send it anyway.
Well, I think maybe it was strategically
He's roping
waiting
now.
till he roped to send it. And like we watched, 2 different matches already? And this one's still going? You know, I like to think too.
Yep. This is going long.
Morp, you got to get your emo game up for these ropes. You got to have orange peels and the Heimer thing. The any day now, maybe Vi too. That would be like a good emote comp, I think, against habitual ropers.
He does have the Hush Pale Cascade, but he's going to get blown out by this Fury in the north here.
Yeah, it was a nice line. The to hush your own unit to take off the frost.
Really? I guess he respects just getting the
well,
playing the other.
well, if you expect your opponent to develop because they're Nightfall, right? And so you will get another frostbite out of the Sejuani.
Yeah, it just seems like you get a mana advantage for basically no loss.
Right, but you're only playing 1 spell a turn for the most part here.
Yeah.
And the Sejuani on the freeze, I mean, you are at 13 life. This deck could be scary. Like, if they try and develop a big Diana, that thing could easily take out your Sejuani on the next turn. I think it's a very conservative play. Not the most obvious. Like, I don't know, 8-7 Overwhelm, that might be good as Sejuani.
Yeah, this is a interesting spot now.
But you also have to consider that Diana, because if there's a Pale Cascade, that's going to be a 7-power quick attack challenger. And there's also the 2-1 challenger too, so the blocks can get funky. The TF is in danger. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, TF is definitely in the danger meme. Simpsons danger meme.
What's the Simpsons? I've never seen the Simpsons meme.
You haven't seen the Simpsons meme?
No.
The I'm in danger. The what's his name? You've seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. You're right. I knew as soon as you said that I saw it the third time that I had definitely seen it. Okay, so no challenger on Diana here.
She's gonna kill the TF. Yep.
Oh no, maybe here we go. We got the Pale scooping up the Sejuani.
Yep. It's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, got the elusive 2 coming in. TF's going to go down, so this pick a card can't threaten a level up. And not really seeing much damage here to push to try and Riptide to regain this board position.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for Morphodorp here. Just lost his 2 best cards.
Yeah.
Play anything.
And actually playing the Overwhelmer in this deck, I have not seen it much. What's this 4/3? The 8/6? Or whatever it is? The 8/7?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see that card get much play. A Rex is looking like a dead draw.
I think he pulled off a Raven, is what happened.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I don't think it's in his deck.
Yeah, we have access to the deck list. We can take a look. I think you're right. There's probably a reason why you don't see it. But, I mean, 8 power Overwhelm. Sometimes I find that this Nightfall aggro deck, I guess this isn't really aggro because it's got Leona, does have trouble closing sometimes. And that card, 6 mana, can put it down.
Yeah, imagine if he plays the
Morningstar?
Yeah, Morningstar next turn.
Yeah.
That's about 100 power in play.
Yeah.
And 2 stuns.
The 2 biggest stuns, the thing's most apt to block it.
Yep. I mean, this game is pretty close to over now. I think those Rexes are just dead. Dead in hand, so I don't know how you come back from this spot.
It's looking tough.
I mean, what do you try to do? Make a wide board with your Petty Officer? Or do you just draw with the Swain or the TF and you hope you hit?
Yeah. Only splashing for Unspeakable Horror, an Allegiance Targon deck. I wonder if they took advantage of the card lock and played another Shadow All deck. No, played MF, Scouts.
No, Make It Rain. Make It Rain is not a terrible draw here. It at least gives him something to do with his Rexes if he gets lucky. But, I mean, if we see an overrun here, this game is over.
Yeah, a second Leona. I mean, another Leona in hand, or possible Morningstar. Not playing actual Morningstar. It has to be another Leona.
Oh, he's not playing Morningstar, okay.
No. No, this is the Diana Leona, so you have to really make room for the Nightfall cards, Linari Priestess, and because it's not playing Nocturne or Doom Beast. It's only playing Unspeakable Horror on the Nightfall front. Losing on board at 11, has some blockers. Really depends on what that last card in hand for Schick is. Definitely winning on board, but a couple Rexes could turn this thing around.
You have to get pretty lucky with this Make It Rain, though. It's got a target to face once.
Gonna go for the Warden's Prey attack.
Probably should have let off the turn with that if he was going to do that, to open up the possibility of Rexing. But
yeah.
opponent takes the block anyway. And you're fine with that block because it makes it more likely your Make It Rain actually works. But
well, this attack is also representing levels up for Sejuani. We have seen 2 Sejuanis go down, so it's probably not something that Schick is actually worried about. Yeah, so did hit a 2-drop. This is a really good.
it's a good hit off the
it was
Warden.
There's a good hit. There's a lot of things you can hit there. Anything that costs 3 makes that attack look bad. Looks like there's another Spacey Sketcher without having
I mean,
to overwrite.
if it was me, I would have hit the Undying there. So.
Yeah, the Undying, yeah, all the way. Maybe Mentor the Stones just to make it look cool, but no, that's bad.
I haven't actually hit a Mentor yet. I haven't played much Warden.
Oh, somebody hit it with their Thresh, dude. Have you ever Mentor the Stones a Thresh? That's nasty. You get that
Yeah,
+2/+2?
I just meant hitting it off the Warden himself.
All right, here comes the Mega Rain. Did pick up a parlay, so this Rex is going to be able to connect. If
He might be able to claw his way back into this.
shit can.
He's only taken 5.
Not taking that much. Taking 3,
Wow.
4.
That was a great Make It Rain.
Yeah, and then the Legion Grenader was such a big hit last turn because now it doesn't even have to parlay to come with the Rex.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to parlay. Wow. Yeah.
This is really turning in Morbidor's favor.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. And I don't really see if the board gets wiped, Diana, Leona list, the big finishers. There's no star shaping. There's a lot of underneath cards. This could be huge. We could see the parlay on the 2-1, set up the Rex.
I think it's getting now. Yeah.
And then maybe play a Jagged Butcher, and then maybe do some little soft passes like that before getting into the Rex. The problem here would be if they had a Pale Cascade for the elusive there to deny the damage from the.
He goes face for that very reason.
Yeah, just to make sure. Probably still going to lead with the Jagged Butcher. See if they want to contribute anything else here. I wonder if you just attack. Probably don't. Play the second Rex because this could end the game.
I think that hit with the Warden Spray really
that Warden Spray hit was huge because being able to hold the
big
parlay. Oh my gosh! Because this second Rex, these Rexes, which looked really stranded for about 2-3 turns there. For 2 turns, the last 2 turns, just
when you hit the only guy that does a damage and blocks.
gets to keep 1 blocker.
Really depends on what Celestial cards he's
What
got
Celestial
here.
card right here? Yeah, if it's one of the big ones. Maybe a stun. Maybe grab a stun. Yeah, the stun to keep the game going. Still gets to attack for the 3. Still has a great board position. Not much can come back. Maybe a Solari Priestess into the Overwhelmer if he played enough Celestial.
If he grabbed Living Legends, he could do a lot here.
Oh, already has it. Oh man.
Oh, this guy's lethal. Yeah.
No, has the blocker. Rip the elusive blocker this turn.
Oh, with your elusive blocker.
Morpidorp, favorite turning up. Oh my gosh. So both these Rexes will be lethal on the attack back, and even this dragon has Fury, so can actually block and survive a Rex hit. But I don't see anything in this hand that can really survive this wide of an attack, though. Anything
that
in
was
this deck list. That was
a crucial top deck there.
has to get a drain here, I think, to start it off. Drain the 1. I still don't think. Yeah, there's no fast removal. This game looks wrapped up right here. Morpidorp, a lot of favorable variants, good hits, but played it well. I mean, knew the Warden's Prey had to get in. I don't know. Maybe you don't take that block. I don't know. It's really coming back to bite him this series of events. What a game!
Yeah, that was a really good game. I mean that giant elusive could have finished the game, but those random cutthroats.
Yeah, the random cutthroat. We talked about the cutthroat earlier. We didn't mention the chump block on the 13 power elusive. Wow. Okay. Wait, that's it? 1-1?
Yeah, that's why he was telling him to play faster, because that was game 2.
I think we might be out of time.
Is there a time limit on these?
Yes, there is a time limit, and I think it's going to be a draw. I don't know how much time is left in the round. Let's take a look.
That was a very swingy game.
Tournament chat. Let's take a look. Round 4 has started. This is round 4 right here. That was at 2:18. I think the rounds are 1 hour long.
So they got 4 minutes.
Looks like 4 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Now, if they're playing aggro decks, they could finish, but it seems unlikely.
Well,
Especially at the pace of play.
depends on how much they like to think.
They apparently both like to think a lot.
Yeah.
For all the criticizing Morphodorp was doing, he was playing just as slow.
Yeah, that was a
I don't
pretty
know.
amazing game, though. Wow, that Warden Spray
Yeah.
into the Legion Grenader was like the biggest pickup. The biggest
Yeah,
pickup.
imagine if he just took the damage there. Like, if he doesn't let that Warden Spray die.
Yeah, it's like you're gambling that they'll find a 3-drop, which there are less 3-drop Death Rattle. Oh, I'm saying Death Rattle. What are they? Listen to me. That's Hearthstone. You have less 3-drop hits than anything else. Like a 3-drop hit will just ensure that the open attack's probably going to win, like more than likely. But there's so many 1 and 2 drops that you're basically trading one blocker for another. And obviously, we saw what the absolute insane hit that you can have there was.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Legion
perfect
Grenadier.
because it actually got to kill. It got to kill the Overwhelm Daybreak guy too, which is like it's literally the only 2-drop that could actually kill that.
Yeah.
Like, there's no other 2-drop 3
But then
power.
also triggering the Rex too. It is the most insane. That
Right.
Legion Grenadier was the most
Yeah,
insane.
and then he didn't even have to play. He didn't have to play the parlay that turn because he got the parlay next turn.
Yeah, and he
So, like,
actually
draw
didn't have
that.
damage to push for the second Rex without the parlay.
Right, and on top of that, his Make It Rain killed both 1 toughness attackers that weren't being blocked. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, if you were targeting cards in this random game, that's like exactly how you would have done it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was insane. And then he top decked the only card in his deck that could actually keep him alive past the elusive Celestial attacker.
Yeah, that was quite the play.
Because like I don't think he had any other draw that was going to stop that, right?
It seems Morphodorp walked away. I wonder if they're just going to call it a draw.
I assume it's going to be a draw. I don't think there's any way those 2 players could finish a game
Yeah.
in 5 minutes or 10 minutes for that matter. And I don't know what Morphodorp's normal pace of play was, but it seems a bit hypocritical to complain about your opponent when you're making really long plays. Like the turn where he had Swain or TF and it was TF and the Petty Officer was quite a long tank there. So,
Yeah. Yeah, the TF tank for sure. That whole turn there was a lot and there was some ordering in.
Yeah, I have no problem.
I think we saw a rope or two, but I mean we're just calling the plays. I didn't see exactly, but you know, I don't know. To send the message, you know, it's fine if you're joking, but to send the message, you're sending a message. it's a lot clearer when you send the message. Say it to yourself, say it to your stream, but you sent the message and then roped. Questionable. That was a questionable play. Probably the most questionable play I saw. I think he played the variance very well. You know.
I don't know how much he played the variance. The variance played him, and he just got it on the right side of it.
Yeah, that was
Like
the
it
joke.
wasn't like he wasn't playing to outs so much as the game was playing to him.
Yeah. Well, the attack with the Warden Spray, not everybody's making that attack. So, give him that.
I think he should have made it the first action of his turn, because
Yeah.
then his opponent has to block.
Well,
And like
it does
you
take
did-
off the Yeah, the opponent has to block. Yeah.
They have to block
They have
because
to block.
they can't let you fix them.
Yeah. Yeah. It
And
might have
then,
been. It might have been an afterthought.
and then what if you get? Then what if you hit like a 3-drop? Theoretically, you could like change your play for the turn.
Which one? The Mentor or the Stones after you attacked?
No, I mean if the mana doesn't work out, you could make different plays. That was the turn he TF'd and had the Petty Officer too, right? He did a lot of stuff in the turn. That's why he only ended up with 2 mana at the very end.
Yeah. Okay, well this match is may we get an extension. I would also like to appeal to a judge at this time. Okay, well it looks like there's gonna be an appeal, so we might get this warp match. I got it still pulled up. So
And from what I saw, both players were playing pretty deliberately, so I don't know. It's hard to call your opponent for slow play when you play at that pace, but yeah. That's from watching his side of it too, so I don't know.
yeah, a draw is not a loss. It is an extra point. It is not a win. It is not 3 extra points. Or 2 extra points. I'm not really sure exactly how it works, but it's like half a win. So I think most X2s, pretty much all the X2s are going to make it in. Wait, it's 7 rounds actually, so it might be a clean cut on X2s. Potentially. Would have to do a calculator.
And what was Morbidov going into that round? 3-0? Looks like. So big deal if he gets to go 4-0. So I think they're going to need another 25-30 minutes if they're going to finish another game. Unless they're both running heavy aggro decks.
Yeah, it looks like they're figuring out if they're going to give him an extension.
I mean, they could get an extra 10-15 minutes and still go to time theoretically. I don't know what would be deserving of an extension there.
I don't know. Well, they had 5 minutes left. I don't know. But they're figuring it out. While they figure it out, though, I want to tell you about some sweet things coming up in IQ. Thanks for tuning in today. The Runeterra IQ series. It is a new tournament series brought to you by Team IQ. Team IQ, if you're not in the Discord, exclamation IQ will direct you to the Discord. We have tournaments scheduled. This is the first of 4 tournaments, cash prizes, point prizes. You can earn points to qualify for the big invitational at the end of this season. This season, 4 tournaments, 2 weeks apart. So make sure you set your calendar for 2 weeks from now so you can play in another Runeterra IQ qualifier. This is the first one. There will also be other qualifying events. 24 players will earn enough points to qualify, and then there will be 8 spots given to the first and second place of 4 other qualifiers. One of which was held last week, the BR tournament, won by Black Boss Team IQ player and Zinc Elemental, the runner-up. So we already have our first 2 invitees, and players are playing right now to earn points so that they can qualify for the invitational. Over $1,000 of prizes. It's going to be 32 players, the best players. Earn your spot so that you can play against the best in the invitational. Yeah, that's what we got going on. Also, if you're in the IQ Discord, we're going to have some coaching coming out. So if you want to step your game up so that you can get better in tournaments, or if you're trying to get better on ladder, that is something that we will be doing. Yours truly, I've been a full-time coach and content producer for Magic and now Legends of Runeterra. So I focus big on the coaching. We're going to do group calls coaching, very good rates. All that's going to be announced coming soon. Not just me, but other players, some of the best names in the game, best names in IQ. So you want to make sure you get in the Discord, and you could also follow me on Twitter, so you can follow the announcements. Also follow IQ on Twitter. So pretty excited about that. Coaching is one of the things I love to do, so I'm really excited to help step your game up as well. Our team is going to do that for you, as well as other exclusive content is going to be coming. So you want to be in that Discord. You want to follow on the Twitter to stay updated. Pretty excited about that.
If you want to pull up a deck list, Morphodorp's second deck is Misfortune Quinn with a lot of the cards we were talking about. It's maxing out on the Relentless Pursuits. He is an Allegiance deck with Bannerman, splashing for Misfortune and Spell Shocker, which is.
Did you say Spell Shocker?
I said Spell Shocker.
Did you say Spell Shocker?
He's playing 6 cards from Bilgewater, and they are.
He said Spell Shocker.
Spell Shocker. You need that one drop. It's practically free and gives you the mana you need for
the spells later.
The pursuits, the single combats, the riposte. Probably not the Ranger's Resolve, but it can matter. A turn 2 Ranger's Resolve countering a Make It Rain could be a big deal.
Could, especially if you decide to play a 2-1 instead of a 2-2.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
You're going to need it then.
You're going to need it then. It is something that I have not seen before, but it does make sense. Generally, whenever you play scouts, you're curving out all your units and you never really get a bank. You know, in the good scout world, you never get a bank. And so your spell turn, if it's a Riposte or Relentless Pursuit, is pretty much your spell turn. You know, maybe you got something else a little cheaper to go with it. So maybe you could do a little bit more mid-size of a unit along with your pursuit. So I can dig it. I can get behind it, Craigwords. I like it. Good eye. Good eye on that one. Morphdorp also.
Yeah, and he's actually running six drops. So we were talking about harrowing.
Yeah.
Instead of harrowing, he's just playing a lot of 6s.
Yeah, and we saw the Twisted Fate Sejuani deck earlier, so it looks like in that match, the deck that got banned must be the Targon deck. The Targon deck, which is not a Targon deck, actually. It's Ezreal Karma, y'all. No Targon in this lineup. Intentional. Does not want to play with the new toys. Ezreal Karma, we've seen this deck throughout. Tasty Tree Folk is the new addition. The 4/2 lifesteal. In addition to the Eye of the Dragon. This is a lot of life gain. Craigwords? Craigwords doesn't love me anymore. I thought he was going to pick up on life gain. That is a lot of life gain. Alright, well. We do have 2 Wills. Still no Whimsy. That's another new card that sometimes sees play in this deck. Full 2 denies. You got the 2 Get Exciteds because the Karma in game with the Get Excited just bursting them out. That's not bursting them out, but burning them out with the Get Excited is big. Got the full Rummage. You're not seeing anything like Jury Rig, things like that. You do have the Chump Wump though to give you some pitches for the Rummage. Of course, Rummage is great with the level up Karma as well. It's a refill. Pretty standard in the middle. No Yone. Got Tasty Tree Folk is the tech here. What do you think that might be for? Craigwords, we lost him. He doesn't love us anymore. Craigwords, he's gone. He's gone. Craigwords! Craigwords. He left us. It's cool though. Yeah, I like this lineup from Morphodorp. This is going to be good against ramp decks as well as the scout list. I think, like big decks. Although we did see that ramp is not really popular right now. That, he's got this, and then of course the Gangplank deck. I mean, Twisted Fate, Sejuani. Pretty round lineup. I'll tell you what. Let's see what's going on with this event here. Check out what's going on here. Okay, looks like they're still seeing about this time extension, so we will actually take a break. Be right back. Y'all take 5. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Nola Gold. Here, joining me is Craig Words. We're back for round 5. Craig Words, you ready, baby? We got to find a match to watch. Let's see. Let's pull up the standing. See who's up top. We want to get somebody with like 2 losses on the brink of
Elimination.
This is a 7-round Swiss event. X2 is generally the mark you want to look for. We'll see how it goes.
It's hard to tell because the results aren't in on the previous standings. So
I see.
I mean, we could pick some people with 2 wins.
Well, they got Zada is 4-0. Yeah, we could pick some people with 2 wins. But let's just do it for the last round. How about that? Let's just find the best looking match right now.
Let's see who we got.
From casters. See who's casting and see who we got over here. Stan casting? What about Goblin? Goblin Morp.
Goblin's 4-0 now.
Let's do Goblin Morp. That's Morp's got some sweet decks. Let's do it.
How did that judge call about the time extension go?
I think it was a draw. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see another result that makes any sense. But
Yeah, if there was no time extension.
even if there was, I don't think it would have been long enough to actually have them finish a match
Yeah. So we'll tune
without
in.
having started the game. Do you remember how it works in Magic?
Yeah, you play 5 turns. Oh, you don't start a new game if they call time.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You don't
before
start
the
a new
match
game,
starts.
right? Yeah.
Right. Yep.
So you want to load up the next.
There's an ad. We can watch the ad together
Yep.
if you want. Let's go.
Yeah, give them some attention. They paid for that ad.
Oh, they paid for that ad. Let's watch now.
Get
Which
dupes. I've never heard of this.
Prime. All right.
I have Prime, obviously, but
Then we got a Be Right Back screen. So here's the play.
it's an interesting Pikachu butt.
It is an interesting Pikachu butt. Well. all
Look
right.
at their deck list. Who we got playing here?
That's a good idea.
Green Seers and who?
Morpidorp. No. We're doing Morpidorp and
Goblin, right? Goblin, you said.
Yeah, we saw goblins earlier. We just looked at Morps. Let's pull goblins back up. Get another good look at that.
See if he gets to play his fun decks or the boring deck.
Yeah, the boring deck. It's like Pirate Aggro.
So, Lucian Leona, which is awesome.
Very awesome.
Nocturne Hecarim, which is pretty cool. And then Misfortune Gangplank, which is a 0.
Undefeated right now.
Yeah. I mean, all his decks are good, but, Misfortune Gangplank's just not as fun as these other 2 brews.
Not as fun. Let's pull them up on the screen.
I guarantee no one is playing these other 2 decks in the tournament. Whereas I bet there's a lot of Misfortune Gangplank going on. I mean, Bilgewater being the most played region and everything.
Okay. Here we go. Getting into it. Lucian Leona. We saw this one earlier. Yeah. Talk to us about the deck.
Zenith Blade. Morning Light. It's
There
got
it
good
is.
stuff going.
Hype.
It's got one of the hardest to beat curves in the game of Lucian and Desena.
Lucian and the Senna. Yeah.
Lucian and Desena, who do you kill? And then Zenith Blade comes on top.
If you can kill.
5. If you can, yeah. 5 power double strike, trample, or overwhelm in this case.
Yeah, really taking advantage of the decline of Mystic Shot recently. The Lucian Senna package showing back up. The 2 lovers.
And then setting up a Morning Light. Even on their turn, you can Morning Light on their turn and then Relentless Pursuit. That could take people out of. I mean,
Ooh, they got 8
they got 8 mana, and it's hard.
I really want to see this double attack with the Zenith Blade. That's the one I'm looking for. Also,
Yeah, flipped Lucian or flipped Senna.
just playing Zenith Blade in the Leona package, in the little Leona kit, is nice when you get the leveled up Leona. Stun the big
Well, especially with a
bosses.
Raven in play.
Oh yeah, well, that's the big dream.
I mean, who doesn't have Raven in play though?
It's 5/5 thickness, holding it down. Pale Cascade, single combat, two of the best tricks in the game. Yeah, with the heavy duty on the top end, with the Morning Light and the Zenith Blade. I like this deck. Craig Words. Let's see the other decks. We got Morp on. Wait, we could just click on their mobilities, huh? Deck collection. IQ series. Oh yeah, this is the next one. Sweet. Yeah, the Nocturne Hecarim deck. We haven't seen this much. Goblin the Brewer.
No one is playing that deck in this tournament. There, I believe that it is only Goblin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that deck can go long. It doesn't have any life gains other than the Unspeakable Horrors that's only got 2 of. So there's a possibility you could get overrun by the burn. So that might be something to think about. Oh, Doom Beast as well. So he's got some incidental life gain. But we don't see any big chunks.
No.
Like he's not playing Grasp. He's not playing Whale.
There's just the Unspeakable Horror and the Doom Beast.
Yeah.
But you do have Stalking Shadows, so if you find a Doom Beast, it's multiple Doom Beast. You get like
And the Denies can potentially counter a Decimate on a key turn.
And like you can clock aggro decks with the Fearsome, the Miss Wraiths, and the Wraith Callers. You could turn the game around just a little bit of life gain, a Doom Beast, and a Horror could. And you could horror into more Doom Beasts too, potentially. So, it could edge them out. Could edge them out. I mean, you got some serious threats here. They're also all fearsome, so you're not gonna. Most of them are fearsome, so you're not gonna be getting blocked down and then burned out. But you're not gonna get chump blocked by, some random nobodies. While you're pushing it back just as fast, and Hecarim can close. That's a lot of fearsome. So,
Yeah, and it's a lot of mist rates. I mean, it's playing the maximum.
Yeah, and
the 3 mist colors, the 3 mist rates, and the 3 risen mists.
You can't really get into trading situations that well either, because even if you do, like if you start blocking and trading, the Harrowin can just win on 6. Because remember, if you get a Wraithcaller back, that's a full board, even if only 5 things have died.
That's true. Plus, your miss rates get buffed.
Yeah.
So when your miss rates come back, they're bigger too.
Yeah, even like if you get the Hecarim on 6 and then have to block like a Gangplank or something, and then you got a Harrowing behind it, that's like a lethal attack. Because the Hecarim will most likely level. So.
And then you got Frenzied Skitterer and Nocturne that both give you the ability to shrink opposing boards.
Yeah, so developing into it could be difficult for aggro. This deck, I like it. I tried to build a Mist Wraith deck. I didn't pull the trigger on actual Risen Mist, but it's nice. It's got a nice top end. It got some decent early game, and I really like Wraithcaller. The card, just 2 bodies for 4. It's great.
The 1-2 punch of Wraithcaller and Rekindler being 2 bodies each is a big deal.
Yeah, hard to outgrind. And like the Skitterer making the blocks even harder for all the fearsome units is pretty nice. Pumping the Horror. No Vol Feast to pump though, but it's mostly just nerfing their stuff down to where you can get a good old fearsome attack in. I think the match is ready. Here it is. We're seeing the mulligans. Ezreal TF. Watching on Morpidor stream. We
playing against the Lucian deck. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we were talking about the absence of Mystic Shot, but it's going to catch the Mystic Shot match here.
Yeah, that's not a great pairing for Goblin here, but
yeah, the ban phase. I guess we should have watched the ban phase. It's interesting to think what the bans would be. The Ezreal Karma deck seems like should be pretty decent against like Hack Room. Potentially, they do have their own deny. So, if you plan on getting this through the ban, Goblin
And
deck
that
would be like
Lucian's
this.
not long for this world.
No, it goes down like Frazier. We're gonna we're gonna see what happens. Let me get all these deck lists up. Goblin.
Yeah, that's about the best start Morphodorp could hope for. He ripped a Mystic Shot to go with the beam
Yeah, to keep this
to have
board
even
clear.
more removal.
Has the Tasty Tree folk Fey folk to recoup some life loss if the exchanges don't go well.
And he does have the Pale Cascade to stop the Mystic Shot, but now the beam is set up to kill it. Does get an attack in, though. Important.
Yeah, this is looking to push just straight 8 damage. There is going to be some life gain on the way back. No? Going for the stun. Okay.
Really? That is interesting. I would not have... Well, he's got the stun plus the beam
Yeah,
now.
stun
So
plus beam is probably going to be the
just
line.
gain 5 life.
No. So
Really?
we gotta watch out for a Senna here. Did rip the Ezreal, though. We could see an Ezreal play.
Ezreal's really good here.
Yeah. There are single combats from Goblin, but it would still... The single combat off the 3-2 could be big, but... Could get blown up by a potential other Mystic Shot. We did just see one cast, so might not be too wary of it from Goblin.
Yeah, I don't think you could play around it. If he has the single combat, I mean, that's what Morphodorf's pointing to. He sees the writing on the wall here.
Yeah.
If he's putting a spell on the stack, it's probably single combat.
It's not
3-2
on
on the...
Pursuit.
Yeah. Now, if he doesn't have single combat here, he's in trouble. He's just going to lose his Lucian.
Yeah. I know, it's the
Zenith Blade. That's interesting.
Very interesting.
Protect the Lucian.
From the Mystic
Now, do you
Shot.
block?
No, but where's the Mystic Shot going? Yeah, got clear
Yeah.
3-2.
Just take the 3-2, get an extra tick on Ezreal.
Has some stuns, has some heals, still at 19. This Ezreal's still in play, threatening to pick up more warning shots. I mean, the Mystic Shots. I really like this position from Morp.
Yeah, he's in a great spot. And he just ripped a Karma. Every draw step this game has been insane for him.
Well, we could run it back to the last game, too. Continue.
Yeah. Now he's got to think, do I just beam this Lucian straight up? Do I play the Get Excited? And what am I going to pitch if I play the Get Excited? He's kind of on the back foot here. He might run the stun just to, I mean, shuts off combat. But then what if Goblin has a follow-up?
Yeah, something like a Senna or something like that.
A Senna would be brutal. He would have played a Senna if he had it. Oh, I lie. He apparently wouldn't have.
Well, wanted to get the Daybreak on the 1-drop.
Oh, that's true. It just means that, like, flipping is harder. But now flipping is guaranteed. One of these two is going to flip.
Yeah, that's how it works. Now, Goblin does have 2 Will of Ionias, could possibly set up a Will into a removal spell to avoid any flippery, but we'll see.
You mean Morphodorp?
Yeah, Morphodorp, my bad.
I'm not sure why. Oh, yeah. Okay, he was stunned. I was like... Yeah, this is an interesting game.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a... Maybe you could see a gig... Ooh, second Senna.
Another Senna.
I was thinking we were going to go for the... I say we. Morphodorp would go for the the kill on the Lucian, and then maybe with Get Excited, and then just beam out the Senna. But now that there's 2 Sennas here, you're gonna have to level up this Lucian, I guess.
Which means that the rally is on point.
Yes, next turn it'll be on point.
Right.
But I expect a beam here. Oh, that.
He knew he had it.
No, he didn't, because he didn't play it as Daybreak on
I thought
the
he
last
did.
play.
I thought he did daybreak it.
No,
No, he did.
It was the last spell, right?
No, it was the first spell he cast on the turn. He went Ezreal, and then he went daybreak.
Well, why wasn't it face up?
It should have been.
Okay, because it wasn't.
Unless, maybe he drew them all. Because then he wouldn't have found one, right?
Oh, yeah. So hand is also a third one.
He might have a third one in hand.
Just drew them all. Also, this
It's very possible.
double attack. Do not sleep
That's what we talked about.
on the double attack overwhelm. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of this deck.
I mean, that's 12.
Yeah, and no stun. Pitch the rummage.
And if any of his guys die, that deny might be good.
It picks up the deny for potential relentless pursuit. This Genevieve is threatening.
He's got to beam this. The Genevieve's going to be good regardless. I don't know really what he's going to do. Beam the Genevieve is awkward.
Yeah, if you beam the Lucian, and they have
Genevieve
Pale
gets to
Cascade.
eat like both your guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and if they have Pale Cascade, but this is still a lot of damage. Pale Cascade with this that'd be 18 overwhelm.
He's dead to Relentless
dead.
Pursuit here.
Also dead to Pale Cascade.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he's just dead.
So
Well, he's got a chump block with the Ezreal now. Chump block with Ezreal?
No,
oh, or the
either
that's fine
one,
too.
They're dead. Either
Oh,
one.
that's still not enough.
Yeah. Wow.
That was insane. I did not see that coming.
Nor did I. We were really thinking the Mystic shots were going to show up and the draws were looking good, but the Zenith Blade pulling the weight, drew all
Zenith
three of
Blade
them.
really did all the work there.
And just like with the slow removal spells, the way that Morbidorp was playing out the cards, couldn't respond to it. And, catching 2 extra toughness always was one beyond the Thermo Beam after the initial play. Played out great. That card, a lot of respect.
Yeah, I mean, he may have actually drawn 3 of them as well. We don't know.
Yeah, unless it's a bug.
I thought for sure he played one as the first action on his turn because Morbidorp played Ezreal.
Morbidor played Ezreal and had the attack token.
So he played Ezreal and then he
ripped
played
the
Zenith
Ezreal
Blade
and
back.
played it on turn 4 with 1 mana bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ripped it on the ideal turn with Mystic Shot mana.
Yeah.
Now we're
been the first spell.
Now we're seeing the.
Oh no, maybe he played something else first, and then let the Ezreal attack and then cast it. No, that doesn't make any sense because it would never.
He played it after the Ezreal dropped.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Turn 3 Mistwraith. So he's probably got another
3 from that last game.
He must have another Mistwraith rolled up here.
Turn 3 Mistwraith. Yeah, no play on the last turn.
Well, it probably means he has the 4-mana Mistwraith
Right.
at burst speed.
Right. There
Which
you go.
one of them's going down to this Mystic Shot, but
Right.
or maybe he's gonna play the Tasty Faithful.
Well, being at 20, you're gonna probably want to get the 4 life out of that Fate Folk in a second.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's why he saved the Mistwraith.
Okay. All right. And we see it out of Static Shock mana. A Static Shock would be nice. This might just have to be a clean attack for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're fine with that. You're not going to lose this game to damage. You're going to lose it to getting overwhelmed, I think.
Do you want to play a second spell for the eye?
Apparently not. No, I mean, what would your second spell be? I could see jamming the Faithfolk out there
Yeah.
because you got a good setup with the Static Shock. But Just banking it all.
Yeah. Playing
Now,
a
do
little
you like
slow.
passing against this deck?
Do you like attacking for one?
I definitely don't attack for 1.
Calling out the not so obvious.
This does set up a pretty good situation where he can go Static Shock Beam and get a blocker next turn. And turn both his meditations on. So I think that's the obvious play here. Now I think that was the wrong target because I think you beam the I think you beam the Mistwraith here.
Yeah, because
And if you were going to beam the Mistwraith, why wouldn't you target the fake? Oh, okay, he's not doing that. This seems strange to me. I feel like he left all kinds of mana on the table that way. But we'll find out. It might work out for him.
missed on the Stalking Shadows.
Whiffed entirely?
19
That
followers.
definitely changes the game.
Yeah, I've done it one time, and it does not feel good. I mean, if you feel bad about missing on Wraithcaller, like the upside of that Stalking Shadows is huge, especially in a game where they're going to try and attrition you.
Yep. He hasn't found the deny yet, so Harrowing is still alive as the game progresses. But he does have those 2 meditations. So,
Okay. No Static Shock ready. Can't find it with Deep Meta and cast it. Maybe could stun and pick up a blocker that can block a Fearsome unit. Has to be wary of Skitterer, though.
I think he's going to go Eye into stun. Which still doesn't set him up for actually getting a...
Oh boy.
Oh, that Nocturne.
Everything shrinks. It's a small world after all. Yeah, so now we'll probably see the stun, but that is a vulnerable taste.
Why wouldn't you stun? It seems like you would stun first. I mean, wait to stun, right? After attacks?
Well, you can block.
Or he's
with
trying to
the
get a
free
block
tip.
off, too.
He's
Yeah.
trying to get a block
But you
and a
lose-
stun.
You lose the Tasty Fey Folk, though.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to trade it, right? It trades
Right.
with any of the Fearsome units, so.
Yeah. It's just... I don't know. Yeah. This is...
You gotta
Reasonable.
Got to get some of this Fearsome off the board. Because these Dragonlings are not going to be able to block.
Now, this is... Yeah, this makes sense.
Going to decline the trade with the Mistwraith. Try and hold
Apparently.
out. Try and hold out for a Static Shock.
Or some play where he can beam it for 1.
Yeah. Oh. And cast
Perfect.
Static Shock and then also beam down another 3 toughness.
Yeah, this is really good.
Start with
And
the
then have-
pass. I wonder if we're going to see a Hecarim here. It's a good turn to
Hecarim
develop
would
a
be
Hecarim.
pretty good.
That one might just get the beam.
I mean, if it doesn't get the beam, he's going to get an open attack with it.
Okay, and we have not seen the deny yet, so this Harrowing could be live in 2 turns.
Yep. And the way this game's been playing out, he hasn't been able to play 2 spells any turn of the game.
Not a single one, and it doesn't look like he's going to this turn either.
No, he can't. Unless he deep meds. This is an interesting choice.
There's no pump. There's no level up. What is the reason for hitting the Nocturne here?
I am not sure.
Is that
Look, he ripped into one of the only spells he could actually draw that would be good this turn.
So what's the pitch? The Will or the Deep Med?
Probably the Will. Oh, wrong again.
Well, they do have Deny potentially, so we'll see what happens. Here's the Ezreal already leveled up.
That's a good top deck too.
Thinking about it. Imagine
He doesn't have nearly enough to kill, but
No. Hype, thanks for the raid, baby. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. We are, Nola Gold and Craig Words. We're casting the Runeterra IQ series, a new tournament series for Runeterra. It's 4 qualifier tournaments where you can earn points to qualify you for a 32-person invitational. 24 spots are earned via points. 8 spots are won through qualifications. There was a qualifier last week where first and second got an invite, and then next week there'll be another one. So if you're not familiar with Team IQ, make sure you join the Discord. Aside from this tournament series, there's also coaching going to be on the docket next week. So you want to join the Discord. There's a lot of sweet content coming, and welcome in, everybody. Right now, we are in round 5, 6 rounds on day 1 of Swiss. We have 2 undefeated players, Goblin and Morpidor, fighting it out. Goblin is up 1 with a surprise. Would you say, Craig Words? Surprising victory over the Karma Ezreal with a Lucian deck?
I'd say so. Especially with the draws the way they came.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade really shined. Didn't expect that.
And now we see a flipped Ezreal. And he does have a deny. So this could be a bad time for Goblin here.
Well, this was a line we were talking about yesterday, where you have Unspeakable Horror into the Lunari Priestess, and then Priestess into a monstrosity like the Destroyer.
And it is Overwhelm
It is
spell shield,
overwhelming.
right?
Yeah.
So it's probably going to get the Tasty Faithful block.
Yep. Tasty looking good here.
Takes the 1.
Still has mana to deploy the Karma, which is pretty safe. There's no Grasp being played by Goblin.
Yeah, I think Morpidorp's got this next turn.
Yeah. It might have to be a Will. Do you see a Will here?
I don't know what Goblin has left, but I think this game is over now. With the Rummage and the Deny, the Ezreal should be able to finish him off.
Yeah.
From 20.
Yeah, also not being able to block an Ezreal.
Drawing that Chump Lumps.
Yeah, Chump Lump's just going to make this a burst speed kill.
That's 4 spells, so... I think... Is that it? Does he have 10 spells?
Well,
it depends on what he rummages into, but he probably has 10.
A double Twin Disciplines on the elusive attack is also nice if they don't have a Will. There's also one of Ruination. I guess that probably would have been played instead of the Skitterer. So you can count that out.
You would think so.
All right. Let's see if we can
count
to 20 here. 16, 12.
Let's see what this rummage hits.
8. Just needs 1. Caught a deny. There's the Mystic Shot. Double Mystic Shot.
There it is.
Karma's Insight. That'll do it. Full burst kill. Twin Disciplines. I told you it was going to be the Twin Disciplines Ezreal attack that did him in.
Yeah. It was an attack with it, but...
So Morp ties it up. Let's see what Morp has left in the cannon. We're gonna get to see that Misrate deck again, which is a Goblin Brew. Goblin always some wild takes. The one real air quotes deck that was played got banned. So we'll see if these brews can hold out. Morpidor with the Scouts. Tell us a little bit about the Scouts deck. Craig Words.
His version of Scouts is looking nice. He has the Relentless Pursuits we were talking about before. He's playing Spell Shocker, as we see in his opener. That's his only other Bilgewater card, other than Misfortune. So he's got a nice little 8 spell package of 3 Relentless Pursuit, 2 single combat, 2 Ranger's Resolve, and 1 Riposte. He leads off on the Spell Shocker.
Shocker.
He's got a lot of little creatures. So this is actually pretty good against Goblin's version because he's not playing any whales or anything. So he has no real way to punish him for overextending like this.
Yeah, only 2 unspeakable horrors.
Right.
So
I mean, this draw just seems fantastic for Morphodor. He's probably just going to run Goblin over.
Oh, Skitter, though.
That's a good answer to what was going on.
Nice. Still has a full board for this Bannerman next turn. Morp decides.
Yeah, this is going to be a really...
he wants to...
It's going to be a really strong Bannerman here.
Yeah,
and when you draw half of the 1-drops in your deck, Bannerman is even better.
It is the full 50%.
And a Ranger's Resolve on top.
Yeah, with these 3 toughness units.
Yeah, those fearsome guys don't look that good.
Yeah, this Ranger's Resolve is a great pickup.
He gets to play it this turn and kill 2 guys.
Yeah, if the blocks
if he chooses to. Yeah, I mean, this kills 2 creatures for 1 mana. This is about the nuts.
No, not exactly. No.
Oh, no, not... yeah, because it's 4/3.
Now, could rearrange the blocks to put the...
No, if he rearranged the blocks, he could kill 2 creatures. Yes. He just blocked weird.
Yeah.
Like, if he just puts Bannerman on the... Yeah, he figured it out.
Yeah.
Took him a second, but he killed 2 creatures with it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a blowout.
Yeah, with the Pursuit right behind it. And a nice open attack.
Yeah, this game is...
I mean, this is a 10-point
very close to over now.
Yeah, it could just end this turn right here. There is 1 toughness unit, so Unspeakable Horror is something that can help.
And a single combat. Takes him to 6.
Is he going to go for it?
I mean, I think he has to.
Well, for 3
I mean, he could bank.
There could be a deny.
He could bank and just do it with a Cythria next turn and guarantee lethal. But I think unless Morphodor does something really strange, this game is over. Yeah, he's just going to bank and then play a Cythria and then rally.
Okay. Doom Beast trying to keep it alive here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely keep it alive. But that Cythria single combat potential or just the rally.
Ooh.
That's a pretty good draw too.
Let's see if Goblin hits. Goblin hits. Missed in the last game. I think that was big in the last game too. Missing on the...
yeah.
That's when it all started falling apart.
I mean, there were 100 things that went wrong.
Okay. A lot of fearsomes. Morphodor delayed playing a unit in case the Skitter is coming out. Has good blocks across the board to trade.
Or Nocturne.
Yeah, or Nocturne.
He is in danger of having the board be a little too big here. So I don't know about continually passing. Because he has no good open attack now, right?
Right. Yeah, so that Goblin could hang Morphodor out with 9 mana right here. That's pretty
I think he has to.
Yeah, I mean, you have big spells. If you're Goblin, you're thinking, well, I got Ruination in my deck, I got Harrowing, more draw steps.
I mean, just imagine, now he has to play the Cythria. He's like priced into it.
If not, maybe the 3/2. Get a shield in a single combat turn.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I think you have to Cythria.
Yeah. It's great blocker. You're going to get a clean block in. And the attack.
And this really stops single combat. Yeah, I mean...
yeah, it doesn't give you a great single combat.
No.
Plus Cythria block. You can...
I mean, you probably just have to take the 8 here. But I mean, this
Yep.
really fell apart quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it evens the life totals, down a card. You know,
And you're not in great shape if your opponent plays a.
Doom Beast.
Well, yeah, that helps too. But if your opponent plays a Harrowing after your combat, but he can't do that anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to close this game on the next turn. With all
Very
these
hard.
blocks.
From 10 with 3 fearsome blockers.
I mean, having a barrier on the challenger, right, with Cythria buff and everything.
Yeah,
maybe
that
get
might
some
be enough.
trades. Because then you'll have the challenger for the second attack as well.
Right.
Could
That
be
might
good.
be enough to get the 8 in.
Plus,
Well, no, he has to do 10.
the 4-1's going to go down to 2-1s, so they're going to one of them's going
Block
to have to
Cythria.
block Cythria, or both of them will block Cythria. If we're attacking, if we see Morbidorp attack twice.
This is a exciting game.
Yeah. Okay, well, we might see more than 2 attacks.
Now that might. So he's got 10, right? So he can play literally his whole hand. Yeah, that's about the best draw you could possibly have.
I think the biggest blowout to his protector would be a Will on the Cythria.
A Will on the Cythria would be, I think, game over actually, but he does not have it. Oh, I guess he could still have it.
Yeah, it could be looking for Skitter or something to make it a little smaller. Although the power is still going to trade.
Yeah, this is a tight game. But those two rallies, I don't think he's going to be able to beat that.
Okay.
Oh, more Doom Beasts, huh? This game is very, very cool. I don't know if that puts him dead, though. Because he's only got 2 left, right? And he's going to get attacked 3 times.
Yeah.
We'll see. So Cythria makes a block, clearly. And then he tries to trade everything else away.
Might even see the single combat from the Cythria, since it's only being blocked by a 2, onto something that is blocking one of the other units to keep more attackers around, since you're going to be attacking.
This would be a wild no block. Wow. That is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he can beat 2 rallies here.
No. I think this is going to spell the end for Goblin here.
If he had blocked, he might have had a chance. But now I think he's just done. Yeah, and then one more attack, and that's the game.
Looking for the perfect emote. Rainbow Pearl always fits. It's a pretty evergreen emote.
And we see Morbidorp again, pulling it out at the very end. With that second rally that he needed.
Well, I think there was some play with the single combat that could have been made as well.
I don't think he was going to win that turn, though.
Yeah, well, if just say he doesn't have that, right? The second one, say he just draws air, whatever the air would be, a second Cythria, maybe. I guess we would just play the second Cythria, but
that would be fine because the Cythrias would be fearsome. A second Cythria would definitely win the game.
Yep. So bringing it back in, the not sure what he would draw that wouldn't have won in the game there. Actually, another unit.
I mean, there
is going to be great with the extra rally with the Cythria. Like you said, a second Cythria is a win. A Genevieve's insane. Because you have the spell mana banked with the for the rally. So, and with the single
another Ranger's Resolve might not have been good enough. I don't think Resolve would be enough. I think the guys were all dying pretty cleanly, right? Because they already had damage on them. Because the earlier Resolve. But another single combat might not have been good enough. Because like he only had one card that actually could single combat with, right? Just a Cythria.
Just a Cythria. But if there's a no block in the middle, taking 4, right? You can single
Yeah.
combat the
Yeah,
2
with that
power.
with that no block, I don't know.
You can single combat
I don't know
the
what
2
the-
power.
I don't know what the point of that no block was. Like maybe it plays around rally better because you can block the Cythria past the challenger. But yeah, I don't know. It was going to be tough, regardless.
Yep.
That
So
opener was just.
we have
I mean, he-
Zinc and Cephalopod are still playing. Let's see if we can get in on that game. Go ahead.
Yeah, pull him
Yeah,
up.
see what you're saying? Both players lost in round 1. They're battling back. All right, we're tuning in at the end of this game. It looks like a mirror match. Yeah.
Aladros off. Well, so is it a
5-5. Even game.
whoever atrocities first loses? Is that how this goes?
Well, triple atrocity.
And
Straight-
if Cephalopod has double atrocity, then
I do think that this unspeakable horror is going to be very important in this mix.
do you think so?
I think so.
I don't know if it could possibly come down to that card
You don't think so? Both players?
because of the double atrocity. Okay, he's biting. He's dead. Yeah, so double atrocity versus double atrocity. Like the player that blinks first dies.
No. Harsh Winds. What about Harsh Winds?
Harsh Winds does do it. Is Cephalopod
Harsh
playing
Winds-
Harsh Winds in his list?
Can beat triple atrocity.
It's true.
Oh!
Does he have it? Oh,
That's it.
you called it. Good job. I didn't know he's playing Harsh Winds.
Oh, wow. What a game. Yeah, Harsh
Yep.
Winds. I mean, we didn't see much of the game, but we walked in on a nice little Ladros standoff.
Yeah, with Harsh Winds being the trump there.
That's the Trump over. Like, double atrocity beats single atrocity. And single Harsh Winds or Harsh Winds atrocity beats triple atrocity.
Yeah, any freeze, flash freeze or Harsh Winds is a pretty insane counter.
Ah,
To
nice-
atrocity.
Nice catching the end of that one. Beautiful. Okay.
How many Harsh Winds are they playing in their lists?
Probably not more than 2.
Yeah, I can't imagine you have room to fit that many.
Yeah. I think it's like a solid little 2 of. How did it
Yeah.
end? It was Ladros versus Ladros, both players at 5. Both players
Oh, yeah,
presumably
2-1
have
for Cephalopod.
atrocity. Cephalopod won 2-1. Cephalopod atrocity the Ladros, and in response to the other atrocity, hit it with the old Harsh Ones.
Yeah, the only consideration would be if you thought your opponent had a Harsh Winds. Like, what do you do there?
Goblin, well played. Would have been nice to see your hand throughout that thing, but Morpidor had some pretty timely draws. The Rangers was a big pickup. But your Lucian deck is very, very exceptional. It was funny because we were like, "Oh, this Ezreal is a sick draw right here," and then the Zenith Blade got him. Did you have all 3 Zenith Blades in your hand?
Yeah, the two pursuits were pretty rough.
Because it wasn't showing in your hand from the opposing side. Yeah, draw Zenith Blade, but it wasn't showing face up. It wasn't showing face up in your hand. So I was like, wait, did he not hit that with the daylight? Was it not? That's what I was thinking.
It could have been a visual bug or
Daybreak.
something.
I was like, maybe he just didn't draw one. Maybe he just had 3 in his hand.
Yeah, the Zenith Blades are really funny. 3 mana +2 toughness, effectively.
Yeah, pretty weird.
In that
Yeah.
case,
Yeah, because he could have beamed it, but he was going for the missing shot beam. So Zenith play was perfect. Sweet. Plus, we got to see the sweet double attack overwhelm. That's what we really called it for. So you put that show on for us.
Sketcher? What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, he had it in his hand,
Oh, he had a
but he didn't play around 2 pursuits. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
it's hard to put him
it's
on the
hard-
second pursuit
hard to put
there.
him on the second pursuit for sure. Crazed Killer. Well, we got 2 matches out right now. Oh, the Skitter.
Oh, Skitterer. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering what the Skitter was going to do there, and yeah, I guess not blocking's fine if they only have 1 pursuit. That was another thing that I wasn't sure about, was why you didn't block and trade. It seems like you would block and trade if you were playing around pursuit. I guess you take more damage off the Cytherea.
Because of the Challenger, yeah.
I was really hoping for a Harrowing on the next turn to finish. Did you have the Harrowing to finish the game?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. I think the difference, though, I guess the second pursuit, you just, the first pursuit puts it up to 4. The second pursuit puts that attacker up to 5, which is almost the same as the 6 from Cytherea. So maybe just lock it in while you can trade.
Yeah, if you can block and trade, that's like 1 less attacker that's not going to get pumped. So, like, that's going to even out with the 1 Cytherea. Like, Cytherea would have been just Cytherea in the Challenger. Cytherea doesn't get pumped, and you just take that much damage for the turn.
It was, I mean, either way, the second pursuit, I don't think there's anything you could have done. I don't think the Skitterer would have done it either. Skitterer,
I doubt it.
And something else.
Because you were still going to have to trade everything, right?
Yeah. John, 1028, thanks for the subscription, baby. 8 months in a row. We're about to have a baby next month. I'm glad you're sticking around for it. About to have a stream baby. We could have a preemie stream baby today if you want, Hey, man. That's cool. Thanks again, man. We got some new emotes. Make sure you flaunt them. We got the dab emote in case you see some stealing going on.
Could check out Zada's lists. He is 5-0 in this tournament that he currently signed up late for.
Yeah.
He is playing Elise. What is this? Elise Burn. Elise Spiders. Straight Spiders.
Yeah. The deck has been pretty popular. I think Swim hit Masters with it. And after an 18-hour stream or something crazy. And where's the deck set? Deck collection.
You have to refresh. He's at the very bottom of the list.
I got it right here. I just want to put them all on one tab so I can do it. All right, let's start off Lucian Garen. 1 Atrocity, 2 Harrowing. We see the Harrowing show up again in the mid-range Demacia deck.
Yeah, and an Unyielding Spirit, which combos perfectly with Atrocity. Does that work?
Which one? The Unyielding Spirit? Yeah, that works.
Kill an ally, so doesn't die. So you can fling some Genevieves at them.
Yeah, you could.
Or Garen.
Yeah. It could also be a 6-mana single combat.
It can also kill your Senna to flip your Lucian.
After blocks. Ooh. That might hurt somebody's feelings. The one of Unyielding Spirit I like. I like including it in a tournament list as a one of. Make them respect it. It's also the type of card that some decks just can't beat, or have some serious trouble beating. Especially if you get it on something good like a Garen or a Genevieve.
Or Genevieve. 2 attacks.
Yeah, chunking dunking on them. I like this list. Good old Benjamin. All right, moving over. Ash Sejuani won the tournament last week in the hands of Black Boss. Dominated the last meta. Or very, very high up. Most played, I think. And then also best performing.
This is a very anti-aggro list.
Yeah, got the one of Avalanche. You see one Troll Chant as well. I do like Troll Chant in this deck.
He's got max Brittle Steel, that's something. Not running any elixirs. So yeah, I mean, and he's got two Tavern Keepers. So all of those are like flex slots that could be anything.
Yeah, hedging more against the aggressive decks. I think that would have been a good pick for this weekend. I think a lot of people put scouts in their lineups. That's why
he's maxing out on archers too, which isn't always the case.
Yeah, people have played with the archer numbers later in the last patch. I don't like to play with the archer. I like to play 3. I think it's like, I can see 2. Some people cut them from their deck when there was a lot of Ash Sejuani mirrors.
Yeah, this is the most freeze I've ever seen in a Ash Sejuani list. He's got 3 Brittle Steel, 3 Archer, 2 Harsh Winds. So he's really like trying to flip Ash.
Yeah, it's a great place to be. Leveled up Ash is a good way to beat board stalls. Also, the freezes, you got the Reckoning and Culling Strike, just pairing them together.
It's possible his lineup is just generally good against aggro, so he just bans a slow deck, so he doesn't have to lose to it.
Yeah, probably the slowest deck with the most healing. That way you can slide in with the Elise as well.
And then he's got the most Reckoning synergy of any list with the amount of freezes he has and the Troll Chant.
Yeah.
Troll Chant sets up a pretty nice Reckoning.
How about the Elise burn deck? Have you seen this deck much on ladder?
Yeah, I have. It's interesting. It's the kind of deck that like can't beat a Radiant Guardian, but outside of the best champion in the game, it can beat most other things. Like, you don't even really have a good way of stopping the lifesteal. He's not playing Glimpse, right? So he's basically got,
on Fervor,
hopefully, yeah, he can Fervor, or maybe if the guy is small enough, he can Transfusion the guy away.
No,
or Unspeakable Horror zone guy.
That actually doesn't work. Because the Transfusion is burst, so it would happen before the blockers are declared.
No, you can, after they block. You can Transfusion.
Oh, if you attack into it, yeah. If they block a 1 power thing, sure.
Right, exactly. That's the only scenario where that might get you out of it.
Yeah.
But it is putting on maximum pressure, so if they don't have early blockers, the 5 life might not do it.
Yeah. Also,
and since it's a tournament, you could just ban that deck.
That's probably what they were targeting. The Radiant
you can ban Radiant Guardian. You can ban the Lux Acel deck easily. I think you have to. Like, I don't think this lineup can beat Lux Acel. The Elise.
You could get down. I think Leona Acel might be better against this deck because of the 3 power. Like the 2-drop, 3/6 can shut down combat on turn 2, and then stick around to block fearsome units later. And Leona similar, right? But
yeah.
I mean, Lux could be worse. I think like Leona Acel with Radiant Guardian single combat is probably.
But they're playing the Shield Bearer in the Lux Acel lists.
Yeah, and then they have Star Shaping in both decks, so.
And they have Spacey Sketcher as just like a random blocker. So
yeah, but it doesn't block that much. There's a lot of fearsome here. Like, yeah, you can trade with the second half of a House Spider, or maybe only Saboteur outside of that. So not the best, but
yeah. But with the Star Shaping and the Guiding Touches, burning them out might be a bad proposition.
For sure.
You really don't want to be playing Decimate when your opponent's playing Star Shaping.
Well, whatever Zada's doing, it's working.
Yeah, maybe banning this type of deck. I mean, I could see draws where you could win, but Grizzle Ranger too is a stopgap.
Well,
Just coming in as 2 guys.
that's possible, but there could be a good damage push with a Skitterer on the turn. Like,
On that turn, yeah.
there's some play there. You know, like if you have a Skitterer and you already have a Reckoning to Horror or Elise, you can, or like a Skitterer onlooker turn could really blow out a.
Oh yeah, that'll stop a Grizzle Ranger.
Yeah,
No blocks for that fella.
Yeah, just like you can get in for a clean 10 right there, like probably. And then it's like Grizzle Ranger open attacks. You're like, take it. No Radiant Guardian for you. You better have single combat to make this work for you. You know.
Yep.
Make them have it, and then they got 2 Ace Holes in their hand. Right.
Yeah, I mean there aren't too many like terrible cards in the Lux deck though, other than the Ace Holes, in terms of like stabilizing. Because I mean that's a lot of what the deck is about is just stabilizing. Like I guess Bastion is kind of whatever. It's probably not going to be relevant in that match. But you have enough bodies that I think you can grind through the game. But again, I think you just ban this deck because the Ashajwani matchup doesn't seem great either.
Yeah.
Like your Reckonings aren't that good. You're playing a bunch of freezes that don't do anything against the deck that's trying to Lux Ace-Hole you. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's an easy ban.
Yeah, probably the targeted ban for this lineup. I can see it. And
that's kind of what you want to do when you're putting 3 decks together. Is make sure that the ban you're looking to do will cover bad matchups for multiple decks. There's no reason to play, 50% decks in all 3 slots because you get that ban to help you out.
Yeah, that's good.
Which one? The tournament decks look so different than a ladder deck, or can look so different, depending on who's doing it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't really see like Garen Lucian. I think that's like a make it a little bit more mid-rangey when you add the harrowing and the atrocity, so you can go up a level on the other aggro decks.
Yeah, and you have late game potential blowout draws that you wouldn't otherwise have if you're playing a more 3-of consistent deck.
Yeah.
Like none of the spells in this list are 3-of. They're all 2-ofs, which is a good place to be if you're just trying to get there.
Yeah. What do you think about the tournament strat of throwing in 1-ofs to make your opponent play around them?
I like it. I mean, I like 1 and 2-ofs. Like defaulting to 3 is only necessary if you're really trying to do the same thing over and over. Anytime a second copy is bad, you want to err on the side of playing like less than 3 copies.
Yeah, and we see that with Atrocity. I don't think you'd ever want more than 1.
Yeah.
Same thing with Unyielding Spirit.
I mean, it's kind of surprising that most of the ASOL lists play 3, because you don't necessarily have to play 3. Like 2 ASOLs can be completely reasonable. If Sketcher didn't exist, it's possible. Like ASOL would never be a 3-of, but because the Sketcher can pitch like your second copy of ASOL that's going to be dead, like that's at least some out to having another dead card in your hand against aggro decks. I mean, we see 2 Sejuani in Zada's Ash Sejuani list. So, and Sejuani's seen to be one of the best champions in the game.
Yeah, I think it's been 2 before, and has moved.
Yeah,
up
it's
to
been
3.
2 before, but I've never agreed with that, and I never will, because Sejuani is a stupid card.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like also the most durable of all your 5-power units if you're trying to make a Reckoning or get a Assessor off. So, aside from everything else that's awesome about Sejuani.
Yeah, just having the frostbite that turn, like they play a card and you frostbite it, probably shut down their attack pretty reasonably.
Yeah, and then also the potential for the Sejuani spell is not bad either. The Fury of the North.
Yeah,
so.
I mean it was so good it got nerfed,
Mm-hmm.
and the nerf wasn't even that huge. It was just a power.
Well, it wasn't that big of a nerf. I agree.
Yeah, I mean if it was a toughness, it would have been way worse. Like that would have been a sizable nerf.
Yeah,
because you're really trying to have that thing live, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever you're pumping, you're trying to win a combat and have something left over.
Yeah, I actually think Blessing of Targon is a good card. I mean, I don't know if it'll see play anytime soon, but on rate, making a guy +3/+3 permanently is a pretty big deal.
Yeah. Especially if you do it twice. But then you have to put
with Tarek. With Tarek, you're getting the full, like, back-to-back value permanently.
For one less mana.
For one less mana and tough. So, I mean, if you Tarek into Blessing of Targon, your board is very big.
Haven't seen any Tarek decks today, though.
No, Tarek is like probably one of the worst champions.
He needs help. We're going to make him a 2/5.
I mean, they could just make him cost 3 and make his stats slightly worse, but then we have a lot of 3s that are support, so I don't know if they're going to do that.
What does old Tarek need? And make him a little more outrageous, you know? That's what we need.
Maybe an extra power. Maybe if he's just a 3/4 instead. Being a 2/4 is, like, pretty bad. You can't even dodge a culling strike with, like, +1/+1.
Yeah.
Like, I mean...
You can't even block a fearsome unit.
Yeah, you can't block a fearsome unit with Tarek. It's like, how much more embarrassing can you get? They really wanted to be conservative with Tarek because they didn't want... I mean, so much so that they nerfed him right out of the gate to make sure you couldn't infinite combo.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think that would have been fine. It would have been fun. It wouldn't have been that good because Tarek's still bad. But, you know, it would have given him a home.
Something to do.
And I would be surprised if they didn't buff Tarek at some point. I mean, they buffed Braum and then nerfed Braum.
And Shen. Shen used to be 2.
Yeah, they buffed Shen. They buffed Yasuo.
They buffed the Shen. 3/5? That's some stats.
That's flip Shen, right?
No, he's what, 3/5 on the front end.
No.
Yeah, man. They buffed him up.
3/5?
Yeah.
There's 2/5.
He's 3/5, man. He's blocking fearsome units, man. Tarek needs to get 1 power. He needs to hang out with Shin a little bit. They can support each other.
Yeah, the problem is you want to be playing other dudes.
Yeah.
No, Shin is a 2/6.
What?
Wait, what? Hold on. This could be an old Shin. I'm trying to look at the current.
That sounds like the oldest Shin, actually.
What is the current Shin?
I'm pulling it up on stream now. Current Shin is 3/5, 4 mana. He goes,
okay.
It's
Yeah.
a 4/6.
His stats have been all over the place.
Well, yeah. He's Shin.
Yeah, 3/5 is pretty reasonable, but still, he also dies to Culling Strike.
Yeah, but
yeah, there are less Culling Strikes than there used to be, but Ashajwani is a real deck.
yeah, and it is proven to be a real deck. Undefeated right now, top of the standings. Won the tournament last week in the hands of Black Boss.
Yeah, it's always a reasonable call.
Yeah, even with the nerfs.
And getting your champion dunked by a Culling Strike is not a good place to be.
From that extra spell mana banked up because you didn't have any plays. While you're doing your best curve from turn 3 onward.
There aren't a whole lot of ways to save a Shen from a Culling Strike either.
Sure.
There's you could play the +1/+1
Radiant
card
Strike.
theoretically.
On
Radiant
region,
Strike.
we can get the quick attack +1/+0. There you go.
That's true, but kind of bad.
Broke it.
Riposte is like the best card you could play that would stop it, but it's 4.
It's not
So, like,
mana
that's not
neutral. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's also not going to happen on curve.
Right.
Like, you can't play shit on 4 and riposte in the same turn.
True.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do in terms of balance. Like they said in the beginning, they wanted a chance for every champion to do their thing, right? Like, are they actually going to honor that, or are they going to give up? Are they going to say like, no, it's been too long. Yasuo is never going to be good. We're not going to like buff him anymore.
They buffed him twice.
Yasuo has literally never been good, ever, and like it's kind of bad. I mean, Callista at least was good for a little while, and is still played. And Callista was one of the worst champions in the initial release.
Yeah.
But Callista is played and is decent now. I wouldn't say she's top tier or anything, but like, you know, solidly tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah.
Yasuo and Lee Sin are like not even on the map tier. They're just like garbage cards. And obviously, nerfed Heimer is unplayable. So, but that's not. But
what's the
that's just
difference
because
between elusive and what, fearsome?
Yeah, it's not just that. They nerfed Burst again.
I know, that's the joke. The flash of
Flash, yeah, Flash of
yes.
Insight. I think if they had just made the change to make the units fearsome, you could still play
for
Heimer.
sure. For sure.
It wouldn't be as good, but you know, you'd still get to make some units, and like some games you'd flip Heimer and it'd be pretty cool. But now it's just like garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know when the next patch comes out. Somebody asked in chat. I assume it's like next week or something. It's got to be pretty soon.
Yeah, I think this is next week. Tuesday.
But yeah, I don't envy the design team's job of balancing in this game, because as the card pool increases and the number of champions increase, if they actually take the approach that they want every champion to be playable, they're gonna have to make like 20 nerfs and buffs per patch. If they take a minimalist approach like they've been doing, then they're just gonna have unplayable champions.
Well, we did see the Vladimir buff, right? And that buff, it was like 24 cards got buffed, and I think 4 of them were champs, right? That was the Braum, Anivia.
Was that was in the big
Vladimir?
Braum?
Yeah,
that was the biggest change they've done so far. Was like that huge set of cards.
Yeah, it was over 20 cards.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I think a lot of those buffs did nothing. But you know, some of the buffs went over the top. Like they buffed at least 2 cards they had to pull back on.
That was the biggest
Braum and the Allegiance guy, the Noxus Allegiance guy, they buffed in that, right?
Yeah, they had to pull that back. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they pulled that back. So it's tough. I mean, I think if they made Yasuo like a straight 4/5 or something, or like a 5/5, maybe. I don't know if that changes anything.
I mean, 4 mana 5/5 quick attack? That's like a little OP, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a 4/4 right now and it's unplayable. So, like, what are you gonna do?
Let's make him a 5/4.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference in terms of him attacking, but it does take his defense down. Yeah, a lot of the buffs don't do anything, and 75% of the nerfs basically delete the card. That is pretty accurate, I think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, maybe not 75%. A lot of the nerfs have been fine. Like they increased the cost on pilfered goods. It still sees play. They decreased the toughness on black market merchant. He still sees play. So I mean, a lot of the nerfs are minimal. Obviously, the Trifarian Assessor doesn't care at all about costing 5, because you never played on turn 4. I mean, almost never played it on turn 4.
Right.
So it's basically like, oh no, I lose a spell mana on turn 12. It's like, okay. Because that's
Yeah.
when you want to play it. Like,
Well, there's a couple spots. I've been playing that deck on the last week where you want to play Assessor and a Archer in the same turn on turn 6. Or like
yeah.
you want to bank some spell mana for a Harsh Winds, or you want a Harsh Winds plus Assessor, or like Assessor into a Harsh Winds in the same turn. So like
Boom Crew still played. Rear Guard, the Rear Guard nerf is bad. Like, making it a 3-1 is just bad. They could have made it a 2-2, at least like be a Cythria or something. But that card's really hard to balance. Like,
Yeah.
how do you balance a 1-mana guy that can't block when blocking doesn't matter for a 1-mana guy? I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what you do. But Mark of the Isles I've actually seen in the heavy ephemeral deck
Yeah,
with the chariots and stuff.
I've seen it in Spooky Karma. Get that double mark makes it almost a little better than it used to be.
Yeah, +1/+1. I mean, it's possible Mark should be like +3/+2 or something. Not that the extra toughness is like that big a deal,
Yeah,
but it does matter on some turns.
Well, I mean, if the unit's getting ephemeral, it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, well, I think our playable is actually what they're going for, though. Bestest one. Like, being niche is fine as far as Riot's concerned. They just don't want things that are, like, oppressive. But if it's got play in some decks, it's just, I don't think Yasuo is competitive at all. I mean, it could be the surrounding cast of Yasuo
Yeah,
is not playing. And, like, same with Lethan.
need some more support. I think round 6 might be up. It is up. Let's find a match.
All right.
What do we want to see, Craig Words? Let's try and find somebody with 2 losses on the brink. Who's on the brink?
Yeah, Inspiring Mentor really got hurt. That poor guy.
Somebody with 3 wins who's still who are we gonna get? Tippy Tips. We've seen Tippy Tips earlier. He's on the brink.
Cephalopod's at 4 or 5-0.
No, Cephalopod lost round 1, didn't he?
No, because he was. Oh yeah. So
did Zinc. They just got paired last
yeah,
round.
he's 4-1 now.
Oh, Trevo. Look at Trevo.
Looks like Zada and Ferreria are the 2 5-0s. And there's a couple of 4-0-1s. Morpaderp and Shikamarux.
We can
Another
ask,
Brazilian player.
We could ask who's Guardia playing against. I'm looking at standings.
Hey, look. Who are we looking for?
Guardia.
Hey, don't make fun of Solari Priestess. 1-2 is not a useless stat line.
Versus Fennec. Okay. Let me see if I can get that match on Discord.
Do you know how many spiders I've blocked with 1-2s? I think every point of toughness is relevant. Sometimes every point of power isn't.
Shoot, you better tell that to a 1/1 spider.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Or 2/1
That's what I was responding
spiders.
to. Yeah, kill one on one turn, one on the other. Take them down. Survive that. Make it rain like a champion.
All right. See if we can get this set up. I need to get a little more efficient about this here.
Who are we going to?
We're
I'll pull up the
getting
list.
Gavordia. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and change to the other screen while I set up this Discord so that we can. I'm gonna get them to join the call. Let's see. Need to add Gavordia as a friend.
How do you spell it? What to start with?
It's Gvuardya.
Oh, okay, I see him. Yeah.
I don't think
Salt
they believe
grinder.
in Ezreal.
Yeah, I don't think they actually need to change Ezreal at all. I don't think Ezreal is overpowered right now. They might just because people hate him so much, but I don't think he's actually worth nerfing. I think it makes the games interesting when, you know, you have to have a lot of targeted effects and then actually having the juice to finish him off. Yeah.
Craig, you still here?
I'm here.
Nice. I just invited Gordy to the call, so switch over to this screen. Take my call. Take my call. We get him. Craig, are you still talking?
I'm here.
Wardia, you can hear us? Nice. If you could just broadcast and deafen. That would work. Nice.
All right. I hope the quality is fine. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll work. It's got a little blur, but I think it's fine. We really wanted to get you on the stream today.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, we know what the cards do. We can fill them in if necessary.
Craig thinks he knows what the cards do, but
Look, remembering Blighted Caretaker's name is not that hard. Not that easy. I mean,
everyone's a garden. That's what the name of that card is.
he has another voice line too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like when his little plants die or something?
Oh, I don't know. You know, there's actually a resource for that on the LOL wiki. Somebody has a link to all of the stuff. Now, I did see a drop on Reddit because I use it when I make some of my YouTube videos. Where, and let's see, Gavardia, you're gonna have to deafen yourself too.
Yeah, you can right click on your profile and deafen.
Yeah, sure.
But the getting all this, somebody did a. I don't think you're supposed to do that, but they. What do they call it? Whenever you get in the app and you skim them for their files.
Yeah, they harvested the data.
Yeah, they did for set 1. So I got all the set 1 talks, which is funny because all the files are named after like alpha names of the cards.
So,
like,
so it might be confusing.
Like Starlit Seer used to be called Shaman something. Something Shaman.
That is cool though that you could like turn them into Twitch sounds or sounds on your phone, alerts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to download all those.
Yeah.
There's some pretty
cool.
good ones.
Yeah, like Starlet Seer is the best one. Who goes there?
I really like the stump dredger, or not stump dredger. The what is his name? Dredgers. Dreg dredgers.
Oh yeah, that one's good.
The guy eats the trash, man.
I like the Who Goes there. That's my favorite. Who goes there?
That is a good one.
Nope. Back to our perch. It's like Starlet Seer is the best. I'm going to hang out on his perch. I got homies with me that said R. Got a Starlet Seer flock chilling. We out. Draven out. That one's pretty good.
Draven out.
Yeah, I like that one. I played a lot of Draven Starlet Seer, if you haven't guessed.
I really like Draven's finishing line. When you win.
No.
So War Mother and Pirates were banned.
Okay.
Are we back on the stream?
We are on the stream.
Cool. So it looks like Deep is going to be one of the decks played this round.
Ooh, I was hoping that we wouldn't go a whole broadcast with no Deep.
So Trundle Tryndamere got banned, and what was the other one? Pirates. So Twisted Gangplank is banned. Means we got Deep and Trundle Sejuani versus Ezreal Karma and Lux Asol. This is going to go to time if it goes to game 3. These are the slowest decks you could possibly play.
We are getting our money's worth, folks.
Like, we're going to 10 almost guaranteed in every game. Karma Ezreal is basically a turn 10 deck.
And guess
Asol
what?
is a turn 10 deck.
Last round is untimed, baby. We get the full effect.
This isn't last round. This is round 6, right?
Yes, 6 rounds today. There's going to be one more round
okay.
tomorrow, and then they cut the top 16.
Cool.
So I want to thank everybody for sticking with us this far. We're hopefully going to get a nice full match. We won 3 great games. Some long, grindy Asol action. Everything everybody loves about this game. 50 mana worth of spells played for 0 mana. Oh.
So yeah, how do you feel about Deep in this metagame?
I think Deep is, it's a deep deck. I think it's good. I would have put it in my lineup this week, I think. It can obliterate Tryndamere, which is pretty cool. So, like, these mid-range decks, you can really run them up. I like Maokai. I think it's pretty good. We do see that Guardia is playing Stalking Shadows. Which,
You know what he's also playing?
the box.
Fading Memories. That is a strange card to see in Deep.
Not super strange. Looks like the stream has ended.
Have to get him back.
Let's see what happens. Let's switch to the screen for a second. See what's going on. Is he typing something in the Discord? Yes. Rip.
Might have to restart.
Gonna stream when the game connects if it's okay. Sure. Okay. Well, Craig, where's this meeting?
While we wait, we can look at these 4 decks.
Great idea.
Start out with the Deep deck, of course.
Deep deck, let's go. We have 4 decks ready to go. Yeah, so this Fading Memories deck is let me know when he goes back live with the stream. The Fading Memories has been popping up as just like an enabler, copying your favorite Trash Eater, Dredger, or Dead Bloom Water to get that extra ephemeral copy, and the ephemeral copy's still good. It's going to die. It's still going to toss for 3. Just get more toss with Faded Memories. You could also hit a Jwall Hunters, which is hoping to die in combat anyway. So
Yeah, that seems like the main play to me.
it's like a more proactive version of Miscall, which was very popular in Deep at some point.
Yeah, I like a turn 3 Jaw Hunters, and if it survives, Fading Memories into another one on the follow-up when you have the attack on evens.
Yeah.
There's some utility in maybe devouring the deeping again when you have Nautilus flipped as well, because that cost reduction is a big deal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I could see it being good.
Getting the extra ones, yeah. Okay, and the other deck from Guardia.
Now, one thing to note about Guardia's list, he's not playing Atrocity, and he's not playing Shipwreck Order. That's a 7-drop's name, right? That shuffles treasures in?
Yeah, in the deep list, yeah, Shipwreck Order. Yeah, but
he's got no ship.
Yeah, he's got 3 copies of it. If he needs it, he can just get it off the Jwall Hunters. All right, let's get to the match here.
That's true.
Nice.
Find it when you need it.
Always got it, baby. Never unlucky. All right. Keeping Revitalizing Roar in the opener.
That is an interesting play.
I think we're playing Lux Asol. Really gonna look for the end game where you can just OTK with Roar, Ladros, and Atrocity. That's like the way to steal it. Maybe they spent their mana to play an Asol. It can get disrupted by a single combat though. So I don't know how much I like that end game plan for this deck in this matchup.
It can also get busted up by Star Shaping and a couple other cards, I think.
Yeah. Well, he's
Concerted
only
Strike potentially.
No, I'm talking about on a turn where Fennec might tap out for Asol, use all their mana.
Right. Yeah. When his resources are down, that's a brutal draw. Weirding Stones on the turn 4, when if he had it on the turn 3, you just play the Trundle.
Yeah.
This would be interesting to see. We saw this before, and the Atrocity player won. But there were some questionable plays on the other side, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes with Fennec here. Interested in preserving his life total.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get any damage in to prevent the just Ladros Atrocity kill.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to Fennec, there is Unspeakable Horror in hand. That's a nice upgrade to Vile Feast to allow this play to actually line up when an opponent's at the full 20. So only missing the Atrocity at this point. Has time to find it. There's plenty of game to play. The Trundle, I can see the Trundle coming down, and then the Stones to ramp into the next thing. But the attack token with Sejuani might make that Stones not that exciting on turn 6. Could just try and dominate this mid game.
Yeah, I think that is the goal here.
Yep.
Oh, and he found a Falling Comet for the Trundle. That's a big deal. But now the Sejuani should be good to go. Unless it meets a Sunburst. So let's see if Fennec has back-to-back removal spells here. Yeah, we're seeing the Sejuani on the 1-2, presumably.
Yeah, and next turn could possibly be a double ramp turn to try and go into
scale to that roar quicker. Does he have the Sunburst for the Sejuani?
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
Nope.
No.
Just a Lux.
Develop the Lux. The Lux.
For conquest.
Lux pretty solid here.
Yeah.
There's a Vengeance in hand, but
Gonna offer.
I think you take that block. What else is that barrier doing? I guess he just doesn't want to get blown out by the ping.
Yeah, the bang, yeah.
Playing around it.
Harsh Winds. That's a nice one for countering strike in single combat.
True.
Pretty good pickup. Also, the Troll Chant, a little cheaper option in that same vein.
Yep, and we're going to see the Sunburst. He did have the Sunburst, but the Vengeance presumably is going to take this Lux out.
Yeah, and then also that Sunburst getting used here. Not going to be around to try and silence and remove the Ladros. It's a nice clean kill on the Ladros if they have no interaction.
It's true. Yeah, this is a pretty good sequence. This doesn't do anything.
Bring me chaos.
I don't know if he knows that. I guess he doesn't. Alright, so that was a Troll Chant wasted.
Didn't want
But
it.
not that big a deal.
Didn't want it. 3, 6, 7, 8.
Lights out.
Throw that Troll Chant away.
He's just trolling. We don't judge. Looking for the
proper emote. See if he's got the
Pearl
head
Pride.
shake emote.
Pearl Pride. It's universal.
The Darius.
No, people don't play Darius in this meta.
So we're gonna see an ice pillar into a double ramp.
Yeah. Maybe not double ramp because you're at 8, so you don't actually have to play the stones
Unyielding light.
or the catalyst. You can pick one. You can also just maybe use unspeakable horror, but
I don't think you want to do that.
no.
Still looking for that atrocity. Otherwise, it might actually be hard to do that last damage.
Yeah. Yeah, it has a fearsome blocker. The pillar might be good at getting the Ladros through in combat, though.
True. You might be able to do damage with Ladros in combat. But you gotta think Phoenix got something late
Also,
game.
the Harsh Winds, that could also push a Ladros through. Like, if we see
Yeah.
Gavardia, like, jam Ladros, and then the A-Soul runs out, you can ping the A-Soul, and then Harsh Winds with 2 Ladros is attacking. That's gotta be lethal. I mean, it's
Did they fix that? Does Harsh Winds not
no, it bursts the
go
shield,
through?
but it gets countered by the shield. But with the Unspeakable Horror, you can pop the shield first.
Right, you can pop the shield first, yeah. Well, for a while, maybe just at the very
You
beginning.
could also just challenge it with the pillar or the Weirding Stones. I imagine the pillar would die to an A-Soul, though. So we'll see.
And he respects it so much that he's going to kill that Weirding Stones. Does not want to see Revitalizing Roar next turn, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it also makes this not a free kill with the Babylon Yurg on the 1/1.
It's true.
And like every
All right,
one.
so now I have to...
Good.
Is he just going to play the Ladros here?
Yeah, I think you
There's
just Ladros and a Ladros.
There's no reason to roar because you're at 19.
Yeah, you can Ladros this turn, Roar next turn if you want.
Yeah, we might see a clean kill without Atrocity, but we'll see.
Now, do note that Gavardia can't roar into Harsh Winds next turn. Okay.
This must represent a kill. Oh, I guess it removes the Fearsome, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
And he's climbing back. I think these matchups are always fun.
More fearsome
Man,
blockers.
Crystal Ranger is so good. That Avalanche is looking moderate. You just play another Ladros here?
It's tough.
I don't know why he's looking at Harsh Winds. That's not the play.
It's not going to get an attack in. You don't have much to play here.
I think he just jams another Ladros. That's really the only option. And it looks like that's what he's going for. Get his opponent to 6. All Ladroses are lethal all the time.
The thing is,
Put him to the test.
The A-Soul is not that scary because it won't level right here.
And he's got a block, which, I mean, I guess that doesn't really help.
And it, like,
You do.
will not level.
You have the
on
Avalanche. Now, if he does play ASOL, do you block it? I mean, do you attack into the ASOL?
Probably not. If you attack, oh well, yeah, because you'll just lose. Oh, to sacrifice the Ladros? Maybe while the Hush Mana's not up.
Right, because you have the Unspeakable Horror and the Avalanche. So I don't know if you make an attack here.
It'll grow the ASOL one also.
It'll grow the ASOL, but it'll put ASOL to 2.
Yeah, into the Avalanche range. Yeah.
Into the Unspeakable Horror and Avalanche.
And we haven't seen a single combat yet, so that's a reasonable card to potentially play around. Because a single combat on the pillar can grow it beyond Avalanche. But either way, I don't see this ASOL leveling up for a few turns. Especially with the Harsh Winds, you could always deny it from that. I like attacking with the Ladros, though. Putting it back in hand. You have the Revitalizing Roar with 13 mana next turn.
Yeah, I think maybe the attack and then Unspeakable Horror.
You can trade off here with the 3/2. You can maybe move the Silence.
I mean, you need to pop this shield, right?
I think so.
Oh, he's just going to take the clean kill on the 3/2.
Yeah. This might prompt a... No, there's no reason to single combat here. I think Finnick is probably just going to sit on this ASOL and try and get the card advantage.
Yeah, and he's got to be wary of his opponent having Atrocity at every stage.
Yeah, even though we know, you still have to...
That he doesn't. Yeah. I mean, he could rip it. Nope.
Now that's nice.
Sejuani's not bad here.
Is it leveled? It's probably not leveled, but
No, it can't be. He's done
2 Ladroses.
Yeah, I think that's all the damage.
That's all the damage. Okay.
Grow this ASO a little bit. You don't think he Harsh Winds here, do you?
I don't think so. Could try and bluff an Atrocity here. You do have the leverage in that way that you can play a nice little pass game.
Yeah, your opponent has to really fear that Atrocity.
Yeah, and then also kind of has to develop because this Harsh
I think
Winds-
you have to play the Sejuani here.
For what?
It's either Sejuani or... I mean, I guess you could play, like, Avalanche.
No.
No? Nothing?
Yeah, I'm cool with nothing. I'm cool with passing once because the ASOL's not really doing anything picking up a card. This Ladros attack is still kind of scary. The Sejuani is also nice to just play on the next turn because it gets through the shield of ASOL, so you can like pull it out of combat. You could also, yeah. So,
Soft passes with his burst spell.
Yep, it's a good one. It's a good one. And Gavardia follows suit. Just sticking with the pass here. You're gonna play something. If he feels like he's ahead on board here, despite ASOL being out there, and the threat of Atrocity is so big, and even bigger when you make these passes. It really puts it at the forefront of your opponent's mind, Phoenix got to be sitting there thinking, okay, how are we going to play around this atrocity? Ooh!
Just gonna take the free Celestial card and go to the next turn.
Go to the next turn, alright.
How they stare.
It's not a great draw.
No.
This may favor Finnick in the long run. Sejuani's gonna get some damage
Finnick
in.
does have a 10-card hand. Also, do note that if this Ladros dies right here and gets recalled, you can cast it again off of the Roar here, which Finnick might not have his eyes on.
That would be pretty nice.
Enough stalling.
I mean, Finnick's got to play something because if he doesn't, he's getting attacked with everything,
Yeah.
and he's gonna take at minimum 4 damage
Well,
from the.
don't miss out on the Harsh Winds play to put that Ladros through Fearsome.
That's true too.
Now that the Ace Soul has no power. That could just be a play.
That could be what he does right here.
It's a commitment.
Play the Harsh Wind.
It's a commitment. It's a big commitment, though. Because a Hush could really blow that play out.
Stand and fight.
There's a lot of plays that could blow that out. Hush, he could have just like game 2, right?
Could have gain 2. But if they go to 1, then, you know, it's a little more precarious.
Yeah.
The Harsh Winds also guarantees that the Ace Soul will not level.
I don't think that's true.
The calm before the storm.
I think the Frostbite wears off and then Ace Soul checks.
You sure about that?
It did before. I don't know if it's changed. There may have been a lot of bugs in the beginning, but I've definitely leveled an Ace Soul after I got Frostbited. So we'll see what happens. That's a lot of mana to not have anything.
I will end this here.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's got another Stargazing, if he's got a life gain spell,
Yeah, Star Shaping, hit him with the touch.
he could just have nothing. I mean, if he's got nothing, he's dead. I don't know why he'd be playing so slow if he had nothing, but
Hush. There's a few things here. Yep, there it is.
That's quite enough.
Hush, make the block.
A good thing though, your Hush, the Hush isn't like removing the Ladros. Oh, now it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is a nice play. Because now
Yeah, this
you
is
don't
really
have
good.
any Ladroses that return. Managed to really take the threat of Ladros off the board. As far as just a recurring threat, unshaken by death.
Still might be dead to any atrocities drawn, but that hasn't happened yet.
What atrocities?
Yeah, what atrocities? This hand is looking pretty dopey now.
Well, the Babylon can find possibly
Another.
big threat, and then can be cast off the Revitalizing Roar.
Yeah.
Could totally eat 11 here from the Ace Soul.
I don't think he's open attacking with Ace Soul.
Right. No, not with 2 tough.
Although 2 avalanches will take it out.
Yep.
Yeah, I like these games a lot. These long games where every decision is huge. That's what I'm saying. This match is going to go to time.
We can do this.
It's almost impossible not to.
Lux plus 6 mana
Now what?
here.
Now what do you do?
Good question.
You got to at least represent your atrocity.
I think the Battle Fury might answer in Soul Grinder. If you see a Battle Fury, it's not common in War Mothers.
Blazing bright as torches.
But if there's 2 Trinamirs, that could be the reason why you're seeing a Battle Fury. There's the other
Battle
Ladros.
Fury.
Wow. Big hit. Big hit. That's what I love most about these games. It's like, okay, I played something. Okay, now what's Finnick gonna do? Every card just goes back and forth, and then sometimes neither player plays anything. 3, 6, 9. Asol needs 4 more power. Goes with the pass.
So if he Revitalizing Roars this Ladros, he's got a pretty good open attack next turn.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens with Deluxe.
Yeah. Guardia could also pass, but
yeah,
you'll see
passing.
Fennec burn a card here. Does have to be careful because the Asol spell will completely wipe
There's
him
the
out.
atrocity. Oh boy.
Oh wow, yeah.
On the basically one of the last turns, he could draw it.
Well, now we get the whole combo right here with the Ladros.
Yep.
Not to mention, just the attack without the atrocity is going to prompt some kind of play from Fennec.
Yeah, he's got the full combo. Now we might see it's got 13 mana. There are ways around getting killed by this atrocity. A single combat will do it, right?
Yep.
Did it show Finnick how much life?
Yeah, the card is
Guardia-
revealed now. The Ladros
Okay.
is revealed in hand. And you have to reveal it
Okay.
as part of the... It's the text on the card, actually.
So he's got pretty much full information. He knows his opponent has a Ladros and expects him to have an atrocity.
Yeah.
Face me, coward.
So he's seeing if he can work around it. If he has the Obliterate too, he can stop part of it. That is not what I was expecting.
Well, it will get a beam here.
It'll get a beam, but the beam doesn't do a whole lot.
Right.
It gets a blocker, which is something.
It also threatens the Asol level up, so now the ball is in the court of Guardia to do something.
Yeah, like a pass here isn't very good now. You probably just have to play the Ladros. Which you're going to do anyway.
Yeah, this is...
And Star Shaping does not do it here.
You like shooting down the 3-3 over the 3-1? Yeah.
It's a pretty even board. Just about juking around this atrocity.
Yeah.
Every step brings me closer to deliverance.
Yeah.
There are some combinations of blocks that would be good here. Or cards that Finnick could have that would be good.
Can I paint you?
Well, just blocking and taking it to the next turn probably isn't that bad.
Yeah. I assume the dragon blocks. Yeah. Still keeping the Asol in play. Now, he could kill the Asol this turn if he wanted.
Yeah.
He does have the Avalanche and the Unspeakable. And it would return the
Ladros.
it would return his Ladros, yeah.
Yeah, and after spending mana, it doesn't seem that unreasonable if you want to keep the game going. No?
I think he's just gonna bank on like drawing another atrocity at some point.
Yeah, and we'll see Fennec burn another card here. Picking up a Celestial card, though. Single combat, that's a big one for fighting this atrocity play.
Yeah, he lost a Concerted Strike the last turn. So it's really, it's dicey.
Yeah. Yeah, tough game.
We're probably not going to see an unspeakable ruination, but
Probably not. It would be an unspeakable avalanche first, I would imagine.
is this a Weirding Stones pass?
Whoa. The soft pass on the Weirding Stones.
Yeah, looks like it. Doesn't want to commit anything.
No, neither player really does.
All right, he's putting his shields down. Are we going to see the atrocity here?
I am more myself than ever.
Yeah, I don't think there's only a single combat really can do it.
Concerted Strike, too.
Yeah. I think this could be a good avalanche play. I'm trying to get this ace hole down.
Or he's going for the ruination.
The problem with
avalanche
the
first,
problem with the avalanche is since Guardia played the stones, there's a single combat target that can allow the ace hole to survive.
Bring me chaos!
That's true.
I wonder if this could come back to bite him on this.
Now, if he didn't do that, he would actually have Atrocity Harsh Winds, right? Wouldn't Atrocity Harsh Winds just win the game?
Yes. And we saw that play earlier. The harsh winds mixed in with the atrocity. In a different way here, because the opponent's going to be banking on...
Only the strong survive!
Now, I didn't see this, the Sejuani level.
Yeah, Sejuani level.
It's pretty big. Oh, wow.
That's an interesting rip, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, he's got to do something, because he really doesn't want to have to fight against
A leveled ace hole.
leveled Ace Hole. I don't think, because his open attack's not going to win the game.
Can't cast Ladros and the 6-drop. Has only one fearsome unit.
Just going for it.
Just let's
Yeah,
do
I
it.
mean, I think you have to. I don't think you want your opponent to flip their Ace Hole. I don't know if that's the target.
What about the double
I mean,
avalanche? Is that a possibility?
It leaves him with a Lux. I mean, there's no way this works, right? He's got to have something.
A Lux on 3-2. Yeah. You would imagine. Did burn a single combat.
And
a
a Concerted Strike.
What do you think about targeting the Ladros that has Undying as opposed to the 9/5?
Star Shaping? Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't like how Finnick played that game. At all. If he didn't have an answer to Atrocity, he should have been way more aggressive. Because he knew eventually his opponent was going to draw an Atrocity, right?
Yeah,
so,
if
like,
you can't beat it, you gotta play
if
like
you can't beat it, you gotta play like they
they
don't
have it and kill them before they can draw it. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of like playing like he did, which was very, very conservative, with no answer to Atrocity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good game.
Yeah, a couple passes. It was a good game. Like, I was eyeballing that when 9 cards in hand with the ace hole in play. You're burning a card. It happened twice. I think that was some good passes by Guardia there.
Yeah, it was perfect. He was passing before he even had the Atrocity, and then when he eventually found the Atrocity, there was nothing Finnick could do because he was too far behind. I think if he had developed his board, there were 2 or 3 turns where Guardia didn't have the Atrocity in the first place. Yeah. Those would have been good turns to develop, but he passed on it. So he got too far behind and couldn't answer the atrocity. So, and if he would have flipped an ASOL, maybe he could have.
Yeah. Or just overwhelm them. Yeah.
Right. And I think atrocity is really one of the only ways that match is going to end.
Sure. Well, or as we saw, possibly harsh winds later, like double lasers, harsh winds. Just confirming the bans here. Yeah, that matchup's fun to watch. I don't think I'd enjoy playing it, but lots of fun to watch. Like the in-game laser atrocity is great.
We have a classic game here of Easy Karma versus Deep.
Oh yeah.
Which, I mean, I think Deep has to be favored if they draw Maokai.
Yeah.
If you don't draw Maokai, it's a game. But Maokai is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, especially this list with the fading memories, it does turbo level the Maokai.
Yeah, outside of Thermogenic Beam.
Oh no, Phoenix coming with running back the Lux ASOL.
Oh, running back the Lux ASOL, that's fair.
So this is a match I really wanted to see. So Deep has not been on the stream all day. How do you feel about Deep in this current meta?
I think Deep is always good. And I think this matchup's going to be pretty easy for Yardia here, especially with this Maokai in hand. There aren't that many draws he can have that are going to kill a Maokai on turn 4.
True.
He has to keep a Sunburst, maybe. Bank all his mana, and just kill it as soon as he can.
How about the inclusion of Box in this deck by Guardia over something like
I saw that.
Riptide or Factual the Box? With open deck listed, it's pretty interesting. It's a card most people don't play around often, but with open deck list, I think you give a little bit back. Might be a great ladder card. Unexpected, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Box.
So, turns where multiple units are produced. Think like great against Wraithcaller, right? Good against...
Yeah, it's good against Wraithcaller.
Some other things.
And it's fast speed. It's fast speed, which is relevant. Because you can play your own guy and then box them.
It's also probably the most insane against Nightfall aggro. If they're like going wide. Spiders.
That could be the reason. I mean, it seems like hot garbage in this matchup, but...
Oh yeah, I concur.
Who cares being down one card?
But that card would be a Riptide or a Vengeance. I guess
Well,
a Vengeance
it would probably
a
be
lot
an
better.
atrocity.
Oh, well, that sounds even better.
Yeah, any card that box would be better in this matchup, but...
That's fair.
I'm not sure it matters. If he doesn't have an answer to Maokai here, which it doesn't seem like he does if he's doing this. That seems like a questionable single combat.
Gotta put some damage on him. Six on the open attack here.
That's not very much against Deep, though.
Well, as you can see, and Finnick might not expect, there's also double Dead Bloom Wanderer, so
Rock must be cut away.
easily going to be able to recoup some of this life. While tossing.
And Maokai is just...
This Nautilus is going to be, like, on deck. If Maokai doesn't die on the spot here, then this Nautilus is going to turn on turn 7.
Yeah. This is exactly the draw you want with Maokai. You just want to turn 4 Maokai and a couple toss guys, and then the game's over.
Yeah, and we see this Abyssal Eye come down, and this is a threat. Card Advantage Engine, Elusive is going to be hard to block. So if you do have a removal spell, Finnick might even consider removing that. Crazy as it seems, that might seem.
Yeah, I don't think Finnick can actually win this game. I think he's at, like, 1%. Just not having an answer to the Maokai on time means you lose. Now this Hush get some value, but that Maokai is just going to be leveled.
Yeah, I mean,
Fennec's going to be decked here.
Gonna be tossing 8 next turn if he wants it.
Yeah, I mean, if this is not a Sunburst, yeah. I mean, that attack does nothing. If that was a Sunburst, he might have had a chance. Just get that Maokai off the board. This is too many tosses, though.
Yeah, we're gonna see 8 toss here. 2 more with the Nautilus next turn if the Nautilus comes down. This could be a turn 8 Nautilus and just turtle up since the life total is at 8 right now.
Yeah, it's possible.
Everywhere I go.
No need to rush if Maokai is going to be the kill. Okay, so Lux is a thing.
I don't think that matters very much.
We're on, what, 13 on the Maokai right now?
Yeah, already at 13, and the Wanderer is going to take it up to 16.
Protect our grove.
And he's still got to open up and kill this Maokai.
Well, Wardy is going to hit the Maokai off the rip.
Like, he can just go Nautilus, which is leveled, or play like 2 guys. Yeah, Nautilus is probably just game here.
Yeah, there's been no Celestial cards picked up yet to obliterate this Nautilus.
Right. Like, the only conceivable thing I could see happening that would make this hard for Giardia is if that Wanderer dies somehow to stop the life gain. And then he actually just burns him out, which doesn't look to be the case.
Pushing my limits.
Now, that Challenger is not terrible. That Challenger could be a big deal. This game might not be over.
Well, could take the easy pick off on the 3-2. The Nautilus could tax him, but with the no atrocity known of in the deck list.
Yeah, he can just take the 13. Take the
could-
16.
Could just take it all. I think you probably want to get a block in on the Lifestealer. Just take it off the board for the attack
Yeah.
turn. Because you're going to want to
Just
kill
block.
this Maokai. The only reason you wouldn't is if they were like 20 on 25 on the Maokai, maybe. Or 19, maybe. And you might want to play around
Yeah.
Jettison.
So he gets to kill Maokai here and come in with an attack for 8,
No more holding back.
Yeah.
which isn't quite enough. It's getting close, though. Do you think he can beam to finish him off?
Well, it depends on how careful Guardia is, because you can't really play Jewel Hunters because a beam could mess you up. These Toads are kind of beam proof, you know,
Yeah.
when it comes to overwhelm damage off of the beam. If Fennec tries to develop, there's also a box still here. So, I mean, we still got a game here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not stone dead yet. Killing that Maokai was a huge deal.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to run away with it. Give it another
He
turn.
was 1 away, I think, from leveling up. I think he was 24 out of 25.
Wow.
I mean, there are spells that Finnick could have to climb back into this. Be just open attacking. Get the 8 in. It limits the options of what Giardia can play.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Obliterate Fish. We know that Guardia doesn't have it, but there's too many plays that punish not taking a token attack.
Right.
It also passes priority, you get a little more information.
I think you can easily play the fish. Because you're not going to die to beam playing the fish.
Right.
But he's leading off on the toad. Toad is also safe, but
Right, and if you get the fish out there, it gives you a sweet target for the Faded Memories, too.
yeah, a way to
'Cause
gain 2 life.
Finnick is at 7. All
Alright,
right.
what is he playing here? So Larry Priestess. There are draws that will not necessarily win the game on the spot, but come pretty close.
On 4, 5, 6, what are you thinking?
4, 5, 6?
Yeah,
I mean, he's got Obliterate for the Nautilus, which is very good.
very good.
And it triggers the
The Lux.
Lux, which means he can't play any other guy this turn. Or, I mean, he could theoretically play the 6/6, which he's going to do anyway.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and go for an Abyssal kill with the Faded Memories. With
Yeah,
current
I think
game.
that'll be pretty good.
Passes. Wonder what he got.
Soul Sisters, maybe?
Soul Sisters, maybe. I can see it. I don't think it's Obliterate, because Obliterate would have happened.
You would think he would have either obliterated the 6/6 or the Nautilus.
Yeah, the Nautilus maybe to stop, more deployment of the sea monsters. Because
Right.
the cost reducer is pretty big. He's going to go for the... Looking to eye up the safe game 2.
I don't know if I like that very much. I mean, it does make the Jaw Hunter slightly better next turn. This makes more sense, but he doesn't need to do it on... Yeah,
Indeed. Oh, this Stalking Shadow. That's a big pickup.
that's a big Stalking Shadows.
Yeah.
I think you lead off with the Stalking Shadows, yeah.
Yeah, like if you get like a Devour Fish or 2 Devour Fishes...
Ah! That is going to be hard to beat here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically the best hit in this deck.
Yeah, it's 3 Stalking Fishes with this Faded Memories.
Yep. I think this game's over now.
Yeah, this is pretty
It was
big.
going to be over before, but I think it's certainly over now. He made a game of it. Finnick did. But ultimately, the Maokai in the Nautilus perfect curve was too much. Leveled Nautilus on turn 7. And would have leveled Maokai on the following turn if it had survived. And Finnick doesn't know that there's another Devourer waiting.
Another 2 Devours, if needed.
That's true.
Now, Finnick will get priority here, but
Finnick does have
But-
plays to make.
probably doesn't have a way to remove this Nautilus to stop this chain of sea monsters.
Probably not. Can maybe get another beam, but I don't think that's going to do it. I wonder what he picked up on that Celestial. I mean,
But-
he's dead a bunch of different ways, because even if he obliterates the Nautilus,
Well, he could go for a single combat the bear into the toad and then beam out the toad for a kill. That's like an outside line, but while trying to survive could be difficult.
that would actually be interesting. That would win the game, right?
Yeah. All right, gonna go for the Devour on the Lux again.
So if he has single combat, then he just dies from damage. So that's not going to work.
Is a single combat going to produce a beam? Is the question.
Yeah, it will, because you just play Concerted Strike.
Well, not going for it.
Going for a different play.
Saving the Lux.
So he could have won the game there.
Yes. Potentially. I mean, if you maybe playing around Wild Feast, but I don't know how much you can play around at this point.
Yeah, I think he could have had the game there if he just killed the If he just did the play you're talking about. Got the toad to 1. Because the death rattle, whatever, is not going to trigger, right?
Death rattle, yeah.
As you called it.
Oh, don't blame that one on me.
Hey, I wouldn't even thought of death rattle unless you said it.
Yeah, right. I know you're just playing Hearthstone on your 5-minute lunch break.
5/5 Challenger is not the play. He's dead like 10 different directions now.
Yeah, he can copy the Challenger getting there. Yeah, and in the end, it's going to be the double Abyssal Eye.
Yeah. Was a good game. It's funny that Finnick actually had the game in his hand, but he chose not to do it.
Yeah, that's a tough line to see. Who saw that one? H4 Smash had an eye on it in the chat. Nice.
Yep. That was the play.
Guardia. Nice lineup. Played it very well that first game. Navigated very well that end game. It's a very tough matchup for both players, really. Those Ace Soul versus the Trundle decks. That one was a treat right there.
Yeah, a lot of jockeying for position. I mean, it did come down to atrocity, but the game was more interesting than that early on.
Yeah, this deep list is very nice. I like it.
I mean, it turned out most of his tech cards were bad, but the Fading Memories was, potentially good. It wasn't necessary. He was going to win without it. And it wouldn't have stopped him from losing to what he should have lost to.
What do you mean? The Fading Memories? Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't have stopped. I'm saying if he had, if Finnick had played it correctly, the Fading Memories wouldn't have saved him.
All right, let's go.
Because he plays the.
Go ahead.
If he plays the single combat with one of the Devourers on the stack, then yeah, he could have just opened on the beam and won the game.
And that was the last match of day one. There's no other matches going.
If it went to 3 games, like I said, it was going to be a draw.
It was good. It was the last match at 2 games.
Yeah.
So
they weren't going to finish the 3rd game.
No.
Those decks are very slow.
Yeah, I like that deck. I do, that deep list. I like it. The box.
And that was the fastest deep draw you could almost possibly get. So, given all that, the game just still took forever.
Yeah.
Because he flipped and attacked with Nautilus on turn 7, right?
Yeah, leveled attacked.
Leveled attacked on turn 7, and then killed him on turn 9.
Yeah. Whew. Definitely missed that 5-head line on the single combat in response to the Devourfish. I wonder.
Yeah, that's an important thing to note for Lux purposes.
Was there a play that Warrior could have made that could have taken that play away?
No, he had no interaction in his hand.
He had to run.
He couldn't do anything.
Well, I'm saying he had to run the Devourfishes out there.
What if he just open attacks? He could still do that. He could just block instead of play single combat. So that's not going to help.
Well, you don't attack with the. You don't attack with
the 1/4.
The 1/4, yeah.
But yeah, then he just blocks he could block the Nautilus with the 3/1 and single combat the 1/4 again.
Yeah, but say he just goes for the double fish play off the rip. The double Abyssal Eye play off the rip. Here's
I see what you
here's
mean.
my lethal. What you doing? And because he can't he gets single combat to kill the fish though.
No, he concerted strikes to kill 1 fish, and then he single combats to get the 1/4 to a 1/1, and then finish it off with the beam. As long as Lux was surviving, and he could play 2 spells, he had the kill. I don't think there was any way around it.
Well, he ended up killing him with two Abyssal Eyes. So the strike.
No, I mean,
the strike went.
He had the challengers too.
But I'm saying after he struck down the Devourfish, can he just go for the double Abyssal Eye on the next?
Yeah, like H4 said, he could have just opened on the Fading, but that loses the concerted strike anyway. And then you single the bear, and then you beam it, and that's the game. There's no other sequence of plays.
Oh yeah, because you just single the bear in combat, strike one of the Abyssal Eyes after blocking the Nautilus with the bear, and then come in with the beam post combat.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
He had to kill, but would lose to any heal. But I think you have to take that play anyway. So I mean, it's a good, teachable moment. And then I mean, I probably wouldn't have seen it either if I was the Lux player, but I haven't played that much Lux.
Oh, okay.
I think if you're a Lux player, you got to be looking out for those lines at
yeah.
all costs.
Oh, the Hail Mary beam kills. Yeah, gotta have them. Gotta have them.
Yeah, I mean, he played the game really well until that point. Like he set himself up to have a lethal that turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that there was a lethal there. So
yeah, it's a good puzzle.
It's funny,
and the fact that that much power was on the board on the deep side. Being able to beat that much power is insane.
Yeah. Oh, and it's really funny the way that the Toad got played out there, and the Toad was the liability on the previous team.
Well, yeah, any non 6 power guy was going to be the liability. Ultimately, there could have been lines where Concerted Strike did it, right?
Yeah.
He can Concerted Strike and leave the thing at 1 or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Maybe
did he have
not the Nautilus though, because he's tough.
No, but he could have done 5 to the 6/6, right? Somehow, did he have 2-1? What was his board? Oh no, he could have just Concerted Strike. Do you have to pick 2 with Concerted Strike? You can just pick 1, right?
He could have stayed. No, I think he. I don't know. If you had to pick 2 though, you could just Concerted Strike and stack the single combat at the same time, and then have the bear fight the 1/4, and then or anything, and then Concerted Strike hit the other thing, and then you'll end up with 2 things with 1 toughness.
Yeah, Lux and Priestess on the Obliterate Fish would have also left it at 1, so he could have actually won on that turn. He screwed up on the Concerted Strike play. On top of that,
yeah,
because he ended up killing the fish, but he didn't need to kill the fish.
No,
if he put the fish at 1, then just casting the single combat in that turn as well would have won the game. So that's also interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, going back to so when the Devourer got played, he should have done exactly what H4 just said. Was Lux and Priestess put the fish to 1, and then you also play the single combat doing whatever. Single combat away your guy to the Nautilus, and then you beam them before they can do anything. It all loses to a heal, but there was no way you were going to get out of that turn if your opponent had a heal.
Yeah, but there's no heal that can do it. Just a
Vial Feast.
That's the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vial Feast.
But there's 3 Vial Feasts. I hadn't played one all game either.
Yep.
Good games. Man, we saw some great games today.
Yeah, we did. A lot of back and forth. A lot of games came down to the wire.
A lot of games came down to play decisions.
Yep.
Almost all of
play
them.
decisions and atrocities. There was a lot of atrocity. I mean, it's one of the most played cards, I think.
It's an atrocious meta for sure. So you just
super atrocious.
All right. Well, I guess
all over the place.
That's we're gonna wrap this thing up here. Find somebody to raid, but I want to thank everybody coming in today, watching the Runeterra IQ series, hosted by Team IQ. I'm your host, Nola Gold. Thanks for tuning in today. Joining me today, Craig Words, been a great co-host. So y'all show some love for Craig Words. And if you're interested in this tournament series, there's going to be more of it. This is just day 1. Tomorrow we have one more round of Swiss. We're going to have a top 16 cut. And 2 weeks from now, we're going to have another event. There's also going to be qualifiers littered between that now and the 4th qualifier tournament. These qualifiers, this is the first one. There's going to be 4 where you can earn points based on your placing. And the top 24 point earners will get an invite to the Invitational at the end of the season. That Invitational is also going to be featuring 8 players who win invites through other qualifiers. So last week they had the BR tournament with first and second place taking an invite. We're going to see Black Boss and Zinc Elemental both in the invitation already. They have secured their spots. They're out here still playing, so we're going to be playing against the best in the game. Now's the time to make your name in the game, make your way into this invitational. There's plenty of tournaments left to earn points. And yeah, also if you can join the Discord, the IQ Discord, I'll drop it here in the chat. You can follow along not only with this tournament series, but also we're building a good community over there, as well as we're going to have coaching in there, as well as content announcements. So if you're looking to step your game up, there's no better place than with the best tournament players in the game. So with that, we're going to send it off. We're going to send it off to... Who we're going to send it to? Let's find somebody. Somebody who's in the tournament still streaming. That would be cool. Why don't we send it to another tournament? Yeah, this will be fun. We'll watch somebody else do coverage. One love, everybody. Good vibes. Thanks again. Y'all have a great day. Enjoy the rest of it, and make sure you're back tomorrow, same time, noon Eastern, for the conclusion of tomorrow's tournament. Last round of Swiss and top 16. One love, baby. Good vibes. Catch you on the next one.
All right, so what time are we starting tomorrow?
Oh shit, my stream wasn't over yet. I was doing outro. Same time. Noon. 11 our time.
Okay.
Man.